A girl glides down the stairs, haunted by a ghostly whisper of intimacy. Muffled sounds from within trigger a chilling realization. Someone is tangled in a secret embrace with another girl. She swings the door open, hit by a sickening sense of déjà vu. Was this a scene from a movie, or just a twisted nightmare? Once you witness your spouse in the arms of another, the bridge to the past is burned forever. Seeing him with her, she knows their world has officially shattered. The scene snaps to the present. She bolts upright, lungs burning as she realizes it was that same recurring hell. That phantom dream again. Her husband, another woman, and a heart-wrenching betrayal. She must have drifted off for a second. Checking her phone, the glowing screen warns that her break is vanishing. She forces herself up. The grind never stops. A voice cuts through her thoughts, calling her name. Na-hae-soo turns to find her boss standing there. Na-hae-soo offers a weary but respectful nod. He beckons her inside, his expression serious, as he calls for a private talk. He slides over a thick envelope of cash, the salary advance she begged for. He asks if 1.5 million is enough. He grumbles about the hassle of withdrawing hard cash, all because she refused a traceable bank deposit. Despite the grumbling, he admits she is a powerhouse worker. He cannot afford to lose an employee who feels like family. Na-hae-soo bows low in gratitude, tucking the lifeline into her coat. The boss asks if her money troubles are still drowning her. Na-hae-soo exhales a heavy sigh. With today's insane interest rates, debt is a monster that keeps growing. He asks about her husband, mentioning rumors of a new job. Na-hae-soo clarifies that he is still just an apprentice, making a steady paycheck nearly impossible. She tries to sound hopeful, insisting he is working hard and that their luck will turn around any day now. As Na-hae-soo heads back out, her boss watches her go, marveling at her relentless hustle. He mutters that her grit actually makes him want to level up his own game. Na-hae-soo brushes it off, refocusing on the shift ahead. Amidst the restaurant chaos, a waiter shouts for 2 more orders of pork belly at table 5. She echoes the order and moves with practiced speed. Serving the food, she catches a young woman whispering to her boyfriend. She wonders why he is giving her all the best cuts when he has barely touched his own plate. The young man beams, reassuring her that watching her eat is enough to make him feel full. His girlfriend teases him, offering a bite. Watching them, Na-hae-soo thinks that young love truly is a masterpiece. Whether it is a first spark or a third flame, their hearts radiate. Perhaps youth itself is the ultimate glow. A chaotic season of fire and heartbreak. She wonders if her own lukewarm existence has already peaked and started to fade. The moment shatters when her friend Hwa-jung lets out a frustrated scream, startling everyone in the room. Hwa-jung is losing it because customers keep calling her auntie. To her, that label is an absolute hate crime in this era. Na-hae-soo remains unfazed, noting that as a married householder, the title fits. Hwa-jung suddenly grabs Hee-soo's face, insisting she is a total 10, the most stunning 33-year-old on the planet. She points out that, even in the same tired clothes, Hee-soo has a natural radiance that outshines the sun. Na-hae-soo just sighs, dismissing the hype. She tells her that flattery won't pay the bills. Hwa-jung laughs, just happy to have such a gorgeous coworker by her side. Na-hae-soo cracks a small smile, suggesting they wrap up and head home. Later, she trudges up the stairs to her apartment, lost in a fog of memories. She used to believe she was beautiful, mostly because he used to tell her so. She was once vibrant, effortless, and full of life. Back then, youth felt like an infinite light, but now, the glow is gone. Opening the door, she finds her husband mid-drink. Without a glance, he snaps at her to go put on some makeup and dress up. He complains about her bare face, grumbling that coming home to her is becoming a total buzzkill. Na-hae-soo freezes. She quietly retorts that makeup is a luxury she can't afford while rent is due. Her husband, Minchul, scoffs in irritation. He claims even part-timers making peanuts look decent, accusing her of just being lazy and letting herself go. Na-hae-soo bites her tongue, wondering if he has any clue how much a simple bottle of foundation costs these days. She trembles, knowing every cent is a battle. Minchul just slurps his noodles, oblivious to the weight on her shoulders. He insists she should doll up just because he likes it. Watching him, she wonders if love rots just like everything else. Their connection feels like a damp, forgotten basement. It is a love that withered even faster than her youth. Did time steal her beauty, or was it the endless struggle to plug the bleeding holes in their bank account? Minchul snaps that the food tastes like trash. Na-hae-soo sinks her teeth into her lip, the pain grounding her. Is he the one draining her light, or did she lose her spark because she is still foolishly in love with him? Hwa-jung's jaw drops in pure disbelief. She stares at the schedule, demanding to know what's going on. She rattles off Na-hae-soo's insane hustle, butcher shop shifts on weekends, and motel night shifts too, plus a florist gig every morning. Hwa-jung jokes that Hee-soo is basically using a time turner like Hermione. Hee-soo dryly retorts she isn't living 48-hour days, but Hwa-jung still can't wrap her head around it. She wonders if a human can even survive that grind. Hee-soo just tells her to mask up and apron up. The shop won't open itself. Hwa-jung huffs, complaining that Hee-soo is a literal workaholic who never stops. Suddenly, Hwa-jung brings up MBTI types. Hee-soo just gives her a blank stare and shakes her head. Hwajong is visibly shook. She screams, "Wait, you actually don't even know what an MBTI is." Hisu just shrugs in denial. Hwajong laughs, realizing Hisu's entire life is just one giant work shift. Ever since adulthood, her only vacation was a literal trip to the ER with the flu at 24. Managing a young marriage without family support was hard, but the soul-crushing debt was even worse. Minchul tried playing the sorry card to cheer her up, but it never worked. Then one day, he looked absolutely pathetic. She asked how much he'd borrowed in her name this time. He just hugged her. He begged for forgiveness. Strangely, the mounting debt didn't even make her feel sad or depressed anymore. She simply checked out. She figured if she worked like a machine, she'd pay it off eventually. But sometimes a sudden wave of despair would crash over her, making her want to scream and cry. The debt remained, but their love died fast. Suddenly, a total smoke show of a young man enters. He's gorgeous. Hwajong immediately freaks out, pointing him out as the legendary rose guy. Hisu looks lost. Hwajong explains he's the mysterious hottie who buys roses every single day. The staff gave him that nickname since he's a mystery. Hwajong dashes over desperate to take his order. Hisu watches them thinking how she's still young too. Hwajong beams asking if he's here for flowers. He pulls down his high collar, making her eyes sparkle, but he ignores her and looks at Hisu. He asks to order. Hisu freezes and Hwajong is stunned. The rose guy rumors suddenly feel very real. He really was the guy who bought roses daily. Up close, his vibe was way too intense. Something felt different, almost weird. His eyes never left her. Hisu asks if he wants his usual bouquet. He smirks, saying he's glad she remembers. As Hisu preps the flowers, her mind starts racing. She thinks about how the world has main characters, and then there's the background extras like her. He looks like a novel's hero, while she's just someone whose story nobody cares to hear. He clearly belongs in the spotlight. Meanwhile, she sees herself as part of the forgotten crowd. She hands him the blooms, noting he's back for the regular bouquet he previously ordered. His dominant energy is honestly annoying. This man just suddenly barged into her work-obsessed life. She used to only care about work and her husband, but he's leaving a mark. Hwajong is impressed. She points out the obvious: he stood right there, but only wanted Hisu to take the order. Hisu suspects he shows up just for her, noting he only appears on her weekend morning shifts. To her shock, Hisu admits she just truly noticed him today, which absolutely floors Hwajong. She can't believe Hisu missed him. This guy has been a daily regular for several months. Hisu blinks, realization hitting. She had been making that same bouquet every single day without thinking. Hwajong checks the schedule. Honestly, with Hisu's insane hustle, it's a miracle she even functions. Still, how do you ignore a face like that? It's practically a crime to go unnoticed. Hwajong still remembers a hottie she saw on a train 10 years ago. She gives a devious smirk. She teases that the mystery man is definitely into Hisu. Hisu tells her to stop the nonsense. Hwajong doubles down. Didn't she see the way he was staring her down just a moment ago? Hisu jokes that the kid must be on some weird meds to be into an older woman. He looks a decade younger than her, easy. Hwajong just sighs, saying Hisu is totally clueless. Besides dating, older women is the vibe now, and since she's pretty, anything is possible. Nahisu inhales the rose's scent, joking that if she's pretty, the bar is low. But Hwajong doesn't blink, doubling down that she's a total 10. She asks if people ever say it. Nahisu recalls a random recent compliment. To her, it was just a sweet lie to pity an exhausted woman. It felt cringy rather than cute, especially with her husband's cold shoulder. Hwajong keeps teasing shipping them as the ultimate power couple. Nahisu drops a bomb she's already taken. Hwajong is absolutely shook. When Hwajong demands the truth, Nahisu nods, leaving her friend speechless. Hwajong grills her for hiding it, dying to know the husband's vibe. Cut to Nahisu's home. Minchul storms in, barking for water like a king. He whines for something better than tap. She offers him barley tea. Since it's warm, he demands ice before hitting the shower. Freshly showered, he crawls into bed and reaches for her, signaling intentions. He's stunned. Her physique hasn't faded even without a gym membership. A friend's brag about a younger girl's curves flashes through his mind. He'd forgotten her curves under those baggy fits, but now he's noticing. He likes the touch, despite their spark being dead for ages. When she doesn't budge, he snaps, asking if she's already out cold. Nahisu's eyes snap open, but her silence only fuels his frustration. He mocks her for being stiff as a doll during their time. She whispers she's drained, but he explodes, claiming he works way harder. He lists his side hustles, then scoffs and turns his back. Muttering about his low expectations, he falls asleep, leaving her alone. Weekend, 6 a.m., 2 hours before the flower shop even opens its doors. She creeps around to cook breakfast, terrified of waking the beast. He hates leftovers, so she slaves over fresh soup every single dawn. It's her daily ritual, the chef who never gets to eat her own food. She sprints to work on an empty stomach, sighing at her store. Hunger gnaws at her as she fights back, a massive yawn. A guy walks in and she automatically goes into customer service mode. Recognition hits. It's the rose guy. 10 stems again, right? He nods, and up close, his visuals are straight out of a webtoon. His deep velvet voice practically vibrates when he answers her. The sound gives her literal chills as she hands him his receipt. She warns him there's a wait and offers him a seat. He lingers close, making her panic that he heard her stomach growl. Face flushing, she hopes he didn't catch the sound while Huazhang watches. Huazhang clocks the handsome stranger, instantly wondering if he's a regular. Even his walk is main character, energy, total model vibes. Huazhang simps over his height, questioning whose elite genes he inherited. Finally, Nahisu calls out that his bouquet is ready for pickup. He grabs it and heads out, leaving a sandwich box behind. Nahisu bolts outside to catch him shouting about the forgotten lunch. But he stops, revealing it's actually a gift specifically for her. As she hesitates, he offers coffee too, ensuring she's fully fed. The boy insists he already ate one and didn't drop dead, practically begging a stunned Nahisu to take the gift. Huazhang bursts into the shop, catching Nahisu totally off guard by claiming the guy is clearly crushing on her. She's convinced the sandwich was a calculated move, leaving Nahisu baffled that he added a coffee to the mix. If that's not a huge signal, what is Huazhang teases, while Nahisu wonders if she just looks that pathetic. Catching her reflection in the window, all she sees is a worn-out, haggard woman without a drop of makeup. With her skin flushed and irritated, his kindness feels more like a pity handout than any actual romantic interest. She figures her stomach growled so loud, he probably felt obligated to feed the starving lady out of sheer secondary embarrassment. But what if it really is a sign? She panics, wondering if she needs to draw a hard line immediately. She quickly snaps back to reality, realizing she's overthinking a fantasy scenario that'll likely never even happen. Huazhang grins, asking how she'll handle this new admirer, since she supposedly has a boyfriend already. So are you ditching the boyfriend for this new fan? Huazhang laughs, causing Nahisu to go silent. She finally clarifies the truth. It's not a boyfriend, it's a husband. Huazhang's jaw practically hits the floor. Stunned, Huazhang stammers an apology, realizing having a man meant a whole spouse she knew nothing about. Nahisu recalls his strict rule they had to keep their separate financial lives, and split debts a total secret. He only wants the husband title at home, mocking her for ever wanting to share their messy, unglamorous reality. Living together after a divorce is a total nightmare. Still, she bites her tongue and confirms he's her husband. She shuts down the convo for good. Cut to Minchul, who turns as a girl's sweet voice calls his name. She hands him a fresh coffee, telling him to take a break. Minchul just stares at the cup, intrigued. He lets out a smug chuckle, barely believing his luck as he heads out for a smoke break with the guys. The crew raves about how gorgeous Ari is, shocked she's only 25. Man to be young again, they sigh. They envy her perfect youthful skin, while Minchul just listens to their old man talk with a self-satisfied grin. He finds their chatter cringe, but even he has to admit Ari is incredibly charming, and being young is a vibe. She's totally got the hots for you, Minchul, they tease, noticing how she looks at him with hard eyes. They remember how she used to snap at anyone who tried to set her up with a guy before. She was never interested until now. They admit Minchul is a total catch, looking sharp for 33. It's the prime age to meet someone, especially for a single guy. Nearby, Hiji strolls past the alleyway. Minchul boldly claims he's single. The guys egg him on, pointing out just how pretty Ari really is. Maybe I should shoot my shot, he muses. Later, we see him back at the apartment, lazily glued to the TV. When Nahisu asks about his new job, he just scoffs. Took you long enough to actually care. Suddenly worried about your husband, he sneers, acting like his basic office job is a grueling battle. He snaps that her questions are just annoying, nagging, complaining that he just wants to rest in peace. She denies nagging, reminding him that his paycheck means clearing their debt and finally remarrying for real. He rolls his eyes, always with the remarriage. You actually think I'm ever going through with that? He asks how she'd even survive without him once the debt is gone, warning her not to push her luck. Nagging wives make men run, he warns, before shamelessly asking her for some extra spending cash. He pulls her into a fake, back-hugging embrace, whispering that he needs money for some high-end cologne. Nahisu is skeptical. He never wears the stuff. But Minchul insists things are different now that he's employed. He sees all these sharp, polished guys at the office smelling like success, and he refuses to be the outlier. He hates smelling like a musty old man. When she asks the price, he drops a 200,000 won bombshell. He demands a luxury department store brand, claiming he's way too old to be wearing some cheap little kid's scent. He plays it cool, shrugging that if she's too cheap to give it to him, then whatever. Nahisu hesitates. She calculates the damage. Between his new suits and shoes for the job, they're already bleeding money this month. It's the classic trap. Starting a new job often costs more than it pays in those first few weeks. They're still drowning in the red. She wonders if she'll have to pull extra shifts at the motel to survive. Between her weekend motel shifts and a possible night gig at the convenience store, she's reaching her absolute limit. Their shifts won't clash anymore. Clutching her meager paycheck, she decides that sacrificing sleep is a small price to pay. Minchul's expensive cologne, 200,000 won, haunts her mind as she scribbles a note to save every spare penny for it. For Nahisu, every 24 hours is a frantic puzzle. She meticulously carves her day into tiny, exhausting fragments, drowning her freedom in endless labor. It's all for the sake of a perfect family and a blissful home. Cut to a group of buddies baffled by the sudden invitation to grab a bite together. They tease Byung-tae, the mysterious rose guy, shocked that he's actually treating them to a meal for once. Dong-wook questions the vibe, knowing Byung-tae usually avoids rowdy spots, but the latter insists he's just craving company. When asked who's invited, Byung-tae gives a casual shrug. Bring anyone and everyone, he says with total indifference. Dong-wook scoffs, knowing a dinner invite from him would have girls sprinting their way. It's suspicious as hell, especially for a guy who usually hates budget spots. Dong-wook's already hit up 2 of his boys, making sure they're set. Byung-tae coolly mentions he's already reached out to his own guest. As they head out, Dong-wook notices his friend's new spark of energy and decisive moves. Meanwhile, at a bustling eatery, 2 beers are ordered as a cynical voice mocks how easily men are swayed by simple charms. The logic is cold. A wise wife is just a machine built for affection, income, and ultimate sacrifice. Minchol's words echo in Hisu's mind, the idea that men crave thrill over the boring warmth of their wives. Does love inevitably rot into apathy? She remembers a time when they were drowning in each other's affection. She was different once too. Now she's plagued by doubt. Was she not enough? Not loving enough? Did she single-handedly wreck their bond? Suddenly, a call for service snaps her back to reality. She turns with a professional smile, asking for the party size, only to freeze. Byung-tae is standing right there. It's him, the rose guy. As he brushes past with his crew, a request for a table of 4 rings out. A girl in the group confirms the count, forcing a flustered Hisu to stammer out an apology. Blaming her sudden daze, she leads them to their seats while her friends' teasing words start playing on loop. The rumor that the rose guy has a crush on her feels absurd. Romance is the last thing on her mind. She never asked for this spotlight, yet the young man's presence leaves her feeling strangely flustered and exposed. Caught in the gossip, she can't bring herself to meet his eyes. Is that stunning girl beside him his girlfriend? They look like a power couple. Surely that bouquet was meant for her. Surrounded by youth, she feels worlds apart from their secrets. Just as she regains her composure, the girl barks Byung-tae's name. She demands to know why he's been staring into space for so long. Dong-wook sighs, calling her Hiji, joking that his fixation is practically a terminal illness. Byung-tae's tiny spark of interest is clearly driving this. Whether he's scoping the room or just lost in thought, the question remains. Why is he burning holes into people's faces? Hiji shushes him, snapping that it's definitely not a disease. She glares at Dong-wook's sarcasm about her terrifying vibe. A friend tries to play peacemaker before things escalate. But Byung-tae's foot nudge sends a sharp warning the meat is charring. Dong-wook jumps, insisting it's fine and to just keep eating. But Hiji won't let it go. Why is he staring at that woman? Is there a history there? Byung-tae's smirk says it all. It's painfully obvious they're acquainted. Hiji's jaw drops. Her gut feeling was right, but she never expected him to actually confirm it. Back at the apartment, Hisu's chores lead her to a discovery. One of Minchol's shirts is torn. She can already hear his annoyance. It feels like she just bought this thing yesterday. It's too wasteful to toss, so she grabs a needle. As she sews, Minchol lounges nearby, interrogating her for not resting. She explains her task, sparking his unwanted curiosity about the fabric. He calls the sight pathetic, accusing her of staging a guilt trip just to get new clothes. She can forget about it. Hisu defends her thriftiness. It's still perfectly wearable after all. But Minchol snaps that men loathe such pitiful habits, worn-out rags and stretched-out gear. They make him feel like an ancient relic. Hisu sinks into deep thought, realizing how every little thing circles back to his disapproval. Their entire dialogue was just one massive misunderstanding. She struggles to bury those cringy, soul-crushing memories that keep clawing back to the surface. Nahasu begs for the cloth, but Minchol just sighs, lamenting how his words always sound so depressing. Yanking her up, he roasts her for having zero charm or vibe, yet he still chooses to stay. He declares he's her only option, and Nahasu silently agrees. Then winter's bone-chilling frost arrives. Icy winds bite through their basement walls, stinging their skin. They're trapped in this cramped, decaying cage. Their existence is painfully average and bleak. Nahasu despises this life, but she endures it all for him. Next morning, while packing lunch, Nahasu catches a forecast warning of heavy afternoon showers. With the storm predicted to last past midnight, she grabs an umbrella, prepping for a soggy trek. Sifting through her options, she finds one decent umbrella, while the other looks like total junk. Being selfless, she takes the beat-up one and leaves the sturdy umbrella for Minchol. Cut to the office, where Minchol spots Ari and asks where she's sneaking off to. Ari mentions a coffee run sliding close to Minchol, as he wonders if their supply ran dry. Ari hunts for the fresh stash. Minchol points to where he last saw it, but as she reaches, she shrieks, lunging toward Minchol in terror. Heart racing, he gasps, "Wait, what happened?" Ari trembles, pointing at a tiny bug. Relief washes over Minchol as he jokes about being in trouble. "Are you seriously that afraid of bugs?" he teases. Ari admits it's her ultimate terrifying nightmare. As she clings to his arm, he finds her panic adorable and heroically offers to hunt it down. He scans the area but finds nothing, despite Ari's frantic claims. He can't help but think, Nahasu never flinches at bugs, so Ari's vulnerability feels refreshing enough to make the workday tolerable. Back at the shop, Nahasu notes a regular is late. Her friend asks who she's tracking. It's the Rose guy, her friend smirks, admitting his visuals are the only thing saving this shift. He's the one bright spot in this grueling job. Suddenly, Nahasu spots him and alerts her friend. Panic hits Nahasu. She retreats to the back to check flowers, leaving her friend totally confused. Byumtae strides in tracking Nahasu's exit with his eyes before reaching the counter. Her friend greets him. Searching for something special, she asks. Byumtae simply requests his signature bouquet of roses. She's stunned he didn't even look around. By dawn, the sky's open. Nahasu considers herself lucky that she dodged him today, though she knows hiding forever is impossible. Surely her shame will fade. She stares at the torrential downpour, praying. Minchul actually remembered to carry the good umbrella. She pops hers open only for it to snap and disintegrate. It looked fine earlier, but it's broken. The store isn't far, but the deluge is too intense to sprint. This rain isn't stopping anytime soon. She's stranded. Poverty has a cruel way of showing itself. Even a basic umbrella feels like a luxury. She'd be home if she hadn't procrastinated on buying a replacement. Her own hesitation trapped her. Desperation sets in, but she knows calling Minchul will only trigger his irritation. He's already drained from his new role, so she chooses to suffer in silence rather than burden him. Suddenly, a shadow falls over her. It's Byumtae's umbrella. He asks her destination, but she quickly declines. She claims her place is too far and urges him to go. But Byumtae doesn't budge. He notes the storm will rage until morning and offers to share his shelter. At those words, Nahasu felt like the heavens were mocking her arrogance. Escape from this man was no longer an option. Fate had backed her into a corner. She convinced herself his kindness was purely out of pity. Rejecting him again would just make things weirder. She was trapped by the awkwardness of the moment. Nahasu finally thanked him and stepped under his canopy. As they moved through the heavy downpour, she realized they were heading home together. Surprisingly, he remained silent, respecting her space. The roar of rain masked the silence, making the proximity bearable. He walked with a patient rhythm. Despite his towering height, he was incredibly considerate, unlike Minchul, who always left her trailing behind. Nahasu wondered if this gentleness was a habit born from once caring deeply for someone else. She worried his girlfriend might object, fearing the fallout if their secret came to light. After sharing his umbrella, Byumtae dropped a bombshell. He didn't even have a girlfriend. Hisu mentioned the woman from the barbecue joint, but he clarified they weren't dating. Just a friend. Hisu doubted it, but Byumtae leaned in, doubling down on the truth. He pleaded for her trust. Hisu agreed, though. A strange sensation stirred within her. Confusion clouded her mind. Suddenly, a car roared past them from the shadows. Byumtae reacted instantly, pulling Hisu close to shield her from the muddy road spray. He apologized breathlessly, terrified she'd get hurt. Hisu brushed it off, trembling slightly. The close call rattled her. Looking up, she realized just how much he towered over her. He'd been a human shield taking the entire splash. He simply nodded in confirmation. This didn't feel like a coincidence. No guy goes that far for a random girl they just met. She noticed his coat was drenched on one side while she remained perfectly dry. Was he actually into her? If so, she had to shut this down immediately. She asked why he was being so sweet. He just smirked, dropping his guard. You caught me, he admitted. Hisu froze as he dropped a massive truth bomb. He wanted her. Hisu laughed it off, citing their age gap and his popularity. Why chase an older woman? Byumtae countered. Since when did age define real attraction? Hisu wasn't having it. She firmly shut him down, demanding he end this game. At her door, she gave a cold goodbye. Byumtae asked if they'd stay strangers. Her answer was a hard yes. He took the rejection and walked away. She expected a fight, but his easy surrender felt oddly unsettling and unexpectedly mature. Watching his broad shoulders disappear into the rain left her with an unexplainable ache. Heading upstairs, she wondered why he'd want someone like her. Was it just curiosity? Back inside, she saw Minchul's forgotten umbrella. A spark of duty flickered in her. Thinking of his long day, she figured he'd need a hand getting home dry. He'd appreciate the gesture she thought setting off for Minchul's workplace through the rain. She arrived and called out, but silence greeted her. Their timing was totally off. Her texts went unread, his phone was likely dead. All that effort felt wasted. Frustrated, she turned to leave, regretting the impulsive trip through the pouring rain. Then she saw it. Minchul huddled under an umbrella with another girl. Her heart froze. Ari noticed Hisu's stare and questioned Minchul about the mysterious woman watching them. Minchul tried to play it cool, asking why she was there while hiding his panic. He claimed it was family business, whispering a lie to keep Ari in the dark. He called Hisu a relative, a close family friend, just to get Ari away. After she left, Minchul turned on Hisu, his voice sharp with defensive irritation. He snapped at her for showing up unannounced, calling her consideration unusual and annoying. Hisu stood frozen. Minchul sighed heavily, demanding they just get moving already. Finally, she whispered the question burning in her mind. Who was that girl? Just Ari from work, he groaned, ignoring the storm in Hisu's eyes. He mocked her, asking if everything was a romantic drama in her head. Minchul told her to chill, blaming her jealousy on her lack of actual friends. Times have changed, he lectured. Men and women work together without hidden motives. Stop being so embarrassing, he spat, leaving her alone in the cold rain. Suddenly, Byomtae's sincere voice echoed in her head, a sharp contrast to this cruelty. She'd pushed away someone who valued her. By morning, Hisu felt utterly broken. Nahisu grumbled about the relentless flood of group orders. Off-peak season? Yeah, right. These high-maintenance customers seriously needed to pay a stress tax. She teased that her body was running on fumes. Seeing her struggle, Nahisu stepped in, ordering her to take a breather while she tackled the chaos. Exhausted, she prayed for a miracle 0 customers. Well, except for the rose guy. Just the thought of his face was enough to recharge her batteries instantly. But reality hit when the door swung open. A heavy presence stepped in, making everyone stiffen. It was Byomtae. Stealing a glance at Nahesu, she couldn't believe it. The rose guy actually materialized. This felt like a fever dream. He was devastatingly handsome as always. Smirking, Nahesu made her exit, leaving her friend to face the music and go get some rest. It was just Nahesu and Byomtae now. She prepared to take his order, but instead of speaking, he did something completely unexpected. He ghosted her presence entirely, walking past like she was invisible. 2 weeks flew by. Minchul was becoming a stranger buried in overtime. Weekends were consumed by work. Life felt like a repetitive loop until she dropped the bombshell on Rose Guy. They were officially done. Byomtae vanished from her world without a fight. Replaying those final words, Nahesu felt a strange hollow sensation in her chest. His quick exit was unsettling. Was his interest just a temporary distraction? It seemed his fascination had a very short shelf life. Maybe it was for the best. Shallow feelings don't leave deep scars, and she already had enough wounds to last a lifetime. She'd passed out before Minchul even got home. No texts, no calls. The silence between them was starting to feel deafening. Did he even make it to the office? Her thoughts were cut short by a customer demanding 4 massive slabs of pork belly. Nahesu snapped back to work mode. Nearby, a corporate employee was busy ego-stroking his boss, asking how post-divorce life was treating him. The boss smirked, relishing his freedom. No more nagging, no more chains. Just pure, unadulterated peace away from his ex-wife's voice. He bragged about feeling young again, especially being surrounded by fresh talent at the office. Life was finally looking up for him. The company was leveling up, and once things stabilized, he planned to go full main character and reclaim his lost youth. His eyes drifted toward Nahesu. A girl like that. She was the perfect canvas for his brand new life story. He'd been scouting her during every team dinner. She was humble, diligent, and clearly didn't know her own value yet. She wasn't some high-maintenance diva. 10 years apart. That was nothing. Plus, she definitely knew he was a high-rolling CEO regular. He convinced himself she'd be absolutely starstruck if a powerful man like him actually showed her some special attention. He barked for another round. When his subordinate tried to serve him, he swatted them away. He wanted Nahesu's personal touch. His team tried to keep it chill, reminding him where they were, but he wouldn't budge. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the atmosphere. "Do you have any idea who I am?" he roared. The owner scrambled over, panic rising as the staff tried to contain the fallout. He ranted about his status as a future tech mogul, while his drunken brain hallucinated a bee harassing poor Nahesu. The man was losing it. He began listing his contributions to the shop, demanding the respect he felt his wallet had purchased. He played the victim card, whining about the disrespectful service. The owner bowed low, desperately trying to extinguish the growing fire. He offered a peace offering of premium meat, but the customer wasn't buying it. He wanted something much more humiliating. "Kneel," he commanded Nahesu. In his twisted mind, she was just a lowly server who needed to be humbled. He wanted to crush her spirit. But the owner stood his ground, declaring that no amount of money bought the right to dehumanize staff. The customer let out a jagged laugh. "I built this place during the recession," he screamed, his entitlement reaching a boiling point. He threatened a full-scale boycott, vowing to drag the shop's reputation through the mud with every business owner he knew. Then the unthinkable happened. Nahesu dropped to her knees. "I'm sorry," she whispered, while the owner begged her to stand up. She took the hit for the team, insisting she was the one who messed up. She pleaded for him to keep coming back. Later, in the quiet of the kitchen, the owner was baffled. "Why?" he asked. "That man was a total monster, not worth her dignity." Nahesu's reply was chillingly practical. Business was down, and they couldn't afford to lose a high-spending regular over a little pride. She didn't want to be a burden to the boss, who had always looked out for her. The owner could only sigh in defeat. The world was a cruel place crawling with predators and their spineless enablers. But Nahesu just offered a weary, hauntingly calm smile. This wasn't her first rodeo. She'd survived much worse in the trenches of her youth, sleepless nights fueled by nothing but tears. Her heart was essentially armor now. When the owner offered her a ride, she politely declined, opting for the cold walk instead. The reason she'd picked up a second gig at a convenience store. The owner froze, completely floored by her relentless hustle. "Are you actually made of steel?" he joked weakly. Nahisu shrugged it off. It was just weekends. She could handle the grind. But the owner saw through the mask. He hesitated, finally asking the one question she feared. "How much debt are you in?" The words triggered a flashback of pure terror. Minchul, a whirlwind of destruction, smashing everything while begging for a forgiveness that wouldn't come. He had desperately begged for a clean slate, promising a fairy tale reunion if she just cleared his massive debt. Nahisu exhaled sharply, pushing the memory aside with a faint smile as the wind rattled the shop's fragile door. She feared debt collectors were lurking, yet she clung to hope, while a toxic customer finally stumbled out into the night. Dazed by alcohol, he spat that watching her grovel on her knees was a thrill. Had he only shown some decency, she might have complied, but his arrogance ruined it. He wondered if this beauty even realized who he truly was. Convinced she couldn't stay hidden forever, he decided to crush her spirit now, to ensure her absolute loyalty later. After that harsh lesson, he figured a small act of kindness next time would make her fall for his charm. He chuckled, oblivious to Beomte stalking him from the shadows. The creep planned to corner Nahisu alone next week. Suddenly, Beomte's kick sent him face first into the pavement. Fuming, the man scrambled up, demanding to know his attacker. He screamed if the boy had a death wish, but Beomte remained unfazed, coldly grabbing the man's head in a vice grip. He asked who was really facing death. Paralyzed by the sudden agony, the man froze as Beomte dared him to strike. Goading him to try, the man shrieked about respect, accusing Beomte of having no regard for his elders. He bragged about his boxing glory and swung a punch. Beomte didn't move, smirking as he mocked the pathetic effort. Confused and desperate, the man demanded his identity. Beomte simply told him this was his chance to find out. A brutal barrage of fists followed, knocking him senseless. Later, the scene shifted back to Nahisu's quiet convenience store shift. The night was busy, but she preferred the solitude. Working alone felt far more peaceful than facing the world. With the streets empty, she leaned against the counter, drifting into a light sleep until the bell finally chimed. Her eyes snapped open and she froze. It was him again. She wondered if fate was tethering them together in this neighborhood. First the flower shop, then the restaurant, and now here. Since she was alone, there was no escaping his gaze. Deciding they should remain strangers, she tried to act professional, but her heart raced as she prepared to serve him. As she turned, her breath caught at the sight of the bandage. Looking closer, she realized his face was a mess. Total shock washed over her as she stared at his battered features. She couldn't believe the state Beomte was in. Dark bruises and a split lip marred his face. It was undeniably real, and her mind began to race with worry. What kind of monster would do this to a kid? Disturbed, she wrestled with whether or not she should intervene. They were supposed to be strangers, so she looked away. But a simple bandage wouldn't fix that kind of damage. Without proper care, it would only get worse. Beomte remained silent, leaving Nahisu to dwell in the heavy tension. For a long minute, she feared he'd think she was overstepping. It felt reckless to care for a stranger like this. But then a soft smile touched Beomte's lips. He leaned in, asking her exactly what he was supposed to do. He stepped closer, his voice strangely polite as he asked for her guidance. Nahisu noted his change in tone. She wondered if he was still just a boy, but she let it go. Beomte realized his speech had turned informal. Intrigued by the vibe, Beomte followed her outside. Nahisu handed him a packet of ointment meant to heal skin. When he claimed he didn't know how to use it, she sighed at his lack of common sense and stepped in. She told him to hand it over and warned him to stay still, even if the medicine stung his wounds. As she applied the cream to his lip, she asked if it hurt. He just smiled, saying it only tickled. Curious, she asked his age. He claimed to be a full-grown adult, though his answer felt suspiciously vague and strange. She questioned him further, wondering why a grown man was out getting into street fights. He quickly denied the accusation. When pressed about the injuries, he insisted it wasn't his fault. It was simply the reality of being poor and desperate. Those words hit home. Nahisu quietly confessed that she understood, her heart sinking as the painful memories resurfaced. A life of struggle just like her own. She saw her younger self in him, trapped in a cycle of poverty and violence. Staring into his eyes, she saw her own reflection. She realized she couldn't walk away from him now. A sudden ache filled her chest. Noticing her gaze, Beomte teased if she was soft-hearted. Nahisu didn't bother to deny it. He had asked to be friends before, and this time she finally agreed that they should get to know each other. He jokingly asked to call her Nuna, but she shut that down fast, telling him Auntie was more appropriate. Beomte smiled and thanked God, turning his head away when she asked why. Perhaps he just felt sorry for her. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a bar, where Mingle was partying wildly with his loyal employees. Round 3, and he was already dreading the thought of returning to that miserable dump he called home. Ari slumped beside him, her vision blurring as her boss slid yet another drink across the table. When she wavered, he pressured her, asking if she was really gonna bail. Ari folded instantly, pouring a fresh glass. Minchul knew that 5-person cocktail of soju and beer was lethal. Ari's head began to spin as the world tilted. The alcohol flushed her face, making her look wrecked. This third round was all for Minchul's sake. But the hype felt forced and irritating. Minchul didn't care. He swapped her empty glass for a full one and smirked. Flexing his ego, he promised it was just beer. Ari's stomach did backflips, her heart racing at his attention. She thrived on the thrill. Meanwhile, the crew began roasting Minchul, digging for tea on his dating life. They giggled, pestering him about his ideal girl, and more importantly, who was a total deal-breaker. Minchul paused, Nahesu's face flickering in his mind. He confessed he couldn't stand women who were constantly gloomy. Like some depressing auntie with zero vibe wearing baggy, tattered undies just for comfort. The table erupted in laughter. Everyone chimed in. One guy joked that for a single dude, Minchul sure sounded like a bitter husband. They were low-key suspicious. Why was his dislike list so oddly specific? Usually, celebs keep it vague, but the second they catch feelings, the details get suspiciously vivid. Minchul was checking all those boxes, no matter how much he played it off as a joke. Maybe he just craved the validation. He sighed, dismissing their theories as total cap while brushing them off. He claimed he only had eyes for stylish young babes, not some dusty middle-aged housewife. Cut to Nahesu, who was replaying her first encounter with Beomtae. She remembered him introducing himself with that unique name. In the present, she mused on how rare his name was, glad they'd actually managed to connect. Her smile faded seeing Minchul's silence on her phone. He must be drowning in work, she told herself. Corporate life was a grind after all. She didn't want to nag. Meanwhile, Minchul was helping a stumbling Ari, who was absolutely wasted. He asked for her address, offering to call an Uber if she could manage. Ari nodded, but instead of words, she threw her arms around him. Minchul froze. This was getting messy. To her, he was special, not like the other creeps. Torn by her feelings, she felt the frustration boil over. Why was this so annoying? She just wanted to play dumb. She begged him to do the same, just like every other guy would. One more round, Minchul. Just one more, she pleaded. Expressionless, he just asked where the destination was. While Nahesu worked the shop, Minchul was living it up with Ari. But a heavy toxic dread began to settle over Nahesu. It was thick and suffocating like humid air before a storm. A primal warning that things were about to break. Despite her past scars, a darker abyss was opening up. Minchul, however, was blissfully ignoring the consequences, soaking up every second with Ari. Nahesu trudged down the street, battling exhaustion before her next brutal shift. When she finally stepped inside, her heart sank. Minchul's side of the bed was still empty. Morning light hit, and Minchul finally bothered to call. He sounded completely unfazed. He claimed the dinner went late, so he just crashed at a sauna. I'm a grown man, Sue. He mocked her, asking if she was really calling the cops over 2 nights out. He snidely asked if she just missed having him around to watch her sleep. Toxic much. But the moment Ari appeared, he hung up on her instantly. Nahesu stood there in silence. Fearing he was spiraling again, habitual anxiety kicked in, but his cold indifference cut the deepest. She played the fool, lying to her while her heart slowly withered away in the dark. The scene shifts to a boy passing by as Beomtae calls out to Jihu. Jihu froze in shock. He was stunned. Beomtae never remembered anyone's name, so why was he being so friendly now? When Beomtae waved again, Jihu turned genuinely confused about how the guy even knew him. Beomtae mentioned they were classmates in sophomore year. Jihu nodded, recalling the old days, when Beomtae was always the center of attention. He wondered if Beomtae even noticed him then, since he usually stayed out of trouble and never messed with the quiet kids in the back. Beomtae usually keeps to himself, but this sudden favor makes Jiho's internal alarm bells ring. Jiho smells a scam. Then Beomtae drops a random question. What's your shoe size? Utterly baffled, Jiho admits his feet are unusually large for his frame. Hearing size 11, Beomtae smirks and suggests they swap shoes right now. This is insane. Beomtae's Hermans are worth a fortune while Jiho's sneakers are trashed. Jiho's kicks are barely worth $50. He's stunned as Beomtae asks, is it a go? Jiho hesitates, processing the lopsided deal. Is this some twisted form of bullying or a gift? Beomtae insists it's cool and thanks him. Jiho just shrugs, hiding his utter confusion. Watching Beomtae walk away, Jiho feels like he just accidentally pulled off a major heist. Maybe the rumors were true. Beomtae actually seems like a decent, albeit weird kid. Still, an aura of isolation clings to him. Later, Beomtae dozes off outside a shop. Suddenly, a hand snatches his earbud. It's Hiji looking for some drama. She listens in and immediately cringes at the bizarre song about random middle-aged women. Beomtae claims it's a banger, earning a total idiot from Hiji. Then she spots his feet. She stares in disbelief. Those beat-up sneakers are definitely not his usual style. When did he start wearing such trashy shoes? He just claims they're comfortable. Hiji calls him delusional. Meanwhile, Dongwook's crew is prowling the street nearby. A lackey spots Hiji with Beomtae. Jealousy flares. Why does everyone flock to that guy? Dongwook snorts, chalking it all up to Beomtae's pretty boy looks and nothing more. He asks if the guy even owns a mirror. His friend just mocks him back. Bro, look at yourself, the friend sneers. Dongwook isn't even in the same league. He laughs about how quickly Heeji dumped Dongwook. Dongwook snaps, telling him to shut it. His eyes burn with envy as he watches Heeji's gaze linger on Beomtae. Back at the flower shop, Nahisu suddenly apologizes, leaving her friend totally confused. She sighs, realizing she totally misread the rose guy's signals about her. Seeing him buy flowers for someone else now just stings her pride every time. She feels like a fool for the misunderstanding, and a wave of guilt hits her. A memory of their past encounter flashes by, but she keeps it buried deep down. Soon she's daydreaming about Beomtae's honey-like voice, wishing he'd just walk in again. Suddenly, Beomtae enters with a smile. Nahisu gasps someone scratched his perfect face. He strolls up and casually mentions he's there for his usual bouquet. The proximity catches her off guard. Heart racing, she asks what he needs. He grins, saying they're close enough that she should know. She heads for the roses. He follows her outside like a shadow as she gathers the fresh blooms. He jokingly asks for a friend discount. Nahisu shuts him down instantly. He keeps teasing about an acquaintance deal. Nahisu is frozen by the playful tension. What is this vibe? Beomtae shrugs off the rejection and asks what she's doing later. She warns him that his persistence is definitely going to get him in trouble. Inwardly, Beomtae relishes the idea of being scolded, but she has to work. She politely declines, explaining she's clocked in and doesn't have time to play. He reminds her they've already shared a meal together at the restaurant. She nods, recalling the moment. He notes they've barely scratched the surface of knowing each other. He sighs that she's always on the move. That's adult life, she replies. Is it? He questions, admitting he hates the idea of growing up. Nahisu is surprised. Seeing the exhaustion in his eyes, she wonders about his generation. He catches her staring. Staring up, Hisu wondered if he hit 190 centimeters, comparing his towering frame to Minchul. Minchul stood at 180, but Beomtae felt massive. He smirked, teasing her for being such a height expert. Hisu stammered a denial, blaming it on 13 years of living under the same roof as Minchul. From his outfits to his underwear, she handled everything. Beomtae leaned in, joking about being jealous, leaving her puzzled. She shook her head, insisting there was no reason for envy, since he was already the taller one. A soft chuckle escaped Beomtae. When Hisu asked what was so funny, he just played it off coolly. He offered a walk to the shop and she agreed, touched by the sweet gesture. As they walked, she noticed. Suddenly, she spotted Beomtae's beat-up shoes. He carried himself so well, she hadn't realized how worn they actually were. Why buy flowers when he needed new kicks? Her curiosity won out, and she finally decided to ask him. She questioned his daily flower budget, suggesting a more practical use for the cash. Beomtae just flashed a smile. He noted that being broke didn't mean one couldn't appreciate beauty. Hisu was left speechless by his answer. His words were a splash of vibrant color in her gray life. Instantly, she felt embarrassed by her narrow perspective. She always served others, but never treated herself. Realizing he was right, she gave him a quiet nod of agreement. After thanking him for the company, Beomtae grinned, hoping they'd cross paths more often in the future. He handed over the bouquet. Meanwhile, Ari scanned the area for Minchul, guessing he was off having a smoke break. An employee suddenly grilled Minchul about his progress with Ari. Tucked away in the corner, Ari overheard every single word. She stayed hidden listening. The coworker admitted his jealousy, mentioning how Ari initially seemed way too high maintenance. Turns out, she was actually chill. He warned that young girls have zero loyalty and change their minds instantly. He claimed they eventually trade looks for money, advising Minchul to lock her down while she's still young. He even crudely asked if Minchul had scored yet. Visibly annoyed, Minchul shut the conversation down immediately. Minchul questioned if the guy was truly an assistant manager. When he confirmed, Minchul's voice turned ice cold. He pointed out that after years at the firm, the guy was still stuck at a bottom-tier management level. He suggested the man should focus on work rather than gossip, sarcastically asking what was with the smug look. Calling him a loser and telling him to pipe down, Minchul walked off, leaving the man fuming in the shadows. Muttering insults, Minchul laughed. It was hilarious that a guy like that thought he could give life advice. A guy who only knew women from clubs was lecturing him. Suddenly, Ari came sprinting toward Minchul. She threw her arms around him, admitting she'd been hesitant because things were moving at warp speed. She feared he'd ghost her after they got intimate, but she sensed Minchul was built differently. He was special. As Minchul pulled her in, Ari felt a wave of love, vowing never to let him go. He belonged to her forever. Back home, Hisu had already prepared a full meal for Minchul. Her note told him to reheat his favorite ribs. But while she sat in silence, Minchul was out celebrating. He was whining and dining airy as the night chilled. In her solitude, Hisu's phone buzzed with a message. Beomtae wished her luck making her beam. He felt so pure and refreshing compared to everyone else. He seemed shielded from the world's ugliness, just a romantic boy who believed in the power of flowers. Later at the hotel, Hisu dealt with a sketchy customer, demanding a room for the night. He rudely asked her to call girls over. Staying composed, Hisu demanded his credit card for the booking first. She brushed off his gross request. Confused, the man handed over his card while grumbling about the room. Hisu held her ground, refusing to entertain his demands. Just then, a new guest stepped into the lobby. He inquired about vacancies. Once Hisu confirmed, he dropped his card, demanding to book every single remaining room. Stunned, Hisu asked for clarification. As the man nodded, a notification lit up Byumtae's phone screen. The first customer stormed out of the hallway, ranting about how the business only catered to the elite. He cursed under his breath as Byumtae followed him silently. Back inside, the hotel owner finally arrived. She was shocked to see a full house. Thrilled, she told Hisu that business was finally booming again. She insisted Hisu head home early. Exhausted but relieved, Hisu packed up her things to leave. Feeling strangely blessed, even the dark, scary streets felt warm and welcoming as she made her way home. Oblivious to the looming chaos, she enjoyed this fleeting silence, unaware it was just the prelude to a total meltdown. Later, while Hisu prepped dinner, a text popped up from Byumtae, warning her about the biting chill outside. He urged her to bundle up, blowing up her phone with sweet reminders to take it easy and rest. A wave of warmth hit Hisu, realizing how electrifyingly fresh youth felt with every surprise notification lighting up her screen. The faint aroma of springtime seemed to cling to her. Meanwhile, at the club, Byumtae smirked at his phone. Beside him, Dong-hoon caught the vibe and demanded to know what was so hilarious all of a sudden. Byumtae admitted a girl was ghosting his calls, sparking instant teasing from Dong-wook, who guessed he was finally hooked. He wondered if Heji knew about this mystery girl. Suddenly, the camera cuts back to the quiet of Hisu's home. Minchul snuck up for a back hug, whispering a question about the menu. Hisu softly replied, "It is seaweed soup." Craving a taste, Minchul begged for a bite. Hisu quickly cautioned him that it was still steaming hot. Despite her warnings, he demanded she blow on it first. As she carefully cooled the spoonful for him, after the first bite, he teased her, playfully questioning if any other wife could possibly compete with her cooking. This sudden sweetness wasn't fueled by guilt, even after he'd spent the last few days tangled with another woman. A strange melancholy washed over him, watching her play the perfect housewife despite his betrayals in the outside world. Her world felt frozen in time. He questioned if this toxic dynamic actually kept their bond alive. Did cheating really make them stronger? Hisu broke his trance, asking if something was bothering him. He brushed it off, thanking her for the perfume money. When she asked if he'd made the purchase, he confessed he hadn't, claiming work was hectic, though her tireless effort to earn that cash made him hesitate. Softly, Hisu insisted it was fine, and urged him to treat himself to that scent. To him, she was predictably dull, a kind but strangely passive soul who never complained about a thing. His hand brushed against her, sending a jolt of awkwardness through her as he mentally compared her to Ari. Closing the distance, he made a sudden move. Stunned, Hisu stepped back, asking if he'd totally lost his mind. He scoffed, asking if she really thought he was some monster who'd snap over a little rejection. Dismissing her, he saw her as nothing more than a common wildflower he'd plucked years ago on a whim. A once vibrant bloom now faded and forgotten, unable to shine without the very care he refused to give her. Later, lounging comfortably, Minchul texted Ari, pretending his weekend was just a quiet, boring staycation at home. Ari asked to meet. Minchul debated whether he should actually go see her. He needed that perfume, but should he take his wife instead? Suddenly, a memory from the past flashes back. Years ago, a younger Hisu winced at a price tag, shocked by how insanely expensive a simple outfit was. Minchul had asked what caught her eye, but she quickly pivoted, moving toward a designer handbag instead. He asked if she wanted it, but she declined, while he noted it was a high-end luxury piece. It cost over 1 million won, leaving her floored. She couldn't fathom a bag costing that much money. As they left, Minchul muttered a curse, the sharp memory of her naivety stinging him all over again. She was clueless about high fashion, making him wonder why he'd even bother taking such a basic girl shopping. With zero hesitation, Minchul sent a text to Ari. Ari gets a text to meet up later. Meanwhile, Byumtae receives a notification, photos of Minchul and Ari together. Without blinking, he burns the evidence to ash. The next morning, Hisu's eyes feel heavy with exhaustion. Despite her Mart shift looming, Byumtae pings her, asking for a quick face-to-face after she clocks out. Hisu worries if something went sideways, especially after seeing him walking around with fresh wounds. It feels weird stressing over him, but she agrees to a quick meetup on her way to work. She hopes the walk keeps her awake. To her surprise, Byumtae is already stationed outside waiting. When Hisu appears, she notes his vibe seems different today. Byumtae just gives a simple nod. As he smiles, Hisu can't help but notice his aura feels unexpectedly mature and heavy. Navigating the narrow alley, Hisu warns him that her schedule is tight. She's on the clock. Byumtae asks if she's working again, then insists on escorting her safely to the convenience store. Did she even mention the store? He doesn't say, instead, remarking on how sketchy the dark alley looks. Under the night sky, Hisu reminds him she's a grown-up who doesn't scare easily. BMT admits he's the one who's spooked. Hisu jokes that his massive frame is a literal human shield. With a sigh, he trails behind her like a bodyguard. Hisu just brushes off his playful antics. "Just follow quietly," she teases. But as they walk, BMT suddenly spots marks on her neck. He stops her dead in her tracks. Startled, Hisu asks what's wrong, and BMT finally points it out. He claims it looks like a mosquito bite. Hisu argues it's winter, and the mark doesn't even hurt. He doubts it's a bug. Hisu's mind flashes back to Minchol's bite as she frantically denies everything. Overwhelmed by shame, she hastily doubles down, insisting it must just be a weird winter insect. Closing the distance, he offers a band-aid. Hisu freezes for a beat before letting him patch her up. She's touched by his sweetness, yet dying of embarrassment at the thought of anyone seeing the mark. She keeps the bandage on. While applying it, BMT asks why she's been ghosting his messages. Hisu explains she only just saved his number. But BMT isn't satisfied with that answer. He wasn't asking about his contact info, but her lack of replies. Hisu stalls, totally unsure what to say. BMT mentions he's still sore from yesterday's fight, leaving Hisu wondering about his injuries. Did he really use a band-aid without any real medicine? BMT just gives a low, soft chuckle. He says your silence makes him sad. Hisu remembers his text, realizing she's never received such sweet messages. That kind of affection was totally foreign to her. She simply had no idea how to respond. Was a reply even needed? But hearing how much her silence hurt him, she begins to feel guilty. She finally understands the sting of being left on read after sending message after message. Turning to him, she offers a sincere apology, admitting she was just lost for words. She confesses she isn't used to this. She shrugs, saying being friends with an older woman is probably boring. To Hisu, this kid was her anchor, a lucky encounter she embraced because of Minchol's constant nagging. Minchol always complained about her lack of friends. BMT reassures her that no apology is necessary. He reached out because he wanted to, admitting he was just acting like a bratty kid earlier. He insists his feelings aren't her responsibility. No apologies, no pressure, just her choice. Whether she wants to avoid making him sad or just act on a whim, he wants her free. The next day, Hisu finds herself drawn to a flower display. She calls out to the shop owner. She asks for a single rose priced at 10,000 won. The owner offers it for free. Hisu refuses. This is a gift for herself, and she insists on paying the full price. Heading home, BMT's words loop in her mind. Through her mental haze, one desire is crystal clear. She wanted to buy a flower for herself. She gazes at the rose, mesmerized by its beauty. Just one flower makes her home feel warmer. She wonders if she should snap a photo and send it. Is it too trivial? Seeing BMT's old messages, she decides to hit send on the picture anyway. Just then, Minchol barged inside while on a call. He mutters that he's only stopping by briefly. Minchol ditches his stiff suit, dying for something casual. While browsing, he casually rings Ari on the phone. Initially inviting her over, he instantly pivots, deciding it is better they meet at her place instead. Suddenly spotting Nahisu, he kills the call. He corners her, demanding why she is home at this hour. She explains it is just a quick stop, asking if his shift ended. Minchol lies, claiming work is not done. He is only back for a wardrobe change. Heading inside, he bluntly asks where his fresh underwear is kept. Nahisu offers help, but he snaps that he will manage. Suddenly, a bright flower catches his cold gaze. Intrigued, he questions the plant. Nahisu admits she bought it just to bring some life into the house. She calls it a small, useless luxury for them. Yet, strangely, the sight of it shifts something. Looking at her, a weird warmth hits his chest. Though boring and dry, she represented his painful youth. He cannot grasp why this single flower in her hand is stirring such intense, buried emotions. He had another woman planned, yet seeing Nahisu standing there so plain and awkward makes his vision blur. Driven by pure impulse, he lunges forward and crushes his lips against hers. He tries to find balance, but Nahisu panics, whispering that it is dangerous without protection. Minchol turns violent, his hand instantly tightening around her throat. He spits that she cannot get pregnant anyway. Frustrated, he lets go, groaning about how annoying she is. He storms out into the night. Elsewhere, BMT smirks while staring at the flower photo on his phone. A group of girls approach, shocked to see him. They wonder what brings the legendary BMT here. They find it sketchy for someone like him to visit such a shady hood. They mention Dongbuk was here too. Dongbuk had also eaten here once. BMT just smiles, reflecting on the deep nature of coincidences. Beneath every random chance lies a hidden web of fate weaving together to create a single path. He whispers that the climax is near. This tragic ending was set in stone from the very beginning. A short, tear-jerking tale is unfolding. Back home, Nahisu heads to the laundry only to find a stain. Bright lipstick marks on his shirt freeze her blood. Cut to Minchol already waiting in the parking lot. Ari hops in asking about dinner, but Minchol ignores her, pulling her roughly into the car. Flustered, Ari questions his rush. This intensity is new to her, making her cheeks flush hot. She was too wasted to remember last time. Now the heat between them is becoming impossibly heavy. Ari whispers it is a safe day, fueling his fire. Meanwhile, Nahisu is spiraling over the lipstick. Distracted, she knocks over a glass. It shatters. A coworker rushes over, asking if she is bleeding. Nahisu masks her pain, claiming she is fine, even with that foreign lipstick mark haunting her mind. Since she never wears makeup, the truth is obvious, yet she tries to rationalize the impossible betrayal. Maybe it was an accident, a crowd, a collision. She clings to the hope that it is nothing serious. Just a tiny thing. Yet Minchul's terrifying glare and cold threats echo in her head. Her heart tremors under the weight. She stifles a sob, fighting back the tears that burn. Nearby, a customer screams at a friend about a cheating partner, raining down insults and harsh truths. She screams that she warned her, demanding how anyone could accept such blatant, pathetic lies. The fight turns to their lack of children. She snaps that infertility is not always the woman's fault. Who is to say the man is not the problem? With that final sting, the woman storms out. Nahisu sighs. Work used to be her sanctuary against sadness, but today her mental walls are crumbling. Every painful memory she buried is clawing its way back, completely poisoning the rest of her day. Usually she dreams of a better tomorrow to survive, but now hope feels distant. She wonders where she and Minchul really stand. Outside, Byumtae arrives on his bike, watching her closely. He senses her sorrow. It is tragic how the past haunts you the most when you try to flee. He counts her heartbreaks as he enters the store, desperate to find a way to soothe her soul. Nahisu feels his heavy gaze. She wonders why this giant stranger is just standing there watching her. He is toweringly tall, and strangely his presence feels hauntingly familiar to her broken heart. He flashes his phone screen, a cheeky message suggesting he finally earns the right to call her Nuna. Hisu just rolls her eyes, totally unbothered. You really love getting scolded, don't you? Byumtae smirks, sliding off his helmet. Seeing him gearless makes Hisu wonder why he even wore it. He casually mentions he just clocked out from his shift. When she asks if he is a delivery rider, Byumtae gives a vague, mysterious nod. Worry flickers in her eyes as she warns him how dangerous those streets can be. Sensing her concern, Byumtae leans in with a playful grin, asking if she is actually worried. Hisu bristles, wondering why he is beaming like an idiot. She tries to play it off as a joke, but her heart isn't really in the lie. It is hard to believe he is grinding through such a tough job. Still, she cannot figure out why he is standing there looking so smug. Why are you even here? She finally snaps. His answer is simple. He is starving. Realizing he hasn't eaten a single bite for dinner, she feels a pang of pity. Byumtae confirms he is on an empty stomach. Hisu scoffs at the thought, ranting about how ridiculous it is for a company to leave a kid hungry. A memory of his secret mission spying on Minchul flashes through his mind. He shrugs it off, knowing he is stuck with no other options. He steps closer, his presence heavy with hidden burdens. Seeing him like this, Hisu cannot help but think he is barely staying afloat. Taking a break is a luxury he cannot afford. Yet seeing a guy like him go hungry just doesn't sit right with her. Stop loitering and eat something, she sighs, gesturing toward the shelves. She offers to treat him to a lunchbox or some hot cup noodles. Byumtae's eyes light up as he agrees to a feast. But before he can clear the shelves, Hisu shuts him down, telling him to pick only two. He looks at her, stunned that she is actually paying. Hisu knows her bank account is crying, but she chalks it up to some much-needed good karma. Byumtae flashes a warm smile, accepting the kindness. Still, he insists he isn't some broke loser who cannot even afford a meal. He is making a living after all. He throws a curveball, asking her to choose the tastiest thing on the menu. Hisu stares at him, totally lost. Suddenly, a strange tattoo on his wrist catches her eye. Before she can get a good look, Byumtae panics and yanks his sleeve down. A moment of doubt hits him. Does she hate ink? He wonders if she now sees him as just another low-life thug from the streets. What is the story behind that, she asks. Nervously, Byumtae asks if it is a deal-breaker, even offering to get it erased if she hates it that much. Hisu ignores his rambling. She looks him dead in the eye, demanding the truth about the jagged scar hidden beneath the ink. The memory of that dark day flashes back, making him freeze. Seeing his hesitation, she whispers a heartbreaking question, asking if he did that to himself. Was his life really that agonizing? She tries to keep her voice steady, but the slight tremble in her words gives away her rising emotion. Tears shimmer in her eyes, catching him off guard. In that heavy silence, a twisted thought crosses his mind. He actually loves the way she looks at him right now. Even though she is on the brink of breaking down, she does not back off. She keeps pushing, desperate for an answer. He wonders if he should keep teasing her, curious to see just how far he can push before she completely loses it. Byumtae finally breaks the tension, claiming it was just an accident. Don't go getting the wrong idea, he adds, trying to soothe her worries. To kill the heavy vibe, he grabs the cup noodles and suggests they just dig in already. Hisu isn't buying it for a second. This kid is way too good at keeping a straight face while lying through his teeth. It is an old wound, so she lets it slide for today. Instead, she pulls another brand from the shelf and tells him to try this one instead. She hands him a premium box. When he looks confused, she simply points out it is 300 won more expensive than the cheap stuff. When an adult treats you, don't complain, just eat, she commands. There is no room for argument in her voice. Beomte sets up the table without a word. When he turns back, he finds Hisu staring into space, her face etched with pure exhaustion. Between the earlier drama and this mysterious kid, she is completely drained, yet an eerie sensation keeps nagging at her soul. Surprisingly, she does not hate this. Maybe it is because for one brief moment, the heavy gloom of the day has finally started to lift. Minchol's messy business had her in a chokehold all day, but looking at Beomte, she realizes he is a total enigma. He is a walking contradiction covered in battle scars, acting like a weirdo, and possessing the most bizarre tastes she has ever seen. He is just weird in every sense of the word. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Minchul, as Ari calls out his name with zero hesitation. "I want to marry you," Ari blabs out, hitting him like a freight train. She giggles at his stunned face, asking why he is acting so shocked. She confesses that she never planned on being a young bride. But after meeting him, those plans went right out the window. Minchul is floored. Why is a 25-year-old even thinking about settling down? But Ari does not blink an eye. 25 is literally the prime time to get hitched, she chirps. Besides, who wouldn't want a gorgeous younger girlfriend by their side? Minchul cannot help but chuckle at her logic. She is not wrong, but he still feels the need to drop some truth bombs. He has always had a soft spot for younger girls, but he wonders if it is fair for her to waste her golden years. Why rush into marriage and lose your identity in someone else's world? He tells her to forget the wedding bells for now. "Just live your life and enjoy being young," he whispers. His words hit a nerve, sending Ari into his arms as tears flood her eyes. Minchul was just playing around, but Ari's intense energy caught him totally off guard. Maybe it was her pure sheltered vibe. She had the elite school, the luxury ride, and the designer fits. One look, and you just knew she was born with a serious silver spoon. She screamed well-bred daughter. Her hair was flawlessly silky, a total 180 from Na Hisu's look. She always smelled like high-end perfume, which was actually pretty intoxicating. After a quiet beat, Ari dropped the heavy question marriage. Minchul couldn't lie. The thought had definitely crossed his mind. Curious, she kept digging, wanting to know his dream life. Honestly, he just wanted something basic. A warm apartment, a reliable family car, and a mini-me running around. That was his version of peak happiness. Ari's eyes lit up. "So, you want to be a dad?" "I did," once he admitted. That once hit her hard. Why the past tense? He chuckled, remembering Hisu's heartbreaking confession. Her body was just too fragile for kids. It was a bitter pill that used to eat at him. Truthfully, a child was a luxury they couldn't afford anyway, even without her medical issues. He told Ari the cold truth: raising a kid nowadays is impossible. So he just quit dreaming. Overcome with emotion, Ari pulled him close. "Don't give up yet. Your dream isn't dead." Suddenly, we're with Beomte, haunted by questions about the strange jagged marks on his wrist. Someone thought his ink looked like a holy proverb. Beomte could only offer a hollow, dark smirk. People only see the black ink, never the white scars, screaming for attention underneath. But Hisu, she saw right through him. She didn't even have to try. She was already inside his head. He wanted to stall until their miserable bond finally snapped. But fate had other plans. He exhaled slowly, remembering that attachment is the root of all agony. He felt the suffering coming, a visceral wave he couldn't outrun or hide from. The seeds were sown. Only misery remained. Meanwhile, Hisu was out for a walk when a familiar face appeared, but as he approached, he suddenly froze, paralyzed with terror. He was shaking, his eyes glued to a dark shadow in the alley. Then he just bolted. Hisu stood there stunned. What on earth could have terrified him that badly? Back at home, Minchul was already out cold. Was work really that draining today? He used to be a night owl, but with him barely being home lately, maybe he was just spent. Exhaustion seemed like a fair excuse. She sat by him quietly, ready to call it a night. But then his phone buzzed. Ari's name flashed on the screen, and Hisu's heart stopped. All the next day, Hisu spiraled. Should she have picked up? Should she confront the truth? A fire burned in her chest, urging her to act. She desperately wanted to demand answers. Why was someone so young and gorgeous calling him so late? She wanted to grill Minchul, to know if they were just acquaintances. The questions were screaming in her head, but she stayed silent, terrified of the truth. Then the line went dead. It's just work, she lied to herself. But the doubt remained. Back in the present, Hwajung broke her trance, shoving a photo in her face. Is she pretty or what? It was a wedding shot from her sister. The sight made Hisu's hands shake with pure envy. She dreamed of her own white dress one day, reminding Hisu that she'd already walked the aisle. Apparently the whole wedding circus, the dress, the glam, is total chaos. She pestered her about the honeymoon and the dress, gushing over how stunning Hisu must have looked. Her husband must have been the luckiest guy alive. Then the memory shifts back to when Minchul and Hisu filed their paperwork. It was processed instantly. That's it, Hisu asked, shocked. It was so simple. Minchul just shrugged. Marriage wasn't what he imagined. He offered a celebratory dinner, but Hisu shot it down. No money for fun. The house cost too much and they had to pinch every penny. Mitchell pulled Nahesu into a back hug, teasing her for being a total vibe killer. He whined playfully about being absolutely starved for steak. He insisted they go out for a feast, and Nahae-soo finally gave in. That's when Min-chul started dreaming about their future next year. Or maybe the year after. Once they finally made it, they'd have a massive wedding. She promised him she'd be a stunning bride. He vowed to buy her a high-end ring with a diamond so big it would blind people. Then he started planning their epic honeymoon. He figured famous vacation spots were popular for a reason, settling on Hawaii. The thought of those islands brought a glow to Nahae-soo's face. Mitchell then whispered about a second trip to Hong Kong, making her cheeks turn crimson. They shared a sweet, innocent laugh together. But those golden promises never became a reality. Even now officially just a stranger to Min-chul, she once believed love was enough. She only wanted their hearts to stay locked in that moment, praying he wouldn't wander too far from the love they shared. That memory shone brighter than any diamond they couldn't afford. Meanwhile, Beom-tae was busy dwelling on his own dark questions. He'd been blowing up Nahae-soo's phone with 0 replies, catching a glimpse of the mark on his neck in the mirror. He smirked, thinking she still had a soft spot for him despite the ghosting. Now he wondered what his next move should be. If he'd seen this coming, maybe he would have let them land a few more punches that day. Suddenly, a flame flickered before him. A guy stood there grinning as he offered Beom-tae a light. Beom-tae just stared back coldly, declining the offer with a flat apology. He pulled a lollipop from his mouth, making his bodyguard chuckle. Jay, the guard, cursed himself quietly for the awkward moment. He quickly apologized to Beom-tae, stammering that he just wanted to be helpful and provide a light for his boss. He confessed he was caught up in a noir movie fantasy, acting like a tough guy. Beom-tae actually finding this entertaining. Told him to go for it, shocking the guard. Jay never expected his boss to actually play along with his cinematic daydream. Beom-tae admitted he didn't recognize the guy forcing Jay to formally introduce himself. Then Beom-tae dropped a chilling question. He asked if Jay had ever buried a body, leaving the guard speechless. Lost in thought, Beom-tae continued his grim musing. He remarked that they might need to dig a grave very soon. A shaken Jay confessed that he'd never done anything that extreme. He hadn't been briefed on any disposal work, but if the pay was right and the cleanup went smoothly, he'd manage somehow. But Beom-tae just handed back the lighter, telling him to chill out because he was only joking around. As Beom-tae strolled off, Jay stood there frozen. He turned to his partner, desperately asking if that was actually a joke. He insisted that Beom-tae's expression didn't look like he was kidding at all. He started spiraling, wondering if this was real. Were they actually about to become gravediggers? He let out a shaky, nervous laugh, clearly unsure of what to believe anymore. His buddy shrugged, having no clue either. Jay begged him to say it wasn't true, feeling like his life was on the line. He then noted that bloodlines never lie. Bae Yoon-tae was a spitting image of the man in charge. Honestly, the resemblance between Bae Yoon-tae and the chairman was so uncanny, it was actually terrifying to witness. Cut to a restaurant where a woman was drowning in tears, wailing about how her husband could betray her like that. Apparently, a man who never cared about his reflection had suddenly started splurging on designer threads and high-end fashion. He'd even upgraded to luxury underwear. Back when he was a jobless bum who hated working, things were actually simpler. She hated his laziness then, but now he's suddenly a workaholic. Her friend suggested he might even have an office wife. As the woman cursed her man, Nahae-soo felt a cold shiver run down her spine. They lamented how devotion means nothing. It was all for nothing. Her friend told her to stop wasting tears on trash and just focus on her drink instead. Nahae-soo found it impossible to focus on work. Min-chul's constant late nights and ghosting were starting to take a toll. A heavy, suffocating dread settled over her. She couldn't name the feeling, but if Min-chul really was seeing someone else, Nahae-soo spiraled into pure despair, wondering what would be left of her life. She struggled to steady her racing heart. Her anxiety felt like a physical weight crushing the air right out of her lungs. The pain was becoming all too real. Every breath felt like a struggle. Her boss noticed her trembling and rushed over, clearly worried by the state she was in. He asked if she was sick and suggested she head home early. Nahae-soo could only offer a weak, shaky apology. She admitted she felt terrible. The owner noted how ghost-white she looked and asked if she needed medical help. He asked if she needed a hospital, but she insisted she was fine. He told her not to worry about work for now. He urged her to go home and rest. Nahae-soo thanked him and bolted out the door, tears finally blurring her vision. Suddenly, Beom-tae's voice echoed in her mind, reminding her to finally do whatever the hell she actually wanted to do. She ran, driven by a sudden wild impulse. The girl who never wasted a dime was now racing straight to Min-chul's company. Was that haunting whisper in her head real? Nahae-soo stood frozen outside Min-chul's office, paralyzed by hesitation. This was foreign territory. She only knew he claimed to be pulling an all-nighter at the desk. Suddenly, a staff member intercepted her, demanding to know exactly why she was loitering. Since outsiders were strictly banned, Hizu stammered that she just had something urgent to verify. The employee pressed for a name. With a shaky breath, Hizu finally confessed she was looking for Kang Min-chul. When asked about their connection, her heart hammered against her ribs in sheer terror. "I'm family," she lied. The employee squinted, noting she didn't share a single feature with him. Desperate to leave, she questioned if Minchul was actually working late, like he had promised. "I don't think so," he replied. Yet seeing her distress, he decided to grant her a pass. He swung the door open, announcing to the room that someone was there to see Minchul. Dark thoughts swirled. Affairs always leave a trail. The voices in her mind mocked relentlessly. Gather evidence or be a victim. She knew the stakes no matter how much it hurt. But deep down, Hisu wasn't hunting for a fight. She was searching for a reason to stay. She needed to prove her anxiety wrong and silence the agonizing doubt screaming in her chest. Minchul couldn't be that monster. That strange pillowcase had to have a perfectly logical explanation. She had to prove her nightly terrors were just dreams, not a warning of her reality. Even if the spark was dying, she clung to the ghost of the affection they once shared. Identifying her as family, the man at the front finally decided to let her slide. He called out for Minchul again, stressing that his visitor seemed to be in a hurry. As the office buzzed, Ari's eyes widened. She recognized Hisu instantly, amidst the growing commotion. Minchul snapped that he wasn't expecting anyone until he saw Hisu standing there, looking completely shattered. Face turning pale, he confirmed her identity before dragging her out to a private corner. The moment they were alone, he gripped her arm like a vice, hissing a low threat. "Stop, you're hurting me," Hisu pleaded as they reached the empty hallway outside. He slammed her against the wall, his face twisting into a mask of pure, unbridled rage. "What is wrong with you?" he barked. "Coming here to cause a scene, are you insane?" Hisu choked on her words, making Minchul's temper explode. "Stop stuttering and speak for once." "Please don't be mad," she whimpered, trembling under the weight of his terrifying shadow. He leaned in close, his voice a venomous crawl. "Oh, are you actually scared of me?" "It's the memories," she whispered. He groaned, visibly disgusted by her mention of the past. "I told you to drop that," he spat. "How long are you going to play the victim?" She couldn't help the way her body locked up. Years of trauma had left her permanently scarred. Fear was an instinct now. Minchul didn't care. He just demanded to know why she was there. Finally, the words she'd been suffocating on forced their way out past her trembling lips. "There was makeup on your clothes," she confessed. "It wasn't mine. Who does it belong to?" A cruel, mocking laugh escaped him. So this whole dramatic entrance was just about a little jealousy. He taunted her, weaponizing her insecurity, while she stood there, small and completely broken. "I'm not jealous," she tried to lie, her voice cracking under the pressure of his gaze. "You're delusional," he scoffed, "stalking me over a smudge. You've officially lost your mind, Hisu." "It's probably from the subway crowd," he lied smoothly. "Are you seriously this sick in the head?" "I'm done with this," he growled, turning away. "Don't you ever show your face here again." Hollow and soulless Hisu wandered into the street, accidentally colliding with a passing stranger. The man snarled an insult, but Hisu could only offer a robotic, empty apology. His girlfriend laughed, calling Hisu a freak as they prepared to walk away. But suddenly, thud, a mysterious figure intentionally slammed into the man, stopping him dead in his tracks. Whether he'd just smacked a telephone pole or not, the shadow calling out to the young man was none other than Byung-tae. After a sharp warning to watch his step, Byung-tae trailed Hisu like a phantom, mentally ticking off the distance between them. It started at 100 feet, then closed to 10. He should have been busted by now, even if he'd narrowed the gap to a mere 3 feet. Yet she remained completely oblivious, her mind drifting somewhere far away, as if trapped in a thick, internal fog. Byung-tae played the role of the nice guy to perfection, but it was a total front masking his twisted true intentions. Deep down, he craved discovery. Circling her out of habit, a sudden, desperate urge to be acknowledged finally surged within him. He yearned for his dark side to be exposed, but Hisu was too buried in her own world to notice the first snowfall. She just stared blankly at someone's retreating figure mourning her lost youth. Soon, the pristine snow would melt into bitter rain. As the shift ended, she rushed homeward. Byung-tae shot her a text, but the screen stayed dark. She didn't bother responding. Haunted by Minchul's menacing stare, the dam finally broke. She sobbed uncontrollably, crushed by the sheer weight of her emotions. Seeing her break down, Byung-tae abandoned his umbrella. He realized then that she was struggling, and he couldn't hold back any longer. After an eternity of playing the good boy, he flashed back to a moment when Hisu had told him something he couldn't forget. She praised him for staying straight despite his hellish home life, admitting that simply surviving such a path was brutal. She promised that if he just kept pushing, things would flip. But replaying those words now, Byung-tae only felt a cold sting. He realized she was dead wrong. He wasn't some saint. He was just a delusional fool who had actually believed her lies. He'd hoped everything would align, but staring at her trembling back, he knew deep down today was the absolute end. Next morning at the flower shop, Hwa-jung clocked Hisu's swollen, puffy eyes and immediately started drilling her with questions. Hisu claimed it was just late-night ramen, but Hwa-jung wasn't buying that weak excuse for a single second. Hwa-jung quipped, if the ramen came from hell itself. Hisu quickly deflected, noting they only had 10 minutes before the doors opened. She called out a quick excuse and ducked away, needing a moment of solitude. As Hisu stepped out into the air, she spiraled over Minchul's disappearance last night. She'd hoped to fix things, but a reconciliation seemed miles out of reach now. Their wedding anniversary was looming. Her plan, a sincere apology over a quiet dinner out to bridge the growing gap. She debated taking a break from the shop to celebrate, mentally shuffling her schedule to make the day special. Suddenly, a freezing coffee cup pressed against her cheek. BMT smirked, teasing her for being a total slacker on the job. As his fingers brushed her swollen eyes, Hisu snapped back that she wasn't slacking. The shop wasn't even officially open yet. BMT raised an eyebrow, handing over the brew. Is that so? Just drink up while it's still steaming hot. She muttered a thanks, but he lingered. Nothing else to say. He pushed, leaving Hisu totally confused by his cryptic tone. BMT admitted he expected a lecture for showing up unannounced. Hisu noted he seemed fully aware that he deserved a scolding. BMT playfully asked if he should be punished again, but Hisu shut that down instantly, telling him to drop it. When she questioned if he actually enjoyed being berated, BMT just blinked, acting like he had no clue what she meant. Hisu remarked that he seemed way too familiar with getting chewed out. BMT struggled to keep a straight face, stifling a laugh. Don't you dare laugh, she warned, dead serious. He quickly composed himself, insisting he wasn't into anything weird like that. Honestly, he'd take anything from her. He then dropped a bombshell he was going to start picking her up whenever he felt like it. Hisu told him to do whatever, but drew a hard line at Friday. Naturally, BMT demanded to know the reason. It's my wedding anniversary, she confessed. The news hit BMT like a physical blow, though his poker face remained flawless. Assuming she meant a date with her husband, Hisu confirmed she'd be slammed, dedicating the entire night solely to him. She wondered aloud if he even knew she was taken, since she didn't remember ever mentioning her marriage to him. BMT knew everything, including the fact that she was actually a divorcee. In his mind, he played out a dark scenario. He wondered how she'd react if he exposed the truth. Slowly, he reached out, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Claiming he'd just guessed, he admitted he was conflicted. If it were me, he started, his voice dropping, I'd hate it. He explained that if she were chatting with other guys or letting some random dude pick her up, he'd be fuming. If another man held her umbrella or bought her coffee, he'd lose it. As her husband, he'd want to be her only one. He'd have commanded any other guy to back off. Then he looked her in the eye. Hasn't your husband said anything? Hisu laughed it off, saying he was just too young to get it. In the real world, things weren't that dramatic. She explained that in a professional social life, getting a coffee or a ride from a colleague was just totally normal. BMT scoffed, mentally labeling her a fool for being blind to her husband's blatant infidelity with a younger girl. As she fretted over him with pure intentions, he coldly promised to stay out of touch for the day. Deciding to skip the pickup all week, he was surprised when Hisu declined anyway. He forced a polite farewell, urging her to feast and cherish the moments with her husband before finally making his exit. Back at Ari's place, the girl couldn't help but overthink the bizarre conversation she just had with her bestie. They were obsessing over Mitchell, a total snack who looked way too youthful and hot to be 33. Her friend agreed, mocking the cliché excuses girls use when they start falling for older, sophisticated men. Ari bragged that Mitchell was a beast in bed, boasting about his insane stamina and back-to-back rounds. He could toss her around like a doll. Her friend looked totally creeped out, staring in pure disbelief at Ari's TMI. She wondered if it was a red flag. How could a high-tier guy like him stay single until 30? Driven by suspicion, Ari cornered Minchul, demanding to see his actual home instead of checking into another motel. She wanted the real deal, not a temporary room. Mitchell's face darkened with sheer annoyance at her persistence. He growled, asking why she was so obsessed with his private space. What's so special about my place anyway? He snapped. Her own apartment was a luxury hub way beyond what any typical entry-level employee could ever afford. He mused over the office-style life, a hybrid sanctuary designed for the ultimate work-hard, live-hard grind. A place where you sleep and grind under one roof, cutting the soul-crushing commute out of the equation. His mind drifted to Hisu. He knew that no matter how far he strayed, she'd be there, rotting away in that cramped, pathetic apartment. He felt her silent devotion, yet he secretly doubted her love was even real. To him, she was just a stiff, lifeless board, zero confidence, zero spice. It drove him insane. She was an empty doll, devoid of any spark. Suddenly, he remembered her interrogation from before. She'd asked about the mysterious item found in his laundry. He let out a smirk, brushing the memory aside as Ari watched. Catching the weird vibe, she asked what was so funny, but Minchul played it off with a stone-cold lie. Despite the headache she caused, he low-key loved her jealousy. Ari pressed him again, her irritation boiling over. Before she could rant, he pulled her into a deep, aggressive kiss. To him, this affair was just a dangerous game. A thrill ride he shouldn't be on yet. The dark fantasy of being caught gave him an absolute rush. The temptation was a drug. Later, a moment of clarity hit. He couldn't keep living this double life forever. He confessed he was basically a broke leech living off family. If Ari saw his real dump, she'd bolt. He expected her to ghost him, but Ari doubled down, claiming she didn't give a damn about his status. He laid it all bare. No family, no degree, absolutely nothing to his name. Ari went dead silent. He waited for the inevitable rejection. Instead, Ari wrapped her arms around him in a tight, protective embrace. She whispered that his past didn't matter. She was all in regardless of who he really was. When he finally invited her over, silence hung in the air. Cut to his actual home life. Hee-soo noticed him stirring early and asked if he was up. Mitchell coldly stated he had to hit the office. She timidly asked about his schedule, but he brushed her off with a vague, "I'll see when I get there." As he headed to the shower, she told herself he was just overworked and decided to bring it up later. She blitzed through her office chores, eyes glued to her phone, praying for a single message from her husband. Finally, a notification popped up. The verdict: working late, don't wait up. The classic cheater's excuse. He acted like he was doing her a favor, since she was busy too. She forced a smile, texting back her confirmation. She told him not to stress, though her heart sank. She'd hoped he'd remember their special anniversary today. But she knew better expectations only lead to pain. Elsewhere, Jay prepared to check in with his boss for his shift. While he clocked in, Ari was glowing, relishing the high of the wild night they just shared. She was shocked he'd let her into his sanctuary so quickly given his usual cold and detached vibe. She figured he'd keep his distance forever. When he asked if she enjoyed it, Ari beamed with pure validation. Being at his place made this feel real, way more mature than the childish flings of her past. Because it was him, everything felt perfect. Even when he warned her the heating was absolutely trash. Minchul warns of the biting chill, but Ari brushes it off, promising to keep him warm with some serious cuddling. Ari confesses her love for his warm touch. Minchul plays along, offering hugs or hand-holding whatever her heart desires. He'll be whatever she needs. Ari giggles while Minchul darkly muses about how some women are suckers for punishment. He thinks of Hee-soo, who wasted a decade in this living hell. With that cold thought, he turns to Ari. Telling her he needs to swap clothes, he decides a quick exit is his best move right now. Hurrying inside, Minchul gets self-conscious about the aging house, warning her not to look too closely at the flaws. Ari insists the place is immaculate, though. She recalls her mother saying old houses never truly shed their grime. No matter how hard you scrub, the age still shows. She wonders how much work it took to look this good. Showering him with praise, she tells Minchul he's absolutely incredible for maintaining such a tidy sanctuary. He soaks up the ego boost despite knowing damn well Hee-soo is the one who did all the heavy lifting. He spots Ari shivering. Realizing the cold is biting, he insists they head deeper into the house for warmth. The living room is like an icebox. Minchul notes that a girl like her wouldn't last a day here. He warns her she'll catch a cold casually, suggesting that their next rendezvous should happen at her place. Ari doesn't mind the chill, retorting that his embrace is the only radiator she'll ever need to stay cozy. With him around, she's warm enough. As Minchul leans in for a kiss, his mind drifts to Hee-soo's trembling form. He wonders if Hee-soo is freezing today, or if the sudden drop in temperature this week is finally breaking her. He suggests they huddle close to steal each other's heat, but the thought of Hee-soo's recent behavior sours the mood. He shrugs it off. He'll scrub her from his memory soon enough and enjoy a peaceful, solitary night's sleep. Despite a nagging sense of unease, he keeps kissing Ari, the guilt barely a blip on his radar. There's a twisted thrill in being with Ari right where Hee-soo spent the best years of her miserable life. Meanwhile, Hee-soo is curled up in bed, her back literally scarred by the trauma of their shared past. The pain is a permanent houseguest, breaking her spirit piece by piece. Their love was choked out by pure misery. Elsewhere, Tai quickly changes before hitting the local convenience store for some late-night supplies. The clerk is instantly struck by his height and killer looks, but her admiration quickly turns into total confusion. She stares at the massive pile of food, wondering if he's stocking up for a literal survival mission or something. As she rings him up, the mountain of items leaves her speechless. What could one guy possibly need all this for? Hot packs. She guesses he's heading for the mountains, but he shuts that theory down with a mysterious look. He has a specific mission. Elsewhere, Tae approaches a girl smoking outside and asks her to find Hee-soo. The restaurant owner heads inside, noticing Hee-soo looks flushed and asking if she's coming down with something serious. Hee-soo admits she's got a nagging fever and a cold, but tries to play it cool despite her exhaustion. She wonders who's asking for her. The owner mentions there's someone waiting out in the cold to see her. A spark of hope ignites. Is it Minchul? She tries to stay grounded, but her heart refuses to listen. Her expectations skyrocket. The owner tells her to go ahead, since the shop is empty for the moment anyway. Hee-soo races out her mind, spinning with the idea that Minchul didn't actually forget their wedding anniversary after all. Maybe this was all a grand surprise. Her heart beats against her ribs as she anticipates his face. She calls his name, but the street is empty. Her heart sinks. Was this just some cruel, sick prank? Before she can process the disappointment, a pair of arms suddenly wrap around her from behind, catching her off guard. It's Tae whispering Nuna. Hee-soo snaps at him instantly, reminding him she told him never to use that title. She demands to know why he's there, warning him that her patience is officially running thin this time around. But his heavy, ragged breathing stops her cold. Panic sets in as she asks if he's seriously injured. She pulls him closer and Beomte apologizes through the haze, admitting he couldn't stay away despite her warnings. He's burning up. Hisu's eyes widen as she realizes he's dangerously sick, her maternal instincts kicking into high gear. She frantically asks what's wrong, begging him to tell her where it hurts as she checks his soaring temperature. He mutters that he doesn't know, only that the fever is crushing him. Hisu can't believe he walked this far. She insists he needs to get home, take some meds, and crash immediately before he collapses right there. Beomte dropped a bombshell. He wasn't going back home. Hisu felt a cold wave of concern wash over her. She pressed for answers, but his vacant, hollow stare told her everything. Something was seriously broken inside of him. He had hinted at a nightmare waiting back there, a place where peace was a luxury he simply couldn't afford. Flashes of those bruises she saw earlier haunted her mind. "Wait right here," she commanded, her voice trembling slightly. As she turned, his hand clamped around her wrist in desperation. "I am not ghosting you," she whispered, reassuring him. She just needed to clear some time with her boss. A faint, fragile smile touched his lips as he let go. With her shift covered, she led him away. Since Minchul was pulling a late night, she finally had a window. He could crash at her place for a couple of hours, just enough time for him to stop looking like a ghost. Her apartment was basically a relic, old and cramped, but it was a sanctuary compared to the cold streets. She glanced at his tall frame, worried her tiny studio would feel like a cage for someone his size. She questioned if it was even okay for him to be hunched over in such a tight space while sick. Despite the fever, he was actually grinning. It was low-key absurd seeing a grown man beaming while he was literally falling apart. "I am just hyped to finally see you again," he admitted. His sudden honesty caught her completely off guard. She rolled her eyes, teasing him for finding joy in the weirdest moments. "You are seriously one of a kind," she joked. "Stop acting like a stranger and just visit like you used to," she confessed, feeling the weight of her own solitude. The silence of her daily commute without the usual neighborhood kids was starting to get to her lately. Beomte's expression shifted instantly. "Then I will be there." Every single day, he promised, his voice thick with resolve. She silently prayed that light in his eyes would not fade. His pure, unfiltered joy was becoming impossible to ignore. They reached the threshold. As they headed down the stairs, she wondered if the layout was still familiar to him. "It is freezing and tiny," she warned, "but it beats the hell out of your situation right now." She urged him inside, desperate to get some medicine into him so he could finally pass out and recover. But as she reached for the handle, she froze. A faint glow spilled from under the door. The lights were on. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Why would the house be lit up at this hour? She reached for the doorknob. Muffled voices drifted from within, sending a violent shiver down her spine. Her knuckles turned white against the handle. Then she heard it. Ari's voice calling out for Minchul. The realization hit her like a physical blow, the ultimate betrayal. Infidelity did not just kill love. It nuked trust, faith, and every single memory they had built over the years. Everything was shattered. She stood paralyzed, absorbing the poison until Beomte's hand pressed firmly against her back. "Do not you dare run," he hissed into her ear. "Stay. Face this nightmare head-on. Witness the funeral of your love," he whispered. His voice had turned ice-cold, cutting through her fragile reality. That lazy, casual tone from inside confirmed the brutal truth. Their marriage was not just failing, it was already dead. The sparkling past she had been clinging to had finally turned to ash. "Let me go," she choked out, struggling. She tore herself away and charged through the door, screaming. Beomte watched, stunned by her sudden burst of desperation. Inside, the air was thick with tension. Ari was pouting, whining that she was not ready for the night to end. Minchul tried to play the responsible adult, reminding her she had a job to get to in the morning. But before they could leave, the door exploded open. Hisu barged in her presence like a sudden lightning strike. "Oh, it is just that relative from before," Ari scoffed, but Minchul's face went pale. He looked absolutely terrified. "Why are you here so early?" he stammered. Hisu's eyes burned with a mixture of agony and pure rage. "Is that all I am to you? A damn family member," she demanded. Minchul internally cursed his rotten luck. He tried to deflect, asking about her timing, but she shut him down instantly. "The time does not matter, coward. If you had just stayed away for one more hour, none of this would be happening," Minchul roared in frustration. He tried to brush past her, muttering about talking later, but she lunged at him, her screams echoing. "Where do you think you are going?" she shrieked. "Answer me right now." After 13 years of sharing a life, she was being reduced to a mere acquaintance. The disrespect was suffocating. Ari watched the chaos with a cold, detached gaze. "What is with the drama?" she asked, her voice dripping venom. Ari turned to walk out, bored of the scene. "Wait, it is not what it looks like," Minchul begged. He spat that she was irrelevant, but Ari snapped, hurling insults and forcing her way past him. Minchul desperately clung to their marriage, ignoring the cold reality that their divorce was ancient history. The bonds were severed. She wasn't family, just a total stranger now, and that brutal truth shattered her soul. That word, stranger, sent Hisu over the edge. She lunged, fistful of his hair as their screams collided in fury. Min-chul reeled from her assault while she demanded how he could dare cast her aside like a nobody. Snapping, Min-chul shoved her back, declaring he was done with this hell. He dropped a bomb he was seeing someone else. Someone fresh and sweet. He mocked her with the cute description, sneering if that finally made things clear. Is this a breakup, he challenged, practically daring her to walk away if she actually had the nerve. Min-chul bellowed Ari's name into the void, his voice swallowed by an eerie hollow silence. Hisu's gaze landed on the wreckage, a shattered bottle and a solitary dying flower left on the table. Her hands shook as a deluge of tears fell. She collapsed into a sob, her heart literally leaking through her eyes. Outside, Min-chul begged Ari to stop, but she fought his grip, desperate to escape his toxicity. He panicked about office rumors trying to manipulate her into talking by admitting he'd buried the truth. He feared his divorced label would disgust her swearing. His feelings were the only real thing he had. Sincere Ari scoffed. With your ex-wife still in the picture, Min-chul scrambled to spin a new lie. He painted Hisu as an obsessed stalker, claiming she was a parasite clinging to his workplace. Overhearing this, Byamtae felt the temperature drop. A dark thought crossed his mind. Maybe he should just end him. Hisu stood there, withered, her vibrant youth drained away, a ghost of the woman she used to be. But ending it wasn't that simple. Destruction was coming slow, agonizing, and dripping with pure, unadulterated malice. He'd forgotten the love he once held, choosing instead a path paved with cowardice and constant escape. Now his filthy, sickening secrets were laid bare. The mask had finally slipped, revealing the hideous truth. Even as she prepared to leave, his heart throbbed. This was the total collapse of everything he'd craved. Watching her break felt like a physical blow. He tried to tune it out, but her wails pierced his soul. What did she want? He was ready to cave to any demand she could possibly make. Stepping inside, he vowed to give her the world. Whatever she desired or wanted to do, he was in. He'd follow her to the ends of the earth. If she needed blood on his hands, he'd kill. But she'd never ask. She was too broken to even hate the man who had destroyed her life. Burned out and hollow, she had no love left to give and absolutely nothing left to ask of him. As he watched her stare at his back, he felt completely paralyzed by his own guilt. Byamtae pondered the nature of love, realizing that being a slave to your emotions was its own prison. Why was it so special if it hurt this much? He whispered, for Hisu to finally stop the tears. He warned her that crying would only leave her eyes burning and her throat raw with pain. With her workload, getting sick now would be a disaster. She couldn't afford to break down. Suddenly, Hisu lunged at him, a blur of motion before the scene cut to her unconscious in a hospital bed. Byamtae reached out his hand, hovering over her face. He mused that he'd take it slow, step by step. He'd scrub every memory clean. As long as she drew breath, those deep scars would eventually fade away. Byamtae stepped outside into the cool air where Jay met him with a look of pure relief. Jay explained that the fever shot and some solid rest would have her back on her feet soon. Byamtae didn't look convinced. Jay shrugged, noting that at least it wasn't anything life-threatening this time. Still, a fever that intense meant she'd been running on fumes and ignoring her body for way too long. The fact she never once took a break was insane. Byamtae wondered what drove her to that extreme. Jay admitted he couldn't wrap his head around it. He couldn't imagine living a life that suffocating. Even under pressure or threats, her endurance was terrifying. Jay looked at him, puzzled by her strength. He asked if Byamtae had actually considered his earlier question, but all he got was a cryptic smirk. Jay told him to drop the smile and give a straight answer as the weight of the past loomed over them. Byamtae was officially locking in. He signaled Jay that it was time to move, declaring that if the gear was ready, they were rolling out. Clueless, Jay asked for the destination. Byamtae dropped the bombshell. They were heading straight to a local flower shop. The news hit Jay like a truck. Standing before the rows of roses, a wave of pure secondhand embarrassment washed over him. Byamtae told him to beat it if he was tired, claiming he could handle this part-time gig solo. Jay hesitated for a split second. If the young master was insisting on playing florist, Jay figured he'd catch a break and just vibe outside until the shift ended. Byamtae stepped inside, praising Jay's hustle. Jay just sighed, knowing his loyalty was the only reason he was putting up with this. Hwajong started her typical welcome, but choked on her words. She stammered out an apology, explaining they were currently closed. Then she looked up. The rose guy was standing right there, and her brain completely short-circuited in surprise. "I'm not a customer," he announced with a smirk. "I'm the new hire filling in for Nasu today." Hwajong was shook. Nasu was never the type to just ghost a shift like this, especially without a heads up. The situation felt surreal. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of deep lore existed between this guy and Nasu. In the back, Hwajong and the shop owner huddled up, trying to make sense of their mysterious new volunteer. Hwajong argued they should just send him packing, but the owner shut that idea down immediately with a firm, "No way." "Are you blind?" the owner hissed. "You don't just throw away a top-tier visual when he walks through your door for free." Hwajong countered that he didn't know the first thing about flowers, making him more of a liability than a help. The owner's eyes lit up with a scheme. He didn't need to know plants. He just needed to stand outside and be eye candy. Huajong snapped, asking if the owner had lost her mind. You seriously want to put him in a mascot costume? Why cover up a face that was literally sculpted by the gods? He was already the perfect human billboard as he was. The owner, ears ringing from the outburst, noted that she'd never seen Huajong this fired up over a guy before. Huajong approached Byung-tae, her expression a mix of annoyance and focus. Byung-tae just looked up and asked if the meeting was over. She told him to listen closely. As she broke down his mission, he was going to be the shop's ultimate outdoor attraction. A little girl walking with her mom spotted Byung-tae holding his sign. When their eyes met, she stopped dead in her tracks. The kid beamed and ran over. Byung-tae asked if she liked flowers, and she gestured to the entire shop with wide eyes. "Mom, can we buy this big brother?" she cheered. The mother gasped, mortified by her daughter's sudden purchase request. The mom tried to play it off as a joke, but the girl insisted he'd said everything in the shop was up for grabs. "Stop being so embarrassing," the mother whispered, reminding her that you can't just go around buying people. Byung-tae just laughed it off. "Sorry, little one," he joked, "but this model has already been sold to someone else." He teased that a certain lady had already claimed him. The girl didn't even care, shrugging with a sassy grin. She claimed she'd already bought a boy in her class for marriage anyway, so she wasn't that heartbroken. Byung-tae chuckled at the kid's energy, while Jae watched from the sidelines, wondering what his life had become. Jae's mind drifted back to a secret meeting with the chairman. "Do you know why I summoned you?" the old man had asked. Jae didn't have a clue. The chairman explained that his son's actions were becoming increasingly impossible to predict. He ordered Jae to report any unusual behavior immediately. Jae had given his word, thinking it would be simple. Back in reality, Jae was spiraling. He was supposed to flag anything strange, but looking at Byung-tae now, every single thing the guy did was bizarre. Jae felt like he was losing his grip on reality, just watching him. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Nasu woke up in a cold sweat. She screamed for Minyol, begging him not to leave her. She blinked, the fluorescent lights burning her eyes as she realized she was trapped in a sterile hospital ward. Panic set in as she checked the clock. 4:14 in the afternoon. She was hours late for her shift. She scrambled to call her boss, sobbing out apologies for vanishing without a word or a warning. The terrifying images of the previous night flashed through her mind. She braced herself to be fired on the spot. Surprisingly, the boss was calm. "Don't sweat it," she said. "Your substitute is actually doing a legendary job." Nasu froze. A substitute. She had no idea who would even know to cover for her in this situation. The owner hung up, drowned out by the noise of a packed shop. Nasu sat there paralyzed by total confusion. Byung-tae's phone chimed. He'd hoped she'd sleep longer, knowing she hadn't had a peaceful rest in ages. "Was that the text?" Jae asked. Byung-tae nodded, standing up. "She's finally awake. Our job here is done." Byung-tae probes Jae about his experience in the grill house, causing Jae to worry he's about to be fired. Byung-tae laughs while Jae scoffs, boasting that no other boss would hire such a high-tier pro for cheap. Paying 12,000 won for a 10,000 won gig, Byung-tae practically begs him for this massive favor. Jae demands a night shift premium and Byung-tae folds instantly, leaving Jae questioning his boss's true motives. The mystery remains unsolved. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Nae-soo dresses, while haunted by Min-chul's terrifying image. And Ari's face. Suddenly, Byung-tae appears, gently resting his hand against her brow to check her temperature. He calls her auntie, asking if the fever broke before pleading for her to stay just a bit longer. He insists she's still burning up, but Na-soo argues that rotting in a hospital bed won't accelerate recovery. Healing doesn't happen faster here. When Byung-tae asks if she's heading home, Na-soo gives a firm nod. His question about that man freezes her in place. Seeing her falter, Byung-tae carefully probes deeper. He asks if he must still call him husband. A heavy silence follows before Na-soo admits she's lost. What is Min-chul to her now? She spirals, wondering how she'll survive this wreckage alone. In that moment, a chilling realization hits Na-soo. This nightmare is far from over. She grieves for a love she chased forever, a bond she never imagined would ever truly break. She envisioned him as her eternal anchor, the one person who would never ever walk away. Despite her tragic luck, he was her sole beacon of affection, the only reason she kept fighting. She knows it's over. The jagged shards of their broken bond lay scattered and irreparable before her. The damage is undeniable. They can't be fixed, yet her heart still foolishly waits for his return. Part of her expects him back. She struggles with her rage. How much anger is she allowed to feel? Trapped between forgiveness and fury, she loathes herself for being so pathetic and weak. Despite the clarity, she's paralyzed. Turning to Byung-tae, she lets her guard down completely. She mocks her own misery, calling herself a joke, but Byung-tae immediately shuts that down. It's not a joke. Reaching out, he tells her that if a feeling could just disappear, then it was never love to begin with. His words strike a deep chord in Na-soo's soul. She whispers that he's such an odd kid. When he questions her, she just smiles and nods. It's ironic. In her darkest hour, the most profound comfort comes from this peculiar boy beside her. He gives her exactly what she needs. Confused, she asks what he's doing as he reaches out. Byung-tae points out her messy stray hairs. She laughs, admitting she tied it up without a mirror. She laughs at the chaos of her hair, but the moment shatters when his phone suddenly rings. It's Heiji. Hearing the feminine name, Nae-su's curiosity or jealousy instantly flares up. Beomtae tried to dodge the question, claiming it was irrelevant, but Nae-su wasn't having any of his excuses. She wasn't buying it. Sitting by him, she recalled a past filled only with the dread of ringing debt collectors. But this was different. This wasn't a call born from desperation, but a genuine desire just to hear her voice. That flicker of anticipation felt alien. She knew those long rings meant either a crisis or someone who truly cared. Beomtae shrugged, claiming he'd hung up by mistake. He told her to drop it and steer the conversation elsewhere. Still, she insisted he should have answered, teasing that the girl clearly had a serious crush on him. When he asked how she knew, she simply credited her womanly intuition. Beomtae couldn't even deny it. This led her to drop a hard truth. There's no such thing as just friends between men and women. She brought up Minchul's old just acquaintances excuse, calling his pathetic claim a total and complete lie. Beomtae fired back, asking what that meant for them, since they were a man and woman too. They texted daily and hung out after every shift, but she just laughed off his concern. She told him to stop joking around, reminding him he was just a kid. He countered that the caller was young too. He noted the girl's immature vibes. Shrugging it off, Nae-su told him to just drop the subject. She wondered who could ever love her, since everyone who tried eventually got bored and vanished. That's when Beomtae dropped the bomb. He liked her. Stunned, she accused him of messing with her. She threatened to scold him, but his gaze remained rock solid. As he leaned in, she scrambled to her feet. Claiming his voice was too low, she played it off as a joke. He knew she was just avoiding the truth. He wondered how long she'd keep hiding. Outside, she demanded to know how he'd covered her hospital bills. He admitted to using his hard-earned savings. Shocked, she insisted she should have just stayed home to rest. She questioned where that cash even came from, and swore she'd pay back every single cent. Beomtae teased that he'd visit daily just to remind her. Annoyed, she told him to stop playing games. Just as he made her laugh, she suddenly panicked about her upcoming shift at the BBQ joint. Beomtae calmed her down, revealing he'd already sent a trusted friend from the shop to cover for her. Meanwhile, Jay was absolutely killing it, earning massive hype from the customers for his legendary grilling skills. They were obsessed with the melt-in-your-mouth texture. Even the owner was stunned by his hyper-speed cleaning. He cleared bottles in a flash. When a rowdy customer complained, Jay shut him down with a terrifying grin. He told the guy to shut up and eat. Terrified, the customer obeyed while Jay questioned his life choices. Elsewhere, Dongwook cornered Heiji in an alley, mocking the sour look on her face. Laughing, he told her to give up, since Beomtae wasn't answering. He joked about Beomtae's endless list of girls. He claimed girls always misread Beomtae's kindness. Heiji snapped, asking if he thought Beomtae was a loser like him. Stunned, Dongwook stuttered, but she accused him of simping for every girl who glanced his way. She mocked his desperate thirst for attention. Shaken, he demanded to know when he'd ever done that. Heiji just walked away, leaving him screaming into the void for an answer she wouldn't give. Fuming, she messaged Beomtae. Meanwhile, a panicked Minchul was blowing up Ari's phone with zero luck. Cursing his luck, he wondered if she was actually dumping him for good. The thought alone was pure agony. He terrified she'd spill the tea at work. Desperate, he left a pathetic voicemail begging her to pick up. He felt trapped until Nae-su cooled down. The crushing uncertainty was slowly driving him insane. Suddenly, a mysterious object flew from the shadows, striking him hard from behind. Back with Beomtae, debt collectors were closing in. He texted Nae-su, telling her he missed her dearly. Sensing a shift in the air, Jay spoke up. Beomtae nodded, telling him to spill the news. A guard reported a high-priority call. The eldest young master was finally making his grand return home. A whole year had passed. Now the chairman demanded a full family gathering to welcome him back. Young-tae scoffed at the news. He questioned if the chairman actually gave a damn about family bonds. He was skeptical, knowing the old man had never cared about such trivial things before. The tides were turning. He wondered if this reunion was a blessing or a brewing catastrophe. If his brother caught a glimpse of his expression, that long-awaited Korean feast would surely turn to ash. It would lodge right in his throat. Chuckling Bae, Young-tae shot Jay a look for backup. Jay just mirrored the laugh. Internally, though, he recoiled at the suffocating friction between these elite heirs. The air was thick. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto the lighter. Beomtae was twirling. That was his. He mentally cursed the hefty price tag mourning his vanishing investment. Watching the scene, the guard probed for Beomtae's endgame. Beomtae just shrugged with cold apathy. He played dumb, suggesting a death certificate was the easiest fix. The guard froze, stunned by his ruthlessness. Beomtae smirked, knowing his brother craved that exact tragedy. Let us wrap a beautiful lie as a homecoming present. Elsewhere, Minchul was losing it. He paced like a caged beast, snarling at Ari's unanswered phone. She was not at the office or her apartment. Out of nowhere, an envelope slapped against his back. "You absolute trash," a voice spat. He spun to find Ari, her eyes cold as she questioned his arrival. Minchul reached out, but Ari flinched back her scream, cutting the air. Trembling, she fought to hold back tears. Her voice shook with rage. She warned him to stay away, loathing the hands that betrayed her. He'd used those hands on another woman while lying in her bed. "You are disgusting," she hissed. Minchul scrambled for an excuse, swearing he had never physically crossed that line during their time together. Ari was not buying the act. Did he really think she was that naive? Her fists rained down on him as she screamed, "How can I ever trust you again?" Minchul took every hit. He did not flinch, finally confessing that the rumors were real. He blamed his desperate situation for the mess. With no roof over his head, he had moved in with the other woman out of necessity. He insisted that despite sharing a home, his heart and body had supposedly remained loyal to Ari. He dropped another bombshell. The divorce was final. Minchul admitted he had led Ari here despite the risks. He knew she would walk if she saw his living situation. Still, he could not hide it any longer. Honesty was his final play. He reached out gently, murmuring for her to stay calm. "I won't bother you again," he promised. This goodbye was his last attempt at a shred of humanity. He warned her to stay sober, knowing her low tolerance. "Don't skip breakfast," he added softly. Empty stomachs only led to oversleeping. "Get some hangover soup tomorrow," he advised. He told her to find a real man, apologizing for his failures, his emptiness, and his shadowed history. He turned and vanished. Ari stared at his back, praying this nightmare was just a cruel fabrication. She begged for his words to be false. Tears blurred her vision as she mouthed, "Please don't leave." Desperation took hold. She chased him, lunging to grab his sleeve while screaming for him to stay. She cursed him through jagged sobs. Yet Minchul's lips curled into a smirk. This was the perfect exit. Nahisu returned to her cramped, pathetic apartment. She began gathering the discarded remnants of betrayal. Reality hit like a physical blow. What would her 20-year-old self think of this mess? She never imagined she would be scrubbing away the evidence of Minchul's cheating in her own sanctuary. Was she just a naive fool to promise forever? She clung to her sanity by a thread. She felt herself breaking. Part of her craved to torch everything and never look back. But she could not even toss out his old gear. Suddenly, her phone's buzz shattered the silence. Not the debt collectors again. Why were they so relentless in the middle of the night? She begged for one night of peace, but the vibration would not stop. Once, twice, then again. 10 missed calls. A dark dread pooled in her gut. Nobody waits this long without a reason. It was either a life or death emergency or a sign of someone who cared far too much. Shock froze her. It was Beyonce. When she picked up, his voice sounded genuinely stunned. He stammered an apology, admitting he could not wait another second to hear her voice. He asked if he was intruding. Nahisu sighed. "It's fine. Are you tired?" he whispered. Sleep was impossible in this dump. She admitted that resting now would take a literal miracle. Her nightmares were bad, but returning to that house, it was a living hell she never expected. Nahisu felt sick with guilt. A child shouldn't see such trauma, especially when he was bleeding too. She'd been too numb to notice him. Beyonce whispered it was okay, the boy was just spooked and bolted. Nahisu sighed. Honestly, that gruesome scene would make anyone want to run for their life. Beyonce checked on her, and she gave the usual, "I'm fine," but he saw right through her. The truth, she was drowning. Just the memory felt like a hand tightening around her throat. Every lingering trace of Minchul in that house was a poison seeping into her very soul. Society's cruelty had toughened her skin, but her heart, it was still raw and easily shattered. Love had left deep scars. Suddenly Beyonce dropped a bombshell. "Let's just break free from everything." She blinked, lost. But he pushed her to do the unthinkable, something she'd always been too afraid to try. A forbidden desire she'd sacrificed for others. Nahisu hesitated, then finally let the secret slip out. Only one thing came to mind. Cut to Nahisu impulsively buying a pack of cigarettes. She felt like a cringy teen acting out. Why was she even doing this? The thought felt ridiculous. She couldn't even afford this habit, yet that nagging curiosity had always burned inside her. Why do people smoke? She remembered Minchul always having one dangling from his fingers. Back when they met, she hated his habit. She'd call his name, her heart aching for him. He'd take one drag and toss it immediately, claiming he'd quit just for her right then and there. "Do you think I'm cool?" he'd ask. She just rolled her eyes, wondering if that was supposed to impress her. He'd just smirk, saying he couldn't let his future wife breathe in that toxic smoke. Her young heart fluttered like a fool. But years later, that sweet gesture turned into a permanent habit. On freezing days, watching the smoke vanish, she wondered, did that gray cloud actually provide comfort? Could her pain just disappear with a single puff? Desperate, she began hunting for a place to light up. Was this a waste of money? These things were pricey, and she swore this would be her only one. Tossing them felt like a waste, but as she tried to spark it, the lighter refused to cooperate. "Why won't this thing light?" she hissed. Suddenly, Beyonce's hand reached out and snatched it away. "You're doing it wrong," he teased. Meanwhile, Ari was begging Minchul never to step foot in that house again. She told him he didn't need Nahisu, but lounging in Ari's bed, Minchul let the truth slip. Luring that naive girl had been effortless. She was so innocent she didn't know how the world really worked. She was just a toy to play with, nothing more. He thought about leaving, but honestly, he didn't want to. He wondered, Would things be different if Ari looked exactly like his wife Nahisu? Would he have actually felt like settling down somewhere else with her? Nah, impossible. That was never going to happen. He knew how toxic couples could be. They cling to each other until it's pathetic. And clearly his situation was no different. He'd stay put. Without him around, Nahisu would finally realize just how much she needed him. Sure, she'd be pissed at first, but he knew his wife she would never dream of abandoning him. No matter how much he crushed her, he was certain she'd come crawling back to embrace the pain. She was just that pathetic. The scene cuts away. Byung-tae swiped the pack from her. Not like that, he said. Nahisu glared. Why was he following her? How did you find me? She demanded. He just shrugged, saying he heard her mention the convenience store. This spot was the obvious choice. He flicked the lighter open. Want to give it another shot? He offered to light it. Nahisu posed awkwardly, the strange, pungent scent hitting her for the first time. Do you smoke? She asked. He shook his head. So why did he have a lighter on him? It's a friend's, he claimed, totally deadpan. Nahisu scoffed. An adult acting like a rebel. It felt weird. Plus, she'd heard that guys were totally turned off by women who smoked. Byung-tae hesitated. That's not it. But honestly, seeing you like this just makes me sad. She didn't have a clue how to smoke, but to him, it didn't matter. Since it was Nahesu, even her flaws felt perfect. Byung-tae's gaze darkened as he spoke. If she was forcing herself to do this for someone else, he absolutely loathed the idea. I'll be your teacher, he whispered, commanding her to come to him the next time she felt like she needed a lesson. Nahesu reached for the cigarette, and Byung-tae tried to spark the flame in the quiet night, but nothing happened. Total silence. She let out a giggle, teasing him for the fail. Byung-tae just laughed along, refusing to give up as he pulled out another one. Eyes on me, he instructed. He told her to grip it with her lips and inhale the very second the flame touched the tip. It was supposed to be easy, just a simple breath, but Nahesu just stared, calling him out for looking like a total delinquent. He laughed it off, jokingly hurt by her words. Determined to get it right, Nahesu braced herself and prepared for round 2. She leaned into the lighter, taking a sharp drag. Instantly, a violent cough racked her entire body as the smoke hit her lungs. How do people even breathe this stuff, she wheezed. Byung-tae urged her to quit, but she insisted on not letting it go to waste. Your lungs are worth way more than some cheap smoke, he countered, snatching the cigarette and tossing it into the dark shadows. He warned her not to poison herself just because she was feeling reckless. It was okay to just let the stress go. Let's find a better distraction, he suggested. There were a million things more addictive and way better for her than some nicotine. As he closed the distance, his past confession echoed in her mind. He hadn't been playing games. He really, truly wanted her. This was pure insanity. She couldn't believe her own racing thoughts. Stop with the weird lines, she snapped, staring at his perfect face. Did he really think she was some naive teenager whose heart would actually flutter for a younger guy like him? Byung-tae leaned in closer, whispering that he wished she was 19. Maybe then he'd actually have a chance to make her heart race. Then go find yourself a high schooler, she retorted. He shot that down instantly. Fine, then what about someone in their early 20s? I prefer women with experience, he stated bluntly, making her sigh. Suddenly, a ringing phone shattered the mood. Was it that girl Heiji? She couldn't help but wonder if they were an item. I mean, the girl was blowing up his phone every single night. But Byung-tae didn't hesitate. He cut the call short. When she asked if it was a mistake, he just gave her a steady look. I did that on purpose, he admitted, moving closer. He wasn't about to let anyone ruin his time with the woman he liked. As he pressed forward, the air grew thick with tension. Nahesu realized she was backed into a corner with nowhere to hide. Why me? She whispered. I'm just a divorcee. An auntie who almost had a family. Why would you want someone like that? Byung-tae didn't flinch. He told her it was fine, especially since people usually called him a dirty rag anyway. She stared at him, searching for any sign of a joke. Are you actually being serious right now? She asked him. Looking slightly offended, Byung-tae claimed he was way more innocent than she was giving him credit for at that moment. He leaned down his voice, dropping an octave. If that was the kind of man she wanted, he would become that for her. Even if it destroyed him, he would. The scene shifted to a noisy restaurant where Dong-wook and his crew were drinking. Someone asked where Heiji had disappeared to, but the others just shrugged. She never wanted to hang out unless Byung-tae was there. They started laughing about how desperate she looked, chasing him around, only to get hit with a cold-blooded rejection. All that effort, and she couldn't even get him to look her way. It was honestly a tragedy to watch her fail. I really thought they'd be the it couple, one girl admitted. Byung-tae had always been suspiciously sweet to Heiji back then. Another friend chimed in, claiming he was just trying to flex because she was hot. It was all a game to him. They called him a high-class player. To them, a guy who acts nice while playing the field is worse than a bad boy. But let's be real, Byung-tae never actually led her on. He was just being himself, and that was the real problem. He's got the looks and the charm, which is a lethal combo. He definitely knows exactly how to make a girl's head spin. One of the guys spoke up, claiming that among men, they can always spot a fellow hunter from a mile away. He bet that Beomtae had probably hooked up with a ton of girls who liked him behind closed doors. He was the ultimate player in their eyes. But Dongwook had heard enough, slamming his glass down and calling them absolute trash. "You guys are the actual lowlifes here," Dongwook snapped. "Not Beomtae." The table erupted in curses, shocked by his sudden outburst. He stormed off, muttering that those too scared to speak to Beomtae's face always had the most to say behind his back. The group just kept gossiping, wondering what crawled up Dongwook's sleeve. They figured he'd just had one too many drinks. Outside, Dongwook spotted Heeji shivering in the cold. He walked up, asking her what on earth she was still doing out there. He asked if she was still sending texts that were being ignored. Heeji just brushed him off. She didn't care about the consequences. Dongwook sighed with fake pity, mocking her for being so blatantly ignored. Heeji snapped back, telling him to mind his own damn business. But Dongwook just smirked, claiming he already saw through everything. He claimed he knew exactly why Baehyuntae was being so sweet to her. Then he asked if her pride was starting to sting. Clinging to a guy who didn't give a damn about her. Stunned, Heeji demanded to know what he was on about. She told him to stop acting like a clueless moron. Dongwook shot back, calling her the real fool in this mess. He asked why she was so obsessed with Beomtae ruining the vibe for everyone. Then he muttered a curse under his breath. He confessed he'd loathed that prick from day one. Even though the guy was older, Beomtae always insisted on being treated like a close friend. But it wasn't because he actually wanted a bond. He just didn't care about people like them making him cold to their treatment, even if he faked some kindness. His eyes always held a creepy, unsettling gaze. Dongwook warned her not to get it twisted when looking at Beomtae. He acted smart, mature, and had that it factor, making every girl fall for him like total idiots. Dongwook scoffed, asking if she really thought Beomtae was special. He reminded her that all guys are basically the same. He challenged her, asking if Beomtae being older really made him any different from a guy like him. Heeji mocked him, asking if he was done with his pathetic rant. Dongwook's eyes narrowed into slits. He hissed, asking if she'd really called him pathetic. Heeji doubled down bluntly, calling him a complete dumbass. Enraged, Dongwook snatched her arm, accusing her of simping for that piece of trash Beomtae. He spat that he knew the truth behind Beomtae's kindness. Then he brought up her sick younger sibling. Mentioning the kid couldn't even attend school, he noted how she spent every free second playing nurse. Rather than letting her hardworking parents handle it, Dongwook declared that Beomtae's niceness was all a front. It wasn't love. He just felt sorry for how much she clung to her sick little brother. Since Beomtae had been sick for years too. But before Dongwook could spill another word, Slap Heeji struck his face, warning the bastard never to open his mouth like that again. Fuming, Dongwook raised his hand to strike back, but stopped scoffing. He muttered, she wasn't even worth the effort. Violence wouldn't change a thing. Lighting a smoke, he exhaled, swearing he'd be an idiot to ever care again. Total stupidity. Suddenly, he felt a chilling presence. A dark shadow loomed over him. It was Beomtae. Standing there, he asked why he was smoking in public, calling him out for looking like a thug. Silence followed. Beomtae then coldly pointed out that this place didn't have an ashtray. If there's no tray, you put it out. Beomtae snatched the glowing cigarette right out of Dongwook's hand. He crushed it directly into his palm, sparking a scream of agony. Then Beomtae simply walked away. Heeji cried out to him, but he stayed silent. Furious, she screamed at him for ignoring her. Beomtae turned back, asking what she wanted. Suddenly, Heeji blurted out, asking if he was seeing someone. No hesitation. He said yes, he genuinely liked someone. Then he told her to never contact him again. Effective immediately. Later, while scrolling through his phone, a text from Nahisu popped up. She reminded him of his promise not to smoke, asking him to quit. Reading it, a smile touched his lips. He replied, vowing never to touch a cigarette again. Next morning, Hwajung began grilling Hisu at the shop. Hisu asked what was up, and Hwajung hesitated, admitting she'd been dying to ask a certain question. She was curious about the Rose guy. She brought up how he covered for Hisu when she was ill. Not just a shift cover, he was now picking her up daily. Hwajung noted that just friends don't do that. It was too much for acquaintances. She teased that he probably liked her, but Hisu just laughed. Hisu insisted there was no way. Watching her, Hwajung smirked, calling the whole thing a complete joke. She claimed it was impossible for a guy that elite to actually be into someone like Hisu. She brought up their age gap and how he'd complimented her looks. Dismissing it as flirting, she wondered why a guy like him would even bother with Nahisu, especially since he had better options. Hwajung joked that there must be some secret drama between them, like a movie plot where Hisu saved his life or something. She let out a mock laugh. In this ruthless world, love at first sight is a luxury reserved only for those on the same social ladder. She argued it was illogical for a guy like him to crush on an older woman. Nahisu couldn't stop those words from echoing. That auntie jab cut deep, fueling her insecurities. Suddenly, the shop owner's voice broke through her spiraling thoughts. Pointing toward the street, the boss motioned to a familiar figure lingering outside, waiting patiently for her. Hisu turned and froze. There he stood, looking as innocent and loyal as a lost puppy. He looked like a stray finally finding his home. The boss urged her to go, but Hisu hesitated, citing her shift. Her boss insisted, reminding Hisu of all the time she had covered for others, without a second thought. "I've got you today," she smiled, ushering Hisu out the door. Taking a deep breath, Hisu stepped out. Beomtae beamed instantly, greeting her with that auntie label. She questioned what brought him all the way there. He played it cool, claiming he was just passing through. Skeptical, she asked if he was supposed to be working. He claimed he had already eaten, but admitted he'd likely be craving a snack by the time he made it back. Hisu ducked back inside, returning with a handful of toffees. "Wait, take these," she insisted, pressing them into his palm. "For later," she whispered. Beomtae eyed the treats. "Candy?" he asked. She shrugged, claiming they were just simple sweets. But they were her secret weapon for stressful days. Suddenly she noticed his bulky work gloves. "Don't take them off," she commanded softly, reaching out to feed him a piece herself. In that moment, the cynical warning flashed in her mind. Does love really require two people to be social equals? Looking at Beomtae, she saw a heart of pure gold. But were those feelings truly romantic? Or was he just chasing a curiosity? Or worse, acting out of pure pity for her? Seeing the raw concern in his gaze, she worried he only saw her as a charity case. Then Beomtae playfully licked her finger. The electric touch shattered her trance. Beomtae caught her eye instantly, sensing her mind was racing again. The mood darkens. Hisu is trapped in sleep, reliving the toxic nightmare Minchul had forced upon her. In the shadows, a hand brushes her cheek tenderly, wiping a stray tear. Minchul, she wondered, trembling. The grip was heavy and freezing, but the mystery man stayed hidden, shielding her vision with his palm. His touch slid down her sweater, igniting a feverish heat. Hisu gasped as his teeth grazed her ear and neck. He claimed her with a mark. Hisu begged for him to stop spiraling into confusion about how this happened. She muttered a denial, her breath hitching as her eyes locked onto a distinct tattoo on his hand. Looking closer, she realized it was Beomtae watching her intently. Hisu bolted awake, her skin blazing hot. Her face was crimson. What kind of dream was that? She screamed internally, fearing she had finally snapped. Why would her brain conjure something so twisted even if he was a bit of a wild card? "This is his fault," she raged, blaming his reckless boundary-crossing behavior for poisoning her subconscious mind. "Are all young guys this blunt?" He had casually announced his thing for older women without a hint of shame. His absolute lack of hesitation was jarring. It was easier to blame his boldness than her own reaction. Maybe it was just the drought. Even before the breakup with Minchul, her love life had been a desert. Intimacy was rare, always replaced by his pathetic excuses. Now, a wave of guilt crashed over her. She felt like a total amateur at adulting. Ironically, those nightmares about Minchul dumping her felt safer than this. It was a bitter pill to swallow. She lied to herself, desperate to escape the reality of her desires. Nothing beats the misery of waking up soaked in sweat and regret. Hisu knew that agony all too well. She was tangling with an enigma someone caught between dangerous flirtation and pure raw innocence. Beomtae was a hurricane, refusing to let her mourn in peace. Because of him, her world was spinning. Her entire life was now pure chaos. Back at the restaurant, the boss began closing up for the night. "Great job today," the owner praised. Hisu sighed. Another grueling day survived in this uphill battle of life. She was dreaming of a cold beer until a familiar reflection caught her eye. Beomtae was back. "Look at that," the boss teased, noting that the young man was officially her daily personal escort. He showed up every single night. Deep down, Hisu finally felt a flicker of safety. This neighborhood was rough after dark. Her boss agreed. Those late-night streets were no place for a woman alone. Prepping to dip Nahe, Sue drops a casual bomb, saying the night's way too spooky for him to walk solo. She leaves the owner totally baffled, announcing she's bouncing first and leaving them frozen in utter confusion. Outside, Beomtae's lurking. He asks if she's finally wrapped things up, and she gives a simple nod. He admits he's been waiting, but Nahe Sue's suspicious. Why is he suddenly reaching his hand out to her? Beomtae fesses up about a nightmare that wrecked him, suggesting they lock hands for the walk home. Her own nightmare flashes back instantly, sending cold shivers down her spine. "Keep your distance," she snaps quickly. "Don't get close." But Beomtae isn't budging, practically begging her to let him stick by her side. Nahe Su shuts him down, pointing to the other side, but Beomtae starts rambling, trying to justify his clinginess. He whines about last night's nightmare, but Nahe Su claps back that's exactly why she's even there. Still, Beomtae persists. He insists he's just a kid and the dark is terrifying. Stealing a glance at Nahe Su, he notices something. Her ears are turning bright red. He agrees to trail behind, but pleads can he just hold her hand. He gently grabs her finger, testing the waters. "Is this okay?" Nahe Su hesitates, caught in the moment. Finally, she tells him to just walk beside her. "Hold my hand," she commands, and Beomtae instantly complies. "Not scared anymore," she teases. Beomtae nods. She laughs at how funny it is seeing a big guy cry over nightmares. A total softie. Embarrassed, Beomtae pivots fast, casually asking if the air feels a bit more chilly tonight. Nahe Su sees right through him. "Changing the subject because you're embarrassed," Beomtae stammers, totally caught in 4K. She's definitely got him pegged. He chuckles, thinking it's weird how her face was looking all flushed and red. Cut to the chairman getting briefed on the chaos. Suddenly, a familiar-looking figure enters meet the shadow of Beomtae. Young Master Tae-hee rolls up the next morning, greeting the staff with a cold, smug energy. It's been forever since he's been back, and he's already complaining about the freezing Korean weather. Pure disappointment. The chairman's probably gonna outlive me anyway, he scoffs. Then, with pure sarcasm, he asks about his dear brother. Is my baby brother doing okay? The guard asks if he actually gives a damn about the answer. Tae-hee scoffs zero interest. Unless it's an obituary, he doesn't want to hear a single word about that damn loser. When the guard drops the "he's dead" bombshell, Tae-hee freezes. Did he tell you to say that, he asks sharply? The guard nods. Tae-hee sneers, thinking his little brother got real cheeky while he was out of the country. No way, he's dead. Despite Tae-hee wishing for it, that brat always stubbornly clung to life like a roach. He won't let him die that easy, not without suffering first. Brushing it off, Tae-hee yawns, claiming he's totally exhausted. Let's hit the hotel. The guard's confused, isn't he? Heading back to the family mansion instead. Tae-hee shoots back sarcastically. You really think I could get any sleep in that hellhole? Suddenly he realizes he's grasping at thin air, no bag in sight. Nothing to hold on to here, he mutters. Forget it. Blaming the jet lag, he suggests they hit the town and find some beautiful women to distract him. Me too, the guard asks. Tae-hee nods. It's time for a tour of the city's finest spots. Back at Beomtae's, a nightmare unfolds. He's trapped in a blood-red void, staring into a shattered mirror. He looks beaten and bruised while a clock ticks ominously. Waking up in a sweat, he tries to shake it off. But something's wrong. A noise echoes from the next room. It's Jae-soon, snooping through Beomtae's private stuff. An unlit smoke, a trashy lighter, and an empty bandage box. Mundane items, but they feel totally wrong here. There's an alien vibe to this place. Jae-soon's gut is screaming that the woman made a massive fatal mistake. She messed up big time, but as he turns around, he finds Beomtae's death stare locked right onto him. Beomtae greets him coldly. Jae-soon awkwardly asks if he's feeling all right. Beomtae just gives a sharp nod. Nice to see you home, Beomtae says. Internally, Jae-soon is panicking. The kid was supposed to be knocked out. How'd you catch me? Jae-soon asks. He's usually a ghost, perfectly skilled at staying completely invisible. Beomtae points at the mess, everything scattered. Jae-soon realizes he's talking about the roses, and his heart sinks. Are you insane? Beomtae demands. Jae-soon pivots, claiming he's only here to drop some major news. The eldest son just touched down in the country. He wasn't sure if he should wake Beomtae for this. Beomtae stares back, wondering if that's really the reason for this late-night visit. Twisted nightmares flashed through Beomtae's mind as he questioned Jae's sudden, uninvited intrusion. Jae just smirked, confirming that his breaking and entering was for a very good reason. He figured Beomtae would want the news immediately, since he'd been stressing over the brother. The eldest son's arrival was massive news. Jae teased. Was I wrong to assume you cared? Beomtae stepped out, admitting it was cool. That's exactly why he'd shared the door code. He offered a quick thanks, looking for continued support. Suddenly, the scene shifts to Nahisu. She woke up slowly, realizing her mornings had become much quieter and later than before. No, Minchul meant no early breakfast prep. Surprisingly, her daily spending had actually plummeted. Yet a mountain of debt remained, and the man who provided her allowance was gone. The betrayal's sting wasn't a constant scream anymore, just a dull, lingering ache. She could fake a smile now, until a sudden, sharp pang of grief stabbed her heart. Tears blurred her vision instantly. 13 years of shared memories don't just vanish into thin air. The massive space he once occupied in her life was now just a cold, hollow void. Could that emptiness ever be filled? She wondered if she'd ever truly scrub him from her mind. If only the trauma was a physical scar that could eventually scab over and heal. Instead, she feared she'd bleed forever, his name haunting her until her very last breath. How long would he remain a wound? Hisu's gaze drifted toward a soft, fluffy teddy bear. She pondered her recent choices. Despite saving money, she'd made a totally impulsive purchase. A woman who never wasted a cent had bought a plushie for a boy with nightmares. Flashback to a shop, the owner asked Hisu if she knew the ancient legend of dolls. Stitch a heart onto it, the owner explained, and it gains a soul to protect sleepers. Hisu questioned the magic, but the owner insisted it was a powerful, if-old superstition. The owner was gifting one to a newborn, but Hisu couldn't shake the story. She'd heard the myth before, but giving a grown man a toy felt incredibly childish. Beomtae was way too big for a teddy bear. The whole idea felt totally ridiculous. Yet she couldn't stop imagining him snuggling the bear to chase away those dark dreams. Maybe it was the perfect gift. Beomtae caught her zoning out and broke the silence. What's on your mind? He asked. Hisu quickly brushed it off, saying it was nothing. He then asked if she was busy. Hisu's mind flashed to the bear in her bag. She hesitated, but couldn't bring herself to say no. Her schedule was wide open anyway. Spend the day with me, he requested. She agreed, curious about what he had planned. Suddenly, he shoved a helmet onto her head. Hisu froze, completely blindsided by his actions. "I'm taking you somewhere," he declared, leaving her cheeks burning with pure embarrassment. Then he literally swept her off her feet, sending her pulse racing as they left. Byumtae told Jae to get some rest while he took Hisu out to hang. While Jae poked around the room, Byumtae pulled off his helmet at their destination. He confessed he comes here alone to clear his head. "So what's your verdict?" Hisu realized her home felt unusually close to the moon from this high vantage point. Below, Seoul's skyline glittered like diamonds as they climbed the steep, narrow stairs. She knew her house was perched high, but she'd never actually stopped to look back. After a long silence, she whispered, had she really never appreciated the beauty here? For 13 years, she'd been blind to the breathtaking masterpiece right outside her door. Byumtae leaned in, asking if she had anything she needed to let out. "We're all alone," he reassured her. "Scream until your heart feels light again." Encouraged by his words, Hisu felt her bottled emotions finally starting to boil over. Before erupting into a fury and screaming Kang Min-chul's name, she brands him a pathetic excuse for a human demanding to know if he truly lacks any self-respect. With cold finality, she orders him to live his miserable life alone, swearing that her love has turned to ice regardless of his future regrets. She vows that forgiveness is off the table forever. After a heavy silence, she exhales deeply, prompting Byumtae to ask if the weight has finally lifted. She gives a firm nod. He asks if she feels reborn, and she agrees with a faint smile. But then, when he probes if her heart is finally empty of the pain, she slowly shakes her head no. Flashing a grateful grin, Na-hee-soo quietly wonders how he managed to sense the melancholy shadowing her soul. Subconsciously, Na-hee-soo finds herself captivated by a single mystery. How does he read her so effortlessly? She asks why he plays with her heart like this, and how much deeper he plans to make her fall. Byumtae counters asking if she truly understands the chaos in his mind when the girl he likes says things like that. Na-hee-soo blinks in confusion, asking what is on his mind. Suddenly, Byumtae sweeps her off her feet. He whispers that his thoughts are actually quite dangerous. A shocked Na-hee-soo stammers, demanding an explanation. Byumtae teases if she really wants to know, but she instantly shuts him down. He just smirks at her, noting how her cheeks are flushing crimson. Flustered, she blames the biting winter wind. Byumtae declares it is time to head out, and that he is taking her home. He tells her to hop on the bike, warning that the ride might get a little wild. He tells her to hold on for dear life. Na-hee-soo obeys, locking her arms tightly around his waist as they speed off. She marvels at how mysterious he is. His wide shoulders forged through struggle radiate a silent, undeniable power. She longs to hold those battle-scarred shoulders with more than just gratitude. But instead, she just rests her head against his back, exhaling softly. Meanwhile, at the mansion, Jae is spiraling into deep thought. He knows crossing Chairman Byumtae-ju is a death wish. The old man had issued a chillingly clear command. Track every single weird move his son makes. Jae originally thought it was pathetic for such a titan to be so obsessed with controlling his own flesh and blood. The idea that all elite families are this toxic seemed like a total joke. At first, he planned to quit and leak the heir's wild lifestyle to the press, dreaming of a massive payday, but he quickly realized he would rather babysit a rich brat than end up as a dead man. There is something eerie about the young master. His behavior is just too twisted. His gut was screaming at him. He knew that betraying the young master would mean never sleeping peacefully again. He wonders if he should play it safe. Seeing the room untouched since last night, it is clear the young master is clueless, that he is still under a microscope. Chained by the chairman's orders, Jae weighs his next move as he slips out of the room. Cut to Na-hee-soo at home, meticulously stitching a heart onto a handmade doll. She stops to admire her handiwork. Even with a few messy stitches, the little doll looks adorable. She almost takes it to her shift but stops, terrified of ruining it. Instead, she decides to wait until tomorrow's walk home to surprise Byumtae with her gift. Will he actually like it? Across town at Aries' place, Min-chul is stewing in his own thoughts. Days have crawled by since he bailed, but Na-hee-soo has not even called. Honestly, he expected her to come crawling back the moment he left, even if she was still fuming. She has always been that way, acting all cold and detached. While dying of worry inside, it is her default setting. She always obsesses over where he is, if he has eaten or if he is sick, but he knows he cannot keep living out of the same suit forever. Ari keeps nagging him to just buy new stuff and never set foot in that house again. He realizes how different she is from Na-hee-soo, who was always so thrifty. Na-hee-soo would have patched up rags before throwing them away. Maybe Ari is just too young and spoiled to care about the price tag, yet a part of him is still itching to know how Na-hee-soo is doing. He thinks about dropping off some supplies, maybe even swinging by the house tomorrow. Meanwhile, Byumtae shoots Na-hee-soo a text apologizing for being a no-show today. She texts back saying it is totally fine, and that they will catch up later. But deep down, she is feeling a sudden pang of loneliness. She finally sees it. Just how hooked she is on his daily presence. She totally took their meetings for granted. She gets that he has his own world to live in, and their paths will not always align perfectly. A sting of disappointment hits her, but she decides to save the doll for their next encounter. Receiving a can't-talk text from a kid is a first. She silently prays he's safe. The scene shifts to Minchul, heading upstairs, a smug, triumphant grin plastered on his face. He scans the apartment, expecting everything to look exactly as he left it. Despite the deep cleaning, the fact that it's still their home brings him twisted relief. The place is still a dump, but he notices the small touches Hisu added last night. He's used to her being here, but then his eyes lock onto a strange new doll. He scoffs at its presence, wondering if Hisu actually likes dolls now. The thought amuses him. He mutters that she must have been lonely without her man, thinking she should have treated him better. While he's there, he even considers swiping some of her underwear with a dark chuckle. Cut to Beomtae on the stairs. Taehai greets him by shattering a glass right at his feet. Amidst the shards, Taehai sneers that it's been a while, mockingly asking how he's been. He calls his brother stiff and unlovable, claiming there's nothing. Taehai sized up his brother, mocking his height. He coldly ordered him to drop to his knees immediately. He wanted their eyes level before he sliced those legs off. Beomtae didn't flinch, firing back with pure sarcasm. He suggested Taehai just grow taller instead. Fuming, Taehai barked that he was already 27 years old. Did he really think growth spurts happen now? Beomtae leaned in, asking if he knew why he stayed short. He brought up the brutal growing pains from their past. The memories were vivid and bone-chilling. He remembered those nightly screams of agony. The sound of his brother crying in pain used to be terrifying. "Do you still sob at night?" he mocked. Taehai snapped, spitting out a venomous curse at him. He threatened a brutal beating for that mouth. Jay barely managed to restrain the explosive violence building up. Taehai vowed to murder him just like their mother. Beomtae's lips curled into a chilling, fearless smirk. "I can't wait," he taunted. Suddenly, a guard interrupted, announcing the chairman's arrival had finally happened. Shoving Jay away, Taehai's frustration peaked. He glared at the interloper, demanding he unhand him at once. He sneered about the priceless value of what Jay touched. "I've memorized your face," he hissed threateningly. He warned him to watch his back tonight. Beomtae comforted Jay, noting how twisted his brother had become. His sibling was a literal monster. Terrified, Jay asked for protection, but Beomtae's response was ice cold. Since Jay was the hired shield, Beomtae owed him nothing. Later, tension thickens at the formal dining table. The chairman's voice boomed, asking about Melissa. Taehai froze, his mask of composure momentarily cracking. He wondered how the old man tracked a woman from across the globe. The reach was truly terrifying. He hated that his father spied on the children who escaped abroad. The control was suffocating him. The chairman's silent gaze pierced through him. Visibly shaken, Taehai scrambled to find a believable lie. He swore Melissa's claims were total nonsense. He painted her as a gold digger chasing a massive payday. The chairman watched his son's desperate performance in silence. Taehai's nerves were fraying at the edges. He muttered a curse before bowing an apology. He promised to move with absolute caution from now on. He had to vanish in Korea to dodge the heat. Turning to Beomtae, the chairman interrogated him about any lingering issues. Hisu flashed through Beomtae's mind, but he quickly buried the thought, insisting that everything was under control. Meanwhile, Hisu walked into her home only to freeze in absolute horror. Kang Minchul was waiting inside. Paralyzed with rage, she glared at him and ordered him to get out now. "Have you lost your mind?" she screamed, disgusted by his audacity. Minchul merely responded with a chilling smirk. He mocked her reaction as predictable, then sarcastically wondered if he had wandered into forbidden territory. He claimed it was their house, but Hisu snapped back, reminding him that their house was dead. This was her sanctuary now. She demanded he leave, calling him a heartless monster for seducing a young girl. Minchul lunged forward and gripped her wrist, reminding her that Ari was already 25 years old. She was an adult capable of making choices, but Hisu spat back that only those in their circle understood. Logic dictated he should have stayed clear of Ari as a grown man. Minchul closed the distance, looming over her. He sneered, mocking her mature act. "Tell the truth," he whispered. "Are you drowning in jealousy?" He poked the wound, asking if her pride was shattered, because he'd played with a girl 8 years younger. Or did she just crave him? Jesus snapped, spitting venomous curses as she struggled against his iron grip. Objects flew as she screamed for him to vanish. Minchul just sighed, calling her a total psycho. He turned to exit, but flashed a chilling smirk. "Don't get too comfortable. I'll be back soon." Jesus shrieked, her voice cracking as she warned him never to darken her doorstep again. She threatened a police report, but Minchul just walked away, dissecting her explosive reaction in his mind. He saw right through her. She was faking indifference, while still being shackled to their messy history. Seeing her break into tears and rage felt intoxicating. Finally, he could breathe again. This messy, emotional version of her was 1,000 times better than that cold, lifeless doll face. He craved her raw humanity. Meanwhile, back inside, Jesus was shaking uncontrollably, her strength failing. She crumbled to the floor, her mind spinning until only one name remained, Beomtae. In a haze of desperation, she dialed his number. Beomtae picked up on the first ring. As he listened, his thoughts darkened. He really should have just ended that guy's life. Suddenly, Jay interrupted. Jay joked about him switching careers to a full-time gravedigger. Beomtae just flashed a mysterious, deadly grin. Not yet, he mused. If he played this right, the man's ultimate ruin would be far more satisfying. Over at the mansion, Tae-hee splashed cold water on his face, haunted by his own crushing helplessness. The guard checked in, but Tae-hee snapped back, complaining that the suffocating tension was driving him insane. The air was so thick with malice he didn't know whether to finish his meal or throw it up. The chairman's empty stare was bad enough, but Beomtae's smug smile, that was the final straw. "Did you see how that bastard walked in?" he hissed. The guard realized he meant the second master. The guard sheepishly admitted he'd stepped out briefly and hadn't noticed anything unusual during his shift. Tae-hee spat that Beomtae was mimicking the chairman's exact stride, clearly doing it just to provoke him. He carried himself like he already owned the throne, acting as if the entire estate was his. Tae-hee let out a bitter, jagged laugh, cursing the illegitimate son who dared to challenge him. Cut to the roadside, where Beomtae rushed to Jesus' side breathless and full of humble apologies. He worried she'd been waiting for ages in the cold. Jesus quietly admitted she had. Knowing he'd been busy, she felt a wave of guilt for calling him so suddenly. But Beomtae brushed it off with a smile, genuinely grateful that she'd reached out to him first. Hearing her voice tremble sparked a chaotic mix of protective fury and sharp pain in his chest. Was he actually hurting, or was he secretly thrilled that she'd sought him out in her darkest hour? Jesus whispered the truth. She was utterly alone. No family, no friends, and now, no husband. Beomtae chuckled softly. Then Jesus made a small request. Could he just be her friend for today? She joked that hanging out with an older woman like her would be boring. Beomtae smirked. Nothing for me. Caught off guard, she asked if there was something specific he desired as payment for his time. He waited with the puppy-like hope of a boy craving affection. Instead, Jesus reached into her bag. She pressed a small amount of cash into his palm, apologizing for wasting his precious afternoon. "Take it and buy some snacks," she murmured, her guilt overshadowing the gesture. Beomtae stood there paralyzed between hysterical laughter and genuine tears. "Are you really just leaving me here?" he teased her, asking if she planned to buy him, and then throw him away like trash. "I'm confused," she started, but he cut her off, claiming she'd literally just purchased him. Jesus gasped in shock as Beomtae's laughter rang out. "Sorry, lady, no refunds or exchanges now." Since he'd been sold for a mere 2,000 won, they headed to a nearby food stall together. The restaurant owner's jaw dropped at the sight of Beomtae, convinced a literal superstar had just entered. Rumors flew that they were secret lovers, not siblings. Thinking of Hwajong's face, Jesus felt a cold chill. She instantly shut it down, claiming they were merely acquaintances. Beomtae smirked, confirming her story with a wink. "We aren't together," he joked, "but I'm hopelessly chasing after her with everything I've got." Calling her Nuna, the shop owner laughed. Jesus' face flushed red as they poked at their shared meal. She pulled out the alcohol, remembering how Minchul used to drink bitter soju without a single snack. 13 years of pure struggle had felt like an eternity, yet even in the darkest moments he occupied her mind. Beomtae frowned. Why was it cigarettes last time and heavy liquor today? He clearly remembered Jesus standing there, eyes brimming with unshed tears back then. But today, only raw volcanic fury burned in her gaze as they approached the grim funeral home. Memories of Beomtae's old wars flashed by. Pure rage, Jesus mentioned his promise of good things coming. She was handing those blessings right to him now, but the tension in the air remained thick. Beomtae shook his head. This wasn't what he meant. Jesus' curiosity piqued, demanding a real answer. He leaned in, whispering that he'd tell her everything if she kept pushing. Suddenly, she saw young Minchul in him. "Is being compared to him an insult?" Beomtae asked, his voice low and teasing. Jesus let out a hollow laugh. It might be an insult today, but once it was her whole world. They had their own era of brilliance, their own golden days. The scene dissolved into a vivid memory. Minchul flashed a grin, greeting her warmly. Jesus froze, wondering if they had ever actually met. He introduced himself as Kang Minchul from the neighborhood, acting like everyone should know his name. When asked how he knew her, he just winked. "A guy always has his ways," he replied smoothly. He handed her bread as a special gift, startling her. Then he vanished just as quickly to maintain the mystery. She realized then that not knowing him was impossible. He was the legend of the hillside, the Blue Door Boy. Orphaned and alone after his grandmother passed, he survived on the fringes of the neighborhood. He ran with the rebels, his silhouette often shrouded in cigarette smoke during the dead of night. He was a social butterfly known by every boy and girl in the area. Despite his delinquent aura, he was the first to help any elderly person in need. With a heart of gold and a charming smile, he was officially the neighborhood's most handsome heartthrob. From then on, he greeted Jesus every morning, always bearing small, thoughtful gifts. Some days it was banana milk, others it was steaming cup noodles. He finally asked if she was curious. He'd been waiting a whole month for her to ask a single question about his life. He pushed his phone toward her, asking for her digits, while giving her an easy way out. Jesus looked down, explaining it wasn't about rejection. She simply didn't own a mobile phone. Minchul blinked, genuinely stunned. I guess that's possible, he muttered, scratching his head. She started to apologize, but he cut her off. Don't say sorry. It's totally fine, he reassured her. He told her to wait 1 month. True to his word, he ground away at a grueling construction site. He returned with a brand new phone. It wasn't a luxury model, but it was his everything. Hisu was speechless. Why give this to me, she whispered. Minchul just smiled. Because we need to text, he said, guiding her fingers to save his number and name. He hesitated at his full name, thinking it looked too bold. Just save it as Minchul, he suggested. She refused to change it later. Suddenly, the memory shifted to her father's violent crashing tantrum. Hiding under her covers, Hisu trembled. Then a text from Minchul lit up her dark world. She laughed through the tears, feeling foolish yet finding a strange comfort in his simple words. Back at school, the boys grilled Minchul about his constant tardiness and his limping leg. He shrugged off the pain. He felt like a fool because his classes started after his wifey's. Even if he got beaten, seeing her face first was the only thing that mattered. His friends howled, teasing him about a girlfriend. He just smirked. Not yet, but very soon. His buddy pressed him for his take on Song Min. But Minchul just shrugged, claiming the girl wasn't even on his radar. He was baffled why her name kept popping up only for his friend to reveal the truth. Min was totally crushing on him. The warning was clear she was dangerous, yet Minchul remained unfazed, acting like the whole thing was a total non-issue. Once finals wrapped up, the drama shifted. During a group hang, Minchul turned his attention to Hisu to grill her about her scores. Hisu tried to dodge the subject, begging him to drop it, but his playful nagging only fueled her rising temper. She fought to keep him from mocking her, but Minchul snatched her score sheet anyway, bursting into laughter at the results. He joked that her paper looked like a rainy day, with all those marks sparking Hisu to snap back that he likely flopped too. Grinning, Minchul challenged her doubt before flashing his own transcript, practically radiating confidence as he showed it off. He bragged about his stellar grades, leaving Hisu stunned. Later, she caught the local elders gossiping about Minchul's tragic past. They sighed, thinking how life might have been different if his parents or grandfather were still around to guide him today. Reminiscing about his younger days, they spoke of how he used to be the gold standard for every student in town. Deep sympathy filled their voices, imagining the heartbreak his late family would feel, missing out on his journey to adulthood. They questioned how his parents could rest easy, leaving such a brilliant son behind, calling the situation a tragic waste. Suddenly, Hisu saw him in a new light, as a gentle, brilliant soul, who earned nothing but unanimous praise from the community. To the world, he was the perfect embodiment of a well-raised man. That was the true essence of Kang Minchul. He was the guy everyone felt for. As Hisu stole a glance his way, Minchul's voice suddenly cut through the air. He boldly labeled her his wifey, sparking cheers from his crew, who told everyone to welcome their new sister-in-law. Their formal greeting left Hisu flustered yet low-key amused by the chaos, even though they weren't officially a couple yet. On her trek home, the atmosphere shifted when a strange girl called her name, stopping Hisu dead in her tracks. From a distance, one of Minchul's friends noticed something was wrong. Hisu was being cornered by a group of suspicious girls. Word traveled fast to Minchul. His girl or the girl he was chasing had been spotted heading off with a sketchy crowd. Shaken, Minchul listened, as his friend questioned if Hisu actually ran with those notorious girls from Songyan High School. Minchul shut that idea down instantly, but his friend couldn't shake the feeling that something sinister was going down. He'd seen Hisu being led away, prompting a sudden realization he couldn't just sit back. He had to go save her. Anxiety kicked in as Minchul realized those girls were trouble, forcing him to move fast as he began his pursuit. A dark premonition gripped Minchul. Ahead, the pack of bullies cornered Hisu, spitting insults. Mocking her look, the ringleader barked about Minchul, demanding she admit they were nothing. She ordered Hisu to strip, while the others huddled together, their whispers, snake-like and cold. One suggested disfiguring her face to stop the flirting, but another panicked about getting expelled. As tensions hit a boiling point, the leader snapped at the lookout to stay focused. The friend scoffed. Who'd show up here? Right then, Minchul stepped from the shadows. He slammed the door open, shoving them aside to reach the trembling, broken Hisu. Gazing at her shredded clothes, Minchul's voice turned icy. Is this how you play? He mocked their twisted taste before draping his shirt over Hisu, shielding her from them. Just hold on, he whispered. Sangmi panicked, screeching at Minchul to get lost. She kept barking, mocking his looks, and calling him a fool for believing the rumors. Leave now or die, she hissed, but Minchul didn't even flinch. Instead, he reached out and snatched her wrist. He dared her to follow through, guiding her hand directly to his throat. In that suffocating moment, Minchul hauled Nahasu away and forced her back home. Still trembling, she kept spiraling about the inevitable fallout. She was terrified of what those girls would do to him, but Minchul just brushed her fears aside. Are you actually worried about me? He teased, knowing those brats had a fleet of thugs on standby. He promised he had it under control, confidently claiming he'd solo the entire group without breaking a sweat. Cut to later, Minchul was a total mess, covered in bruises. Seeing him broken like that made Nahasu snap. He swore he wouldn't get hurt. He'd talked so much game about being invincible, yet here he was. Minchul just sighed, explaining that the numbers were simply too high when they all jumped him at once. Seeing her tears, his heart softened. He quickly apologized, trying to play it off with a new promise. Next time he wouldn't even be touched. He'd go full beast mode and absolutely wreck them all. Without a scratch on him, he tried to soothe her, teasingly offering himself as a human punching bag. He told her to dry those eyes, insisting his services were free. Playfully, he declared that Kang Minchul was officially Nahesu's personal zero-cost stress reliever. Overcome with sudden emotion, Hesu demanded to know why he was being so damn kind. A flustered Minchul just stammered back, asking if she truly needed an answer. Watching him, Hesu felt a storm inside. Despite his battered face, Minchul's radiant warmth made her soul tremble. His bruised, shaking silhouette was simply too much to resist. She saw a boy, not yet a man, but a warrior who'd bleed for his loved ones. Even if their youth was a mess of scars, she'd burn for this moment. That night, she pulled him closer, letting their painful past crumble into nothing but gray ash. Back in reality, Hesu caught Byumtae's intense gaze and snapped at him for staring. She joked that surely he'd seen a woman knock back a few drinks before. Byumtae didn't flinch, confessing his raw jealousy. He hated that she sat there, drinking with him while her heart was miles away with another man. Could he ever beat those ghosts? How could he compete with memories he couldn't kill? Hesu scoffed, calling him a total player, and noted that his charm probably made girls fall instantly. Byumtae shot that down, reminding her that she was the one exception. Hesu just laughed, claiming she'd seen it all. But Byumtae stood his ground, whispering that she actually knew nothing at all. She brushed him off, telling the kid not to backtalk an adult. Byumtae's grin widened. He reminded her he was a man too. Amused, she asked for his age. He leaned in close and breathed 23 into her ear. Hesu nearly choked. A decade-wide gap, this was insane. Her head spun. Panicked, she grabbed the bottle and chugged. Byumtae noted she was wasted. But Hesu stubbornly hissed no. All she could think was one thing: he is way too young. Lost in her thoughts, she instinctively rested her head on his shoulder, sensing her inner turmoil. Byumtae asked if this victory actually felt good. He reminded her how her ex chose someone 8 years younger. Yet here she was, drinking with a guy even younger than that. He offered himself up for her revenge, but Hesu declined, calling him far too kind. As she stood up to leave, the alcohol hit her hard, making her world tilt and sway. She mumbled about heading out, so Byumtae gently steered her toward the exit. But Hesu stubbornly refused to go home. Seeing her recklessness, he suggested she just stay with him. Through a hazy, drunken blur, she looked up and remarked that he looked dangerously seductive. She claimed his drinking removed his filter, but he coolly replied he was always this way. Then he reminded her she'd already rejected him for being young, leaving her totally flustered. "Be quiet," she snapped, annoyed that he was trying to act like a mature adult. She mocked his fake experience, reminding him she had a whole decade of life on him. She stomped on his foot, threatening to scold him, but Byumtae playfully dared her to try. Accepting the challenge, she pulled him close, wobbling on her toes to bridge the gap. He wondered what she could even manage in this state, but then she caught him off guard. In a bold, intoxicated move, Hesu pulled him into a sudden, breathtaking kiss. She paused, then went back for more. Byumtae's eyes locked onto hers as she stammered her confidence. She warned him never to look down on her, but before she could finish, the tables turned. Byumtae surged forward, pulling her into an intense, searing kiss that left her breathless. He held her steady as she tried to pull away, their hearts racing in the silence. Gasping for air, she hid in his jacket, complaining that he was making her lose her mind. Byumtae wrapped his arms around her, wondering if he should finally take the plunge. The atmosphere shifts as Byumtae leads Hesu into the hotel, leaving the receptionist visibly shaken by his presence. A nearby waiter notices the tension, questioning why the manager is staring so intensely at the newcomer. The manager gestures toward the guest, whispering if he recognizes that unmistakably familiar cold aura. Stunned, the employee wonders if it's the chairman himself, or perhaps the notorious Beyond family heir. Rumors claim that Playboy cycles through girls daily, but the manager immediately shuts down that theory. He'd encountered the eldest son before, a man constantly shadowed by scandalous whispers and dark hotel visits. At a single glance, that man was the textbook definition of a spoiled, entitled Keeble brat. Having studied the chairman's poise, he knew bloodlines don't lie, yet this stranger felt entirely different. Before him stood a chillingly perfect double, a replica so exact, it felt almost supernatural. He wonders if the woman is just another fling, but quickly scoffs at such an impossible thought. Elsewhere, Taehyun is lost in a moment of bliss, until he suddenly freezes, sensing something is off. When his partner questions the pause, he jokes that his ears are burning from someone's distant gossip. Despite the stunning beauty draped over him, he simply offers a smirk, completely unfazed by her charms. She suggests moving to a hotel, but Jack flatly refuses, his mind clearly focused elsewhere. Preferring to stay put, the scene cuts to Byumtae gently laying Hesu onto the soft bed. As he removes her boots, memories of their kiss flash back, forcing him to fight for composure. He wants her to feel safe. Sensing his proximity, Haesu instinctively nuzzles her face against his chest. Hearing her soft hum, he smiles, moved by how deeply she already trusts him. Tomorrow will be a battlefield. He tries to withdraw, but she tightly grips his hand, refusing to let go. This proximity is pure torture. His heart thunders against his ribs, fearing she might hear its frantic rhythm. He offers a silent prayer for restraint, forcing himself to take a desperate step back from the edge. Noticing her deep, peaceful exhale, he gently pats her, a silent vow that she's finally safe. Softly whispering goodnight, he wished her a night of tranquil rest. Morning light finds Nahasu stirring, cocooned in heat, a total 180 from the door's biting icy chill. No sterile hospital scent, or the misery of waking up with a crusty nose and aching limbs greeted her. Instead, she was wrapped in something plush and cozy. As consciousness surged back, a jarring sense of displacement hit. Where was she? This room felt completely alien. Pieces of the previous night began to flicker through her mind. The alcohol, the laughter, then the memory of kissing Byung-tae surfaced before everything went pitch black. Anxiety spiked as she bolted upright, desperate to believe this was all just a vivid hallucination. It had to be another surreal dream triggered by that man and his cryptic, haunting words. Then her eyes landed on her shoes. Doubt twisted in her gut. Everything was perfectly arranged. Her coat was hung with care, her bag placed just right. It was the meticulous work of a caretaker. She checked herself with trembling hands, realizing with a heavy thud of relief that things hadn't gone further. A flush of shame heated her cheeks. Was it really fortunate to have made such a chaotic mess? Bitter regret began to pool in her stomach as she replayed her reckless choices. There was no time for self-pity. She'd crossed a major line, and honestly, she was the one who invited him in. The memory made her skin crawl with electricity. God, that infuriatingly composed mask he always wore. He looked so damn smug. She wanted to sink her teeth into him just to shatter that perfect calm. She shook her head, fighting the urge to spiral. It was just a moment, not a life-altering event. They hadn't actually slept together, right? Maybe it was just a blip. It definitely wasn't his first rodeo. With a face that handsome, he was bound to have a past. And damn, he was way too skilled. "I'm such a mess," she groaned. She needed to man up, reach out, and apologize for the chaos. While dressing, her fingers snagged a scrap of paper in her pocket. A handwritten note from Byung-tae. He'd left it so she wouldn't freak out upon waking alone in an empty room. Since she was wasted, he'd checked her in. He even used a voucher he'd saved for a future girlfriend. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to Jae, who was watching Byung-tae with a mischievous, knowing grin. He teased Byung-tae, asking if he really felt that unsafe in his own high-security sanctuary. Did he actually think an assassin would scale a Seoul skyscraper just to put a blade in him? Byung-tae just chuckled, dismissing the drama and demanding Jae find a way to keep him entertained. Jae joked about playing pedal Jenga before dropping. The real question was he going to see her again? Byung-tae played it cool. There was no way he was going to be the first one to reach out today. Their connection had deepened, but he'd only consider moving forward if she took the initiative to call him. Jae just stared, completely baffled. He couldn't keep up with Byung-tae's twisted mind games anymore. Was he trying to stay hidden, or was he dying for the woman and the chairman to catch him? Elsewhere, Min-chul was lost in his phone when Ari piped up about how life was totally unfair. Confused, Min-chul looked up, wondering what had sparked this sudden outburst of saltiness. She grumbled about him being a pro at everything: the women, the marriage, and even a lingering, obsessed ex-wife. She wondered if his talents were the secret sauce, causing Min-chul to let out a dry laugh. Ari went further, betting he'd been a natural-born player from the very first moment he started. Her words hit a nerve. Did she really see him as some legendary heartbreaker since birth? He brushed it off, claiming his skill was just a byproduct of surviving more years on this planet. Age doesn't make you a god, but it does mean you're no longer the clueless kid you once were. His mind drifted back to a ghost from his past, a pivotal moment with Nahisu. She had kissed him with such passion, but he'd abruptly retreated and told her to leave. Hisu was stung, demanding to know if he'd hated the feeling of her lips on his. Flushed with embarrassment, Min-chul scrambled for an excuse. He only pulled away because he was physically hurting. He shot down her offer for medicine, demanding she look away as he made a hasty, awkward exit. Back in reality, that phantom kiss still haunted him, leaving his mind in a hazy, beautiful fog. Ari snapped her fingers, catching him smiling like an idiot. Seriously, she teased, "What is going on with you?" Thinking back on his first time, Min-chul just laughed it off, acting like it was no big deal. Back at home, Nahisu began clearing out her space. She was determined to start fresh. Accepting that their time was finally over, carefully she tossed out every item that wasn't hers anymore. Some junk was easy to trash, but other pieces were heavy with memories of Min-chul. Even so, she stayed strong. She had vowed long ago not to waste another tear on him. The life they built and the moments they shared, it was all officially a closed chapter. Cleaning out a few bags felt like moving out entirely. It reminded her of the tradition of eating jjajangmyeon on moving day. Min-chul had taught her that, but now she had no one to share a meal with. The silence of the house was suffocating. This tiny home felt even smaller now. She threw away her old lingerie. Realizing that after 13 years of struggle, she was still broke, with or without him. She resolved to buy new things not just for the sake of it, but to heal her aching heart. Her eyes landed on a teddy bear, making her wonder if she should invite Byomtae for jjajangmyeon. Meanwhile, Byomtae was glued to his phone with Jae, desperately praying for a text from Nahisu. The scene shifted to a shop where Nahisu was browsing, realizing she'd never really owned anything brand new. Her whole life had been a collection of hand-me-downs and worn-out scraps left by others. She cherished the smallest things because to her, everything felt like a rare treasure. Her most sparkling memory was the day she had scribbled Kang Minchul's name on a wall. He had signed it right after claiming she belonged to him, which always made her smile. But now he had vanished like a ghost, as if he'd never even been a part of her world. A shopkeeper noticed Nahisu lingering outside and asked what she was looking for. She invited her in to see their specialty items, but Nahisu quietly admitted she was just looking for some basic underwear. The lady promised they had plenty and asked for her style. Nahisu just wanted something simple and comfy. But when the owner asked about her size, she took one look at Nahisu's figure and smirked, confident she knew exactly what would fit. This made Nahisu turn bright red. The owner noted her size was rare but definitely in stock. She pulled out a spicy lacy pear and asked if Nahisu wanted to try something bold. Caught off guard, Nahisu flinched in embarrassment and immediately asked for something much more modest. The shopkeeper laughed, teasing the young bride for being so shy about a little fashion. She insisted it was actually their safest choice, and eventually, Nahisu just gave in. Observing her closely, the owner assumed she was a newlywed and asked if she was married. Nahisu hesitated for a second before clarifying that she was actually single. Then the lady showed her a wild-looking dress, making Nahisu blush even harder. As she prepared to leave, she looked at her purchases, still processing the fact that she'd actually bought new lingerie. She also grabbed a pair of fuzzy socks, thinking she needed a little something extra. A teddy bear alone felt like a weak gift, so she bought wrapping paper and a box too. The cold was biting, and she noticed some gloves that didn't look nearly warm enough for this freezing weather. She had those wrapped up as well. Suddenly, Nahisu's phone buzzed. It was a message from Byomtae. He'd finally arrived. She scanned the bustling market, trying to find him in the thick crowd. It was a chaotic scene, but his towering height made him impossible to miss. Nearby, strangers were whispering, wondering if he was a student or some kind of celebrity. Someone joked that celebrity was old school. He clearly had the vibes of a professional model. Another woman bragged that her daughter would love his style, insisting she wasn't being biased. She claimed her daughter was a total catch and asked if Byomtae was already taken. He proudly confirmed he had a girlfriend. Nahisu watched him stunned. When she finally reached him, she asked when he'd arrived. He said he just got there despite traveling such a long way. She expected more time to prepare, but Byomtae's hand was already reaching for hers, his eyes burning with curiosity. Meanwhile, Nahisu's mind was a chaotic mess, spiraling over how he'd address their wild night or what look he'd give her. But the tension snapped when he simply asked why she'd summoned him, leaving Hisu fumbling for an answer. She blurted out a craving for black bean noodles and pork, claiming it was too awkward to order such a feast alone. Byomtae looked totally unfazed, questioning if that was her only motive, which she quickly and desperately confirmed. She led the way to the restaurant, promising to treat him, though the air between them remained thick with unspoken tension. A wave of guilt washed over her. She felt like a total player, realizing she was the one who had initiated everything. Now she was buying his silence with a meal, but the sinking feeling in her gut only worsened as the food arrived. She urged him to dig into the noodles, praising the taste, but Byomtae noted her suspiciously high level of familiarity. Without thinking, she slipped up, mentioning she used to come here with her ex, Kang Min-chul. The realization hit her instantly. She flinched desperately, trying to backtrack by saying she'd visited a few other times too. "Just eat already," she barked, shoveling a mouthful of food while her brain screamed at her for the slip-up. Why on earth was she mentioning her ex-husband in front of Byomtae? She wondered if the alcohol was still rotting her brain. Talking about an ex to the guy you just spent the night with felt incredibly cursed as she stole a nervous glance. He looked effortlessly composed, like the previous night hadn't even happened, which only made her feel more humiliated. It dawned on her that she was the only one losing her mind here. To a guy like him, this probably meant nothing. This was likely just another Tuesday for him, a trivial encounter not worth stressing over, and she figured he had a plan. Since he'd surely find a girlfriend soon, he probably preferred to treat their drunken mistake like it never existed. She forced herself to focus on the noodles, eventually finding herself standing awkwardly outside her front door with him. She stammered out her thanks for the ride, the lunch, and for showing up at her place the day before. Despite his packed schedule, she felt the need to apologize for her behavior, admitting she'd been completely wasted. She started rambling about how she shouldn't have crossed the line, but before she could finish, he cut her off. Byomtae stepped into her personal space, his voice low, as he confessed he didn't want an apology because he actually loved it. He leaned in, asking if she felt the same, but Hisu brushed it off instantly, though Byomtae wasn't buying her act. "What's the issue?" he challenged, reminding her she could use him. If her heart wasn't ready, use his body instead. He reached for her again, but Hisu panicked, thrusting a shopping bag into his chest to create some distance. "These are presents," she yelped, retreating toward the stairs and effectively shutting down his advances. She told him to save them for later since Christmas was near, but Byung-tae hesitated, clearly wanting more. When he asked to come inside, Hisu practically screeched in refusal, ordering him to go back to his own house immediately. Slamming the door shut, she leaned against it, cursing how he played the innocent card while being anything but. Her heart was racing. What exactly was he planning to do if she'd actually let him through that door? Utterly frazzled, she decided a hot bath was the only way to wash away the confusion and clear her spiraling thoughts. But as the cold air hit her skin, a sudden terrifying memory of the lacy underwear she'd bought earlier flashed in her mind. She tore through her remaining bags, freezing in pure horror, as the grim reality finally set in. She had handed the bag containing her private lingerie to Byung-tae, meanwhile across town at his apartment. Byung-tae opened the package, revealing the spicy contents within, while Hisu turned a vibrant shade of scarlet. She could practically see his smirk dying inside at the thought of her intimate wear now sitting in his hands. Her original plan was a sweet gift of gloves, something she thought would make him genuinely happy for the holidays. Instead, fate had dealt her a much more chaotic hand, turning her thoughtful gesture into a total disaster. She pictured him inspecting the lingerie, blushing at the sight, and frantically wondered if he'd made it home yet. She realized she didn't even know his commute time, and the uncertainty was driving her absolutely insane. "He hasn't opened it yet," she lied to herself. "If he had, my phone would be blowing up right now." Desperate to stop the nightmare, she suppressed her trembling and dialed his number, calling out his name with bated breath. He picked up, and she felt a flicker of hope. He confirmed he was home, leading her to ask the dreaded question. When his response came back vague and dismissive, she let out a massive sigh of relief, ready to offer a real apology. Panicking, she scrambled to explain the mix-up, pleading with him to keep that bag sealed shut. That mysterious red bag. When Byung-tae demanded answers, Hisu's heart raced as she blurted out a lie. She warned him it held something terrifying, total nightmare fuel, that he definitely should not lay eyes on. Something felt off. Catching the raspy edge in his voice, Hisu wondered if he was coming down with something. Byung-tae promised to return it tomorrow morning, before hanging up, finally letting Hisu breathe again. If he had seen what was inside, she shuddered, unable to face the wreck it would make of her reputation. Meanwhile, Byung-tae let out a heavy sigh. Back with Hisu, her imagination was running absolutely wild. She felt his touch as he gently pulled her close, the dream turning intense as they shared a heated moment. Just as things reached a fever pitch, Hisu's eyes snapped open, the fantasy shattered by reality. Mortified by her own thoughts, she literally facepalmed, convinced she was losing her grip on sanity. While Byung-tae was left breathless, Hisu spent the rest of the night tossing and turning. Running on zero sleep, she dragged herself up early to get ready for another long shift at work. She was halfway out the door when the bell rang. Right, Byung-tae said he would be there. True to his word, he was at her doorstep to hand back the infamous red bag. After swapping it for the actual gift, Hisu apologized profusely for the chaotic bag swap. Byung-tae brushed it off like a pro, but as Hisu scanned his face, she frowned. That smile seemed forced. He looked drained, prompting her to ask if he was feeling okay. He waved her off, though he admitted he had not caught many Z's last night. Hisu totally related the winter chill was making it impossible for anyone to get some decent rest. An awkward silence filled the air until Hisu finally mumbled that she had to get going. She turned to leave for work, but Byung-tae's voice stopped her in her tracks. He pulled out a gift of his own, telling her to save the surprise for when she was inside. Inside, Hisu unboxed a stunning pink sweater, her eyes lighting up as she immediately tried it on. It was a perfect fit. Thick, cozy, and surprisingly stylish, he definitely had an eye for quality. Judging by the premium feel, this must have set him back over 50,000 won. Touched by the gesture, she vowed to thank him later, before heading to the flower shop. Hisu walked in to find Hwa-jung, who immediately noticed her glowing new look. "New fit," Hwa-jung teased. Hisu beamed, confirming it was a special gift from a friend. Whoever picked it out had impeccable taste, Hwa-jung noted, since the clothes totally transformed Hisu's vibe. She looked drop-dead gorgeous, though. Hwa-jung could not resist throwing a bit of playful shade. She joked about Hisu's usual tired rotation of clothes, making Hisu wonder if Byung-tae just felt sorry for her. Was the sweater a pity gift? Hisu's mind began to spiral as she overthought the gesture. Then Hwa-jung smirked, asking if her hubby bought the gift. It seemed like the obvious answer, but Hisu's expression suddenly went cold. She dropped a bombshell. She was actually divorced. Hwa-jung's jaw nearly hit the floor. Shocked, she stammered that Hisu had never even breathed a word about a breakup. "It is what it is," Hisu replied shortly, leaving her boss completely baffled. Chung could not wrap her head around the sudden shift from married to single. Later, Byung-tae strolled into the shop, and the chemistry between him and Hisu was electric. Hisu handed him his roses, but he insisted on buying another bouquet, just to stay longer. Watching from the sidelines, Hwa-jung could hardly believe her eyes at their cozy interaction. Their vibe was way too intimate, especially considering the clear age gap between them. Divorced or not, this whole situation was looking incredibly suspicious to Hua Jung. When Byung-tae reached out to touch Hisu, Hua Jung finally snapped, unable to watch any longer. She lunged forward, grabbing Byung-tae and dragging him away for a much-needed interrogation. Hua Jung demanded a moment of his time, effectively cornering him, just as Na Hae-soo tried to make a quick escape. Claiming work duties called, she coldly suggested moving the drama outside the shop before abruptly turning her back on him. Once they were alone, Hua Jung didn't waste a second immediately grilling him about the nature of his bond with Na Hae-soo. She baited him to demand an explanation, but then shrugged, claiming his silence was an answer in itself. Since his heart was on his sleeve anyway, she dropped the act and begged him to kill his feelings for Na Hae-soo. She warned him of a hidden truth. While inside the shop, a restless Na Hae-soo couldn't stop tracking their every move. Panic flared in Na Hae-soo's chest as Hua Jung confessed that this twisted situation had spiraled far beyond her expectations. She wondered if it was just a midlife obsession, but quickly realized the problem ran way deeper than mere years. Bracing him for the impact, she finally dropped the ultimate truth bomb: Na Hae-soo was actually a married woman. Gnawing at her nails, she whispered that while Na Hae-soo claimed to be divorced, the whole story smelled incredibly fishy. She suspected Na Hae-soo was spinning a web of lies just for him, arguing that hiding a past marriage was a massive red flag. Who hides a divorce from a lover? When he questioned her motives, Hua Jung insisted she was only trying to protect him. She refused to let him wander blindly into a heartbreak, but Byung-tae countered with a cold, logical observation. Usually people only care for their inner circle, but Hua Jung snapped back that this mess was on a whole other level. No matter how distant she was, she couldn't just stand by while a divorcee deceived a younger man about her past. She couldn't fathom the audacity of hiding a marriage, but her jaw dropped when he revealed he already knew everything. The fact that her big reveal was old news to him left her completely stunned and utterly speechless. Despite knowing the truth, he'd spent every single day hovering around her, slowly blurring the lines of their relationship. He'd been waiting like a predator for her life to fall apart, confessing his twisted desire for things to go wrong. When she pressed for a reason, he admitted his motives were purely toxic, sending a cold shiver racing down her spine. He dared her to warn Na Hae-soo if she was truly worried, telling her to let the woman know just how dangerous he was. Under the cover of night, he struggled with a glove while Jay sat back dissecting the absolute mess of a situation. He likened himself to a loyal hound trailing her to the shop and waiting hours on end for even a glimpse of her. Even through the struggle, Byung-tae kept his cool, eventually showing off a mysterious gift to a curious Jay. Jay mocked the tiny gift, joking that it was so small it could barely even fit around a single finger. He laughed off Jay's jab about his flashy lifestyle, even though the man pointed out his greed for more. Despite his mountain of wealth, he still hoarded gifts, prompting Jay to finally ask if he was actually serious about her. Byung-tae went silent before turning the question back on Jay, who bluntly admitted that his friend looked anything but serious. His reckless behavior was messy when it could have been discreet, making Jay wonder if he even cared about the fallout. Jay noted that a young guy chasing a divorcee was definitely weird, even if he didn't care about getting caught. Still, it wasn't impossible to understand. From what he saw, she looked like the type who was easily swayed. Money probably blinded her, which might explain how she survived years tied to such a pathetic excuse for a husband. But Jay theorized that the second she discovered his secret Cheeble status, her entire personality would flip in an instant. She'd likely try to bleed him dry, proving Jay's point that everyone turns into a monster when there's cash on the line. For a bored rich kid who found the world painfully dull, this might just be the ultimate game of cat and mouse. The rush of hunting someone who refused to surrender was likely an addictive thrill that defined their entire toxic dynamic. With a cryptic smirk, Byung-tae promised Jay an answer another day, leaving the tension hanging thick in the air. Jay knew he wouldn't get a straight answer. Later at home, Byung-tae lay in bed, mindlessly teasing a teddy bear. He grinned as Na Hae-soo's face flashed in his mind, unaware that she was also wide awake thinking about him. She admitted they looked good together, rationalizing his intense feelings as just a temporary crush for a guy his age. Yet the weight of his genuine interest was undeniable, even though her own crippling loneliness had forced her to play dumb. She'd kept the mask on desperately, hoping she could cling to his warmth for just a few more precious moments. But the moment of truth had crashed down on her without warning. The time for pretending was finally over. Their charade of being just friends had become a lie too heavy to carry. The next morning, he was already waiting outside. Byung-tae shadowed her every step, softly urging her to get inside before the freezing morning air took its toll. He planned to call once home, but Na Hae-soo stopped him, her grip tightening as she demanded to speak. She pulled him aside, and though he joked about the thrill, her cold gaze quickly killed the mood. This wasn't a game. Staring at the floor, she whispered a warning she was about to break him. When he asked how she brought up Hwa Young, the girl from the flower shop, he saw through her, instantly teasingly asking if she was actually jealous of his chats with Hwa Young. Na Hae-soo countered by offering to set them up, a suggestion that struck him like ice and froze him. Wincing at the pain, he sighed while she insisted he find someone his own age instead. She reminded him of his past admirers, certain that plenty of young girls were desperate for his attention. Closing the distance, he grabbed her and declared that a divorcee auntie was exactly who he wanted. Nahisu snapped, shouting if he really thought falling for an older divorced woman was anything close to normal. She brought up his parents, claiming she'd intervene to stop this madness if they were just casual acquaintances. Convinced he'd lost his mind, she made one final plea for him to find someone his own age. But he held her fast, asking if he looked sane to her. One look told her he definitely wasn't. He silenced her with a deep, soul-stirring kiss, proving his devotion. Beomte was fully committed to her now. He worked tirelessly to make Nahisu feel safe until she finally melted into his arms, holding him tight. She recalled his question about the thrill of winning by sleeping with a... Beomte nodded, admitting those dark human impulses haunted her too. She felt like a victim of circumstance. Her heart burned with resentment, thinking a high-profile guy like him was just playing games with her soul. She imagined a peaceful life far removed from the toxic web he had spun around her very existence. She craved to weaponize her spite and mock his arrogance, but even as she hit absolute rock bottom, she was too jaded to trash her own soul or start a new relationship with someone else, just for petty vengeance. Nor would she drag a good man down just to mask her own agonizing solitude. Memories of her isolated youth flashed back. She refused to let history repeat its cruel, lonely cycle again. She wanted to be his sanctuary. Byumju listened intently as Nahaisu dropped a heavy bombshell on him, warning him to guard his heart. But love is a wild beast, and Byumju knew it was untamable. He admitted passion is chaotic, yet urged her to keep fighting it. "Pray you don't fall for me," she cautioned. He stepped up to back her, yet Byumte warned the easy part was over. Things were about to get heavy. He was playing for keeps now, using any means necessary, but he promised never to force her heart. No more pity or excuses. If she wanted him gone, she just had to say those words, "I hate you." One word and he would vanish forever. Late that night, Naheisu hovered over her phone, heart racing. "Don't come tomorrow." She finally hit send, paralyzed by the fear of actually looking him in the eye. Self-loathing washed over her. After letting him in for so long, she was finally trying to cut the cord. But the hate would not come. Why was such a simple phrase tearing her apart inside like this? This was the perfect chance to end it, yet her voice failed her when it mattered the most. She knew he would see right through her anyway. A lie of hate would only ring hollow between them. Every syllable would be a fraud. Meanwhile, over at Byumte's, he was distractedly messing with a plush teddy bear. Jay watched him annoyed by the suffocating energy. Why invite someone over just to sit in dead silence? He missed the simple days of jogging and Jenga. Now the mood was just straight up depressing and heavy. Byumte sat there, radiating a murderous aura. His face was a bone-chilling mirror image of the chairman's haunting the atmosphere. Breaking the silence, Byumte locked eyes with Jay. He scoffed, asking why Jay hadn't dared to question this sudden summons yet. Jay hesitated, wondering if he even possessed the right to demand answers. But after a heavy moment, he finally spoke up. Jay asked why he was called. Byumte claimed he was finally delivering the answer to Jay's previous question. To explain, Byumte recalled a movie scene. A man takes a heavily intoxicated woman to a secluded, quiet hotel room. Silence consumed the space save for their rhythmic breathing. The man remained completely still until the sun rose at dawn. He just watched over the girl he loved, terrified that even a blink might disturb her deep, peaceful slumber. He puzzled over why such a basic situation was being romanticized. Why get so worked up over one night of self-control, acting like it was deep when it really wasn't that complicated? Jay looked away with a scoff. Noting that Byumte's reaction made it sound like Chairman Byumte-ju had given up on heirs entirely, Jay thanked him for the answer, finding the whole explanation honestly hilarious. It's not like Byumte was some virgin experiencing his first night with a girlfriend in a cheap motel, so there was no reason to be so melodramatic about it. Byumte went silent as Jay tried to laugh it off, but when Jay looked back, Byumte was just staring blankly. Jay was stunned, wondering if he was actually serious. Suddenly, the scene shifts back to the restaurant. The owner spots Na-Haesu looking totally zoned out. She asks what on earth happened yesterday. Since Haesu was making rookie mistakes, she'd usually never commit. Haesu apologized, claiming it was nothing. Just a moment of being lost in thought. But things got heavy when Haesu hesitated to speak. Finally, she opened up to the owner, asking how to get someone to lose interest, claiming it was for a friend, not herself. However, the restaurant owner saw right through her. She joked about asking a regular who could probably knock a guy out cold. If that failed, maybe a mother's interference would do the trick. Walking home, Haesu replayed the restaurant owner's advice. The best way to sever all ties, whether with men, friends, or family, was simple. Ask them for money. That one request would burn every bridge instantly. Just ask to borrow a massive amount. Haesu considered this desperate move. Knowing youthful love is wild but temporary. Feelings fade, but the sense of betrayal doesn't. Recalling Minchul's confident face and promises, she wondered if a reckless kid would ruin his life for cash. The thought actually terrified her. To test her theory, she decided to demand something insane, a sum so ridiculous it was impossible to pay, something that would crush a vulnerable life. She sent the text to Byung-tae, asking to borrow 100 million won. Byung-tae got the alert. Reading the request for 100 million won, he just smirked with amusement. Cut to the flower shop weeks later. Hae-soo realized weeks had passed in total silence. Byung-tae, who usually started every conversation, had vanished completely. Her last text sat on read, and every call went straight to voicemail. The silence was deafening. She felt unsettled remembering how she told him to find someone his own age. She was being hypocritical. Deep down, she'd assumed he'd keep chasing her. It took 2 weeks to realize he was gone. Selfishly, she began to wonder if he'd ever walk through her door again. An angry customer snapped her out of it, demanding to know why she was spacing out. She apologized quickly, but her mind drifted right back to Byung-tae. Is he okay? Are the nightmares still haunting him? Is he even safe right now? She hoped her gift kept his hands warm as he wandered through his lonely days. She remembered his words. How he'd come to this place whenever his thoughts became too heavy to carry. Had she been too blinded by her own drama to see his genuine struggle? She never understood the depth of his pain or the crushing weight he was forced to bear. How many times did his legs lead him here? What agony was he trying to escape? Staring at the city lights, she realized she knew absolutely nothing about the boy. That realization brought a cold relief. If nothing remained of him, letting go would be easy, right? But passing the shop where she bought his gifts, regret hit her like a wave. She never told him. If she'd given him that teddy bear, maybe it would have warded off his demons. She should have said it. To the boy with the heavy heart, she had been a selfish adult. Those unspoken words haunted her for a long time. The weight of her silence truly ached. Cut to a gritty alleyway, where Jay was wrangling a drunkard, demanding why the man didn't just go home and pass out. Every nerve in Jay's body was frayed, leaving him balanced precariously on the razor's edge of his patience. Just as he was about to snap, Byung-tae's voice broke the silence, asking Jay point-blank if he knew how to fight. Jay gave a confident nod. In response, Byung-tae made a bizarre request: strike him somewhere everyone would see. Jay recoiled in shock, begging him to stop. He told Byung-tae to imagine how insane that sounded to a normal person, especially from a guy built like a brick wall, but Byung-tae shrugged it off and asked if his shift was over. Confused, Jay asked if he was heading back. Byung-tae shook his head. He had one more stop to make. Ignoring Jay's questions about his state, Byung-tae shot a text to Nahasu, telling her he was waiting outside her door. Byung-tae stood in the shadows until Nahasu finally emerged. The moment her eyes landed on him, she froze. Dark bruises littered his neck, his clothes were a mess, and a mysterious bag dangled from his weary hand. She demanded to know his business. Before he could speak, she cut him off with a cold, sharp warning. If he didn't have what she requested, there was no point in talking. She told him to disappear right then and there. But as she really looked at him, her heart faltered. She stepped forward, her hands moving toward him on instinct. She pulled back his mask, her eyes widening in horror at his battered face. She demanded to know what happened. Had he been brawling like some low-life thug? Her frustration boiled over as she began screaming at him. She reminded him he was an adult who should avoid trouble, demanding to know why he was still acting so reckless. Like a total brat, she asked if it hurt. Deep down, Hae-soo realized that Byung-tae had a way of reaching her. He exposed the soft parts of her soul she'd spent years hiding, or maybe parts she had simply chosen to ignore. She declared this would be the final time, insisting on treating his wounds before kicking him out for good. Inside, as she dabbed his cuts, her cold exterior began to melt. Finished, she strictly warned him to stay safe. She threatened that if he ever showed up this beaten again, she would lock her door to him forever. As she turned to leave, Byung-tae's hand clamped around her wrist. He revealed that he actually brought what she wanted. He begged her for just a few more minutes. Stunned, Hae-soo looked at him, refusing to believe he had actually succeeded. There was no way he secured that much cash in only a few weeks. Convinced he was bluffing, she grabbed the bag. Her fingers shook as she unzipped the bag. The sight of the massive stack of bills inside left her breathless. She was floored. In a panicked voice, she demanded he tell her exactly where this money came from. Byung-tae calmly noted she'd asked for a loan. Hae-soo completely lost it, her voice rising into a frantic, piercing scream. She grabbed his shoulders, her whole body trembling as the terrifying truth began to sink into her mind. Byung-tae guided her hand beneath his shirt to a fresh scar. Horror paralyzed her as he confessed he'd sold an organ. He claimed they promised the cash in exchange for the surgery. Hae-soo stood there, her mind reeling in disbelief. A wave of icy dread swept over her. Her breath hitched as she stared at the jagged mark on his chest. The tears she'd been fighting finally broke free. As she sobbed, Byung-tae softly asked why she was even crying. He scrambled to comfort her, claiming it was just a sick joke and that he hadn't actually done it. He confessed he didn't think she'd fall for it since the scar was old. He admitted he'd messed up. He asked if he should go, promising to obey her. His voice cracked as he begged her to stop crying. Shaking, Heisu asked what his game was. She demanded to know what the hell the point of this was. She'd tried pushing him away for his own safety, yet he kept dragging her back. Why was he making her falter? Why was he turning her into such a mess? After a silence, Beomtae whispered, asking if she was finished crying. Wiping her eyes, she nodded, but fiercely warned him never to pull a stunt like that ever again. It was humiliating. Beomtae smirked, asking how much longer she planned on staying pressed up against him. He said he didn't mind, but it might get awkward for her. Heisu's face flushed bright red with heat. She snapped at him for being so ridiculous. She demanded to know if he had no shame at all. Beomtae just grinned, saying it didn't feel that way to him, as his words echoed in Heisu's mind. She reached a decision. Clinging to him, she whispered an invitation for him to stay the night. She moved closer. She pulled him into a deep, biting kiss. Sensing her surrender, he held her close as they sank down together. "Stop now if you'll regret this," he warned, his gaze piercing her soul. Nahisu's face burned with heat as she defiantly guided his hand over her. She whispered that he'd be the one regretting it. Beomtae finally gave in. He teased her ears until tears fell. Then Beomtae took full control. Gently pinning her down, he lingered. Nahisu begged for a brief pause. She wanted to go slow, but Beomtae refused. It was his way now. A strange sensation washed over her. This felt nothing like Kang Min-chul. With her ex, they skipped the build-up and rushed straight to the end. These deliberate touches ignited nerves she never knew existed, making her body react. Gasping, she reached her limit and pleaded for him to finally proceed. Then she saw him. Her breath hitched. How was he so massive? It had been ages. A wave of sudden doubt crashed over her mind. Would she be okay? For the first time, genuine regret felt possible. She hesitated, knowing no woman could handle a man like him easily. She was trapped. Beomtae sensed her fear and told her to stay silent. She persisted, so he surrendered to the flow, gripping her body firmly. Electric jolts of pressure surged through her as he held her close. She claimed she was ready, but Beomtae warned her he wasn't finished. Nahisu clutched his hand, feeling completely consumed by the overwhelming intensity. "Is it over?" she panted. Beomtae only responded with a dark smirk. He considered saying yes, but decided to tease his little liar instead. Tears fell as she struggled for air. "Just wait," he whispered low. Her mind fractured into static. The sting in her eyes was unbearable. She thought she was experienced. She thought this would be routine. Wrong. Unfamiliar sensations crushed her, making every inch of her body ache. His foreign scent invaded her senses, heightening her overwhelming discomfort. Everything was a blur. Moving would only intensify the exquisite torture. "I'll be good," he promised, pausing just long enough to read her. She bit her lip. How could one man possess such terrifying power? His size defied logic. Readiness meant nothing against a force like this. He fought for control before lunging forward, making her entire world shake. "You finished inside!" she cried. Beomtae just shook his head, denying it. She called him a liar. He remarked that he was lying quite often. "Maybe I need punishment," he teased, his hardness remaining unyielding. Electric sparks ignited. It felt wrong yet sinfully good at the same time. Beomtae's patience had evaporated. "Can I finally move now?" he growled. As he surged, her body convulsed within the narrow, suffocating space. This room once belonged to a ghost. Now a stranger claimed it. He masked her vision. White-hot sensations flooded her entire being. His scorching breath sent chills down her spine as she screamed out. "Is it over?" she begged. He promised this would be the finale. She hesitated. How many times would he push her to the brink? "Do you hate it?" he asked. She couldn't answer. She loved him. He was too captivating to escape. Their mutual desire ended in tears. She blacked out. Morning light eventually filled the room as Nahisu stirred. She wasn't under a blanket. She was wrapped in Beomtae's protective heat. Realization hit, she drifted off in his arms. Was the room warmer, or was it just him? She needed to go to work, but the sight of him sleeping peacefully stopped her heart. Blushing furiously, she hid back under the covers, trying to steady her racing pulse. Part of her acted on pure whim, while the rest tried to treat this like a totally normal Tuesday. After all, a one-night stand shouldn't be a crisis for two consenting adults. She tried to gaslight herself into believing that hookup culture made this behavior completely standard. TV dramas always featured drunk mistakes, but despite her logic, her mind refused to chill. The night was a blur of tears, leaving her memories hazy and fragmented. Yet his touch remained etched in her skin, initially clumsy, then suddenly dangerously practiced. The sudden shift was jarring, making her realize he was far more experienced than she imagined. A guy like him probably did this every weekend. She was likely just another face to him. Feeling exposed, she tried to slip away, but his arm was like a heavy iron shackle. His sheer strength was terrifying. She began to wonder if he was actually faking sleep. Suddenly, Beomtae's sleepy voice rumbled right against her ear, sending a jolt through her. That low, gravelly resonance was too much to handle, leaving her completely flustered and trapped. She snapped at him to release her, so she could escape to work, but he just smirked. He pulled the "I'm injured" card, making Nahasu glare in pure disbelief. Ultimately, she folded and ditched her shift, hating how much he had already compromised her life. She was burning through cash and skipping work. Her disciplined life was spiraling into total chaos. Everything about him was a red flag, his weird habits, his unpredictable energy, just everything. As she studied him, her eyes caught the map of jagged scars marking his skin. The question slipped out before she could stop it. Where did all that trauma come from? He casually mentioned a childhood spent in hospital wards dreaming of the world outside. It felt like a lifetime ago, a distant memory that even he struggled to fully grasp. Looking at his powerful physique now, most wouldn't believe it, but Hasu didn't doubt him. She imagined a young boy enduring endless pain, wondering how many silent tears he'd shed. It was impossible to picture this dangerous man ever being that vulnerable. Her voice turned sharp as she warned him, "No more fighting, or I'm gone for good." Byumtae let out a dry chuckle, finding her sudden protective streak ironically amusing. She'd previously told him to see other women, yet here she was, acting like his guardian. Hasu flushed red, demanding to know why he was treating her concern like a joke. He promised to be careful since someone clearly cared, though she immediately denied it. A loud growl from her stomach shattered the romantic tension instantly. As he teased her about being hungry, Hasu wished the floor would just swallow her whole. He told her to stay put, claiming he was about to whip up a 5-star breakfast. The idea of him cooking felt surreal. His skills were the last thing on her mind. This was her apartment, he was the guest, and yet he was running the show. Then the realization hit. She was completely naked, and she shrieked at him for staring. He just shrugged it off, leaving her fuming as she scrambled to find some clothes. She suddenly remembered Minchul promising her a perfect dinner, a claim she'd laughed at. Back then, she'd roasted him for only knowing how to boil instant ramen. Minchul had vowed to prove her wrong, joking about his husband's duties in the kitchen. But when she finally stepped into her kitchen now, she didn't find a chef. It looked less like cooking and more like a full-blown pyrotechnics display. Terrified, she screamed, asking if he even knew which end of the pan to hold. She tried to intervene, but he intercepted her before she could reach the stove. He effortlessly tossed her back toward the bedroom, telling her to just go back to sleep. Hasu laid there in shock, unable to believe her life had become this chaotic. Fate has a cruel sense of irony. Who else could she blame for this exhaustion? Resting back, her gaze drifted toward the kitchen. His massive frame made the room feel suffocatingly small. She wondered how much fuel a body that size required. More importantly, what did he intend to do with all that raw power before she could spiral further? Byumtae turned with a knowing smirk. Flustered, Nahisu scrambled to hide her burning face. Cursing her own weak heart, the scene shifts to Byumtae's place as he revisits old memories through a photo. Nahisu headed for the bathroom, calling out a command for Byumtae to stay exactly where he was. "Wait for me," she insisted. Replaying their sweet encounter, a rare, genuine smile tugged at his lips. She was far too trusting for her own good. Pacing the room, he began to dissect the heavy silence around him. The place felt hollow, haunted only by the fading echoes of someone who once breathed life into these walls. He didn't fully grasp the weight of it, yet his eyes lingered on the photos Nahisu had discarded so decisively. His head throbbed with a dizzying intensity as he stared at a shot of Minchul and Nahisu together. He grabbed his phone just as Jay's voice broke through. "We're back in the present," as Jay calls out. "Did you summon me?" Jay asked, surprised by how fast he'd arrived. Byumtae merely nodded. Jay narrowed his eyes. That look of pure satisfaction on Byumtae's face definitely signaled trouble. He wondered how many lies were told to put the boss in such high spirits. Then Byumtae challenged him to play. Jenga, Jay suggested. Byumtae shot that down instantly, demanding a high-stakes game of Monopoly instead. Jay balked. Why play a game of ruin with a man capable of bankrupting entire bloodlines on a whim? Byumtae let out a dark laugh. Despite the risk, Jay reluctantly settled in for the match. As the game progressed, Jay sensed a shift. Byumtae always acted like the world was his personal playground. But something was fundamentally different now. Jay paused, unsettled by this strange evolution in his boss. He muttered a curse, hoping nothing catastrophic had happened. Then a realization began to dawn on him. He couldn't wrap his head around the possibilities, deciding he'd rather stay out of his employees' messy private life. The scene transitions to a quiet restaurant where Nahisu is grabbing a solo meal. Her mind drifted back to their breakfast conversation. Afterward, Byumtae had stubbornly insisted on cleaning up. He claimed to be a domestic expert despite Nahisu's protests. He didn't exactly look the type, but he handled the chores with surprising ease. Curious, she'd asked him about the source of his sudden wealth. "Do you want it?" he'd countered. She'd immediately shut him down, wanting no part of it. Why take something that wasn't hers? That's when Byumtae finally dropped his guard and confessed. The mountain of cash was fake, nothing but movie props. Nahesu didn't even flinch at the revelation. "I knew it," she admitted, questioning his dramatic flair. Byumtae could only offer a sheepish apology. He confessed his fear that without money, she wouldn't give him the time of day ever again. Now her ears kept burning. Even in his absence, his voice seemed to whisper right beside her. That low, lazy laughter still teased her senses. A day had passed, yet her body still felt the lingering ache. The owner walked in, noting her radiant glow. "Did something wonderful happen? You look amazing today." "Did you treat yourself to a secret feast?" she teased. Nahesu quickly shook her head in denial. "Nothing special," she insisted, but the restaurant owner just laughed at her flustered reaction. She kept praising Hisu's looks, noting how drained and haggard she'd appeared only recently. She'd honestly worried the girl was in deep trouble, but seeing her now, those fears vanished. Hisu wasn't the type to let trivial things break her spirit. The owner continued her chatter. She mentioned how smoothly work had been going, and wondered if Hisu felt the change too. Little did she know Jay had personally persuaded the local thugs to behave. "It's like everyone took a chill pill," the owner remarked. "The troublemakers have completely disappeared." Things were finally looking up. She reflected that while life throws punches, better days are always waiting just around the corner. "Keep that smile up, okay?" Hisu offered a soft, lingering smile. Meanwhile, Minchul is lost in a blissful bubble with Ari. Following that, Ari begs for some ramen, but Minchul shuts her down, claiming he's totally useless in the kitchen. With a pout, Ari whines that he's drained all her energy. She's heard stories about guys who pamper their girls and whip up breakfast after waking up, but Minchul, he just tells her to sleep. If she resists, he dares her for round 2. Ari crawls over, calling him a perverted phone addict. Minchul sighs, totally annoyed. He finally caves on the ramen, so Ari demands extra eggs. Minchul nods, telling her to chill. As the noodles open, a sharp memory of moving day hits him. Nahisu had once asked to crash at his place for dinner. When he asked why, she explained her father was back home. Sensing her vibe, Minchul told her she could eat, then bail. Entering the house, Minchul panics. His boxers are scattered everywhere. He frantically begs Nahisu for a quick minute to clean his mess. He plays it cool, admitting ramen is literally the only thing he has. She says it's fine, but as he hides his laundry, embarrassment washes over him in waves. This is bad. The girl he'd been thirsting over in his wildest fantasies just last night, while in the shower, was standing right in his room. He'd brought her here for protection. He wouldn't let that creep touch her again. Gulping, he desperately tries to keep his composure. "Just a casual dinner," he repeats. "Step 1, boil the water. Don't get distracted. Add the noodles. Cook." He loops the instructions in his head like a prayer to stay sane. Nahisu leans in, offering to take over, making Minchul jump back like he's been electrocuted. He refuses, insisting he's got this. Finally, he serves her, and her soft thank you resonates. She asks why he isn't eating. He nods, but the moment her hand grazes his skin, his nose starts gushing blood. She panics, searching for tissues while he tries to play it off. "I'm fine," he lies, but she isn't buying it. There's just too much blood everywhere. She keeps hovering, ignoring his attempts to distract her with the steaming bowl of noodles. Nahisu leans in even closer, touching him again, until her eyes widen at a sudden, undeniable discovery. Minchul snaps. He pulls her close, his self-control shattering like glass into 1,000 pieces. He hates himself for this, but as they intertwine, he wonders, is this her very first time? She shakes her head, and Minchul's guilt spirals. Why did he expect things to go his way? Why did he believe his fantasies would match reality? Yet, as the heat intensifies, he's drowning in sensation. He begs her to stay still as he reaches the point of no return. He's almost there, but then he sees her tears. Panic hits. "Are you hurting? Is this too much?" He's disgusted with himself. How could he enjoy this while she's in visible pain? She's weeping under him, and he feels like a monster losing his last shred of humanity. He hates what he's become. But then Nahisu reaches out, her touch surprisingly soft and reassuring. She whispers, "It's okay, because it's him." Amidst a flood of apologies, his true feelings finally erupt. He's craved this connection every single day. To him, she is the only person who matters. The reality of it all is overwhelming. As the dust settles, their bond has fundamentally shifted forever. Minchul drifts into thought, wondering if she'd been suffering in silence all those lonely nights. Did she feel the crushing weight of the void he left behind in her heart? Did she regret pushing him away? Did she weep while clinging to the ghost of his warmth? He remembers her tears, so many shed for him. Selfishly, he wants her to keep crying for him. The pain is unbearable. He's desperate for her return. Suddenly, we're in a crowded, noisy restaurant. People are gossiping in low voices. One guy asks his buddy why he's been ghosting everyone. He claims his phone's been on silent. Nearby people are buzzing about a certain clingy woman. She won't stop blowing up his phone. They joke that after just one night in bed, she thinks they're official, sleep with her twice, and she'll probably demand a wedding ring. Is it really game over after one night? They haven't even started yet. It's already finished. Disgusted by the mess, the guys muttered that girls' minds operate on a whole different frequency. It was wild they were even the same species. They even joked about a movie that explained the madness. Listening to their banter, reality hit Hisu hard. She wasn't 18 anymore, she was 34. At her age, she'd outgrown the fairy tale of believing every "I like you" that came her way. Though her heart was massive, she'd traded her impulsive nature for a cold, calculated selfishness. Her new mantra, grab what she could and vanish. No attachments, just seeing things for the raw reality they were. She refused to play the desperate role again, choosing to shut down her overthinking brain for good. She knew the cycle love ignites like a wildfire, burns white-hot, and then inevitably turns to ash. What's left is just lukewarm boredom. She was certain Beomtae would lose interest in record time. To her, she was nothing special. Once he finally conquered her, the thrill would vanish. People always wrongly assume the one being chased is the winner, but Hisu knew better. Thinking back to Minchul, she realized he was the true victor, while she was left hollow. She still hadn't figured out how to patch the massive hole his fading affection had torn in her. She'd buried it all, the coldness, the contempt, and his flickering moods, just to survive the day. If she hadn't, her world would have truly shattered. Suddenly, a notification from Beomtae lit up her screen. He checked in on her, and though she claimed to be fine, he whispered that her eyes told a different story. He was dangerously perceptive. Moments later, another text popped up, "Want to go on a quick date?" Clocking out, she reminded herself that young love is a flame that burns out as fast as it ignites. She vowed to stay focused. No matter how much things shifted, she wouldn't let her heart waver. With a steely resolve, she agreed. She hopped off the bike as he gently unbuckled her helmet. He reached out to help her down, but Hisu brushed him off, insisting she could handle it. Beomtae teased that it was a long drop, but she just retorted that he was simply too tall. She pondered his date invite. Was this really a romantic outing or just the usual commute home? When he asked if she felt let down, Hisu played it cool, claiming there was nothing to be disappointed about. He confessed he craved more time with her, feeling like the hours were slipping through his fingers. Hisu, who sacrificed sleep just to feel alive, listened as he promised to be patient with her busy life. He vowed not to complain. She diverted the tension, asking if the gloves she gave him fit. She urged him to actually use them, warning him against driving with frozen fingers. She even offered to replace them if they wore out. Since she was a child, Hisu had a quirk. She hated using new things. Everything felt too fragile, too precious to risk damaging. Realizing how freezing the ride must have been for him, her hand moved on instinct, gripping his. Panicked, she pulled back instantly, stammering that she only did it because his skin felt like ice. She blamed the bitter weather, offering to let go if the sudden contact made him uncomfortable. Instead, Beomtae tightened his grip and flashed a radiant smile, remarking on how warm she felt. Hisu figured that after being intimate, physical touch should feel like second nature. So, why did something as simple as holding hands make her heart race with such self-consciousness? His large, heat-radiating hand sent a jolt of electricity through her, leaving her utterly flustered. As they arrived, Hisu felt the need to set boundaries firmly, stating they weren't serious. Beomtae just nodded. Hisu doubled down, reminding him and herself of the deal. "If my heart isn't ready, you're just a body to use." That was the line she refused to cross. He gave a blank, lingering smile and agreed. Hisu was left stunned, wondering what was behind that look. Was this really just physical for him? The smooth way he carried himself screamed that he was an expert. Feeling a surge of annoyance, she marched inside, telling him not to wander off and cause trouble. As Beomtae trailed behind her up the stairs, he winced, complaining that his wound still stung. With a playful yet needy gaze, he asked if she'd apply the medicine for him one more time. Nahasu shot him down, sensing something shady behind that smooth talk. Beomtae shrugged, claiming a little teasing was fair, since they were just physical. His proximity was suffocating. Nahasu snapped, warning him to back off or face her wrath. She challenged his maturity, but Beomtae just pulled her into a sudden tight embrace. He begged for one final hug. As he leaned in, Nahasu felt a shiver down her spine. His scent was intoxicating, and the brush of his hair preceded his lips, grazing her skin. He lingered as if for a kiss, then abruptly withdrew, announcing his departure. Flustered, she watched him go, horrified that she'd almost invited him inside. Cursing her weakness, she wondered when she became so easy. Meanwhile, the chairman waited. It had been ages. His assistant offered to reach out, but the old man hesitated. "I'll handle this personally," the chairman declared. Cut to Beomtae's place. Jay watched the young master, unable to read the chaotic emotions swirling in his eyes. Dealing with him was a nightmare. Beomtae complained, demanding why the room was so cold. Jay rolled his eyes, asking if he was actually trying to freeze himself to death. Planning a sick day, Jay mocked. Beomtae just nodded, wishing for a full-blown flu. Jay sighed, noting the bruises on his expensive face. Hadn't he been beaten enough? Instead of pouting, he should be grateful, but Beomtae lamented giving up his firsts for nothing. Jay suggested he just wasn't her type, especially compared to her very different ex-husband. "Don't let it break you," Jay advised. "Life isn't some game where you always win. People get used and discarded. That's just the harsh reality of their world." Beomtae suddenly dismissed Jay for the next day, leaving his assistant completely baffled. It wasn't a firing, just a vacation, because Beomtae wouldn't be coming home tomorrow night. At a neon-lit bar, Tae-hai bragged to a girl about his brother's mysterious antics. He probed her for info, knowing she had connections everywhere. Did she know his brother? When she drew a blank, he pressed harder. Surely she'd heard of his little brother. "Just some guy named Beomtae," he smirked as a friend entered the VIP room. Tossing him a smoke, Tae-hee joked about how his brother was basically a ghost lately. No one knew his business. Was he really that good at staying under the radar? His friend was intrigued. How could a guy with everything just disappear from the scene? He couldn't wrap his head around it. A perfect specimen who never dated anyone. Tae confirmed it was his brother. Suddenly, the friend's eyes lit up with recognition. Wait, that Tae, he laughed, remembering the scrawny, pale kid they used to bully. Tae growled, admitting that scrawny kid was now a whole head taller than him. No way, his friend scoffed, refusing to believe the loser had a glow-up. But Tae wasn't joking. A young master like him must have a woman hidden away. Maybe his tastes were just unconventional, something that made him hard to please. He joked that Tae probably had a thing for women way past their prime. Tae cringed. He couldn't stand the older woman vibe. It was a total deal-breaker. He hated that condescending, teachable energy, but his friend just grinned. That's the best part, he countered. Out of 100 men, everyone has a kink. Tae sighed, bored with the conversation and bored with being back in Korea. Then leave, his friend suggested. But Tae knew the chairman's decision was looming close. He wasn't going anywhere until he secured the bag. The inheritance belonged to him. There was zero chance the legitimate heirs were getting a single cent. It was all his. Suddenly, the scene shifts. Tae's world goes dark as someone covers his eyes from behind. Begging for freedom, he snapped back to reality, hoping his deepest feelings would finally be unveiled. Fingers brushing against a plush teddy, a smile tugged at his lips as he pulled it into a warm embrace. Hisu's scent lingered on the toy. Meanwhile, at her home, she stared into the crushing silence of the void. Minchul's departure left more than just a vacant house or a freezing bed. The absence was deafening. Her bank account was lighter, but her heart felt surprisingly free compared to the suffocating months she'd endured before. Repaying her debts seemed possible now, yet she knew her stolen youth was a price she'd always be paying. Minchul was gone, but her survival wasn't. She vowed to fight forward, living every single day with gritty determination. Thinking of Tae, she wondered, could she finally catch her breath? Was she allowed even a tiny slice of peace? Could she finally be selfish? After everything, she deserved to claim a piece of her own life. Tae was waiting right outside. She spotted him offering a quick greeting before asking if his schedule was clear. He shook his head, completely free. Then came the shocker: she invited him to hang out. Blindsided, he stammered for an explanation. She just smiled, mentioning she'd taken the day off to shop and run errands. His face was beet red. Concerned, she leaned in close, asking if he was coming down with something. She told him to rest, but he played it off. Then her hand brushed against his burning cheek. "You're radiating heat," she noted. He joked it off, claiming his peak health just made him naturally warm. She wasn't buying the excuse, but let it slide as they started their journey down the street together. Inviting him was a bold move. Now she puzzled over what normal people their age actually did for fun. "Any ideas?" she asked. His eyes locked onto hers as he countered with a question of his own. She gave him the green light. Instantly, a grin spread across his face. He knew exactly the spot. Gripping her hand tightly, he teased her, reminding her that there was no backing out now, no refunds. They entered a shop bustling with girls. Suddenly, Tae's massive shadow loomed over the entire crowd, turning heads. Whispers erupted. They were shook by his visuals, frantically debating if a guy this handsome was even real. "Go get his digits," one hissed, but her friend froze, seeing the woman standing right by his side. Inside the booth, Hisu looked confused. He grinned, explaining they were about to capture some classic sticker memories. Photos like for friends. She was lost. This whole Gen Z aesthetic was definitely not her usual vibe. She felt awkward admitting she was a total noob. Plus, she hadn't even touched her makeup that morning. "I'll look terrible," she worried, but Tae wouldn't let go. "Can't we?" he asked, his voice dropping an octave. He looked genuinely crushed by the thought of refusing. Seeing his sad eyes, she relented. Tae instantly lit up, giggling like a kid. "Look at those grumpy cheeks," he teased playfully, poking her face and making fun of her pout. "Quit it," she laughed, batting him away. He just grinned, pointing her focus toward the camera lens. He kept the roast going, noting she wouldn't even look at the camera or him. Total chaos. "Is that a crime?" she shot back. He just chuckled, clarifying that wasn't what he meant at all. Despite the bickering, the first shots actually turned out perfect. Hisu beamed at the prince. Tae hyped them up, and she couldn't help but agree. "Don't lose yours," he insisted, handing her a copy. Watching him, she realized he was truly living for this. It was actually adorable. This massive, muscular guy was totally geeking out over a tiny sticker photo. Flashbacks of him shirtless hit her, and suddenly her face was on fire. She hid her face. How could a man that built be this cute? Tae caught her blushing immediately. He pulled her close, wrapping a scarf around her neck. "Time for phase 2, he announced with a smirk. Entering a boutique, the clerk greeted them warmly, inviting the pair to explore the latest arrivals. "Shopping for yourself?" she asked. Tae nodded, looking through the racks. She wondered if she should help, though she silently admitted her fashion sense was pretty much non-existent. The high-end tags made her head spin. Everything here felt way too flashy for her simple style. Tae grabbed a shirt, asking about her taste. He was definitely up to something. Despite his total lack of fashion sense, Byomtae was picking out clothes, leaving Na-hae-soo completely stunned. He confirmed they were a gift, and when she asked if they were for her, he shyly looked away. Na-hae-soo protested, insisting it was too much since he'd already bought her outfits before. She urged him to save his cash for a good meal instead of overpriced threads, but he shrugged it off. He claimed his savings were solid, but a bitter memory of Minchul suddenly clouded Hee-soo's heart. The shopkeeper chimed in, gushing over how adorable they looked together as a couple. When she asked if the haul was for his girlfriend, Byomtae didn't hesitate to say yes. The lady sighed with envy, complaining that her own husband only ever looked out for himself. Chuckling, she noted how the dress would pop against Hee-soo's pale skin and began grabbing more styles. Feeling totally out of place, Hee-soo frantically signaled for Byomtae to put the credit card away. The keeper leaned in, whispering that everything was currently slashed for a massive limited-time sale. Hee-soo was skeptical, but the woman swore these were the best bargains in the city. She pointed out pieces for 12,900 won and even 9,900 won. Hee-soo couldn't believe the high quality for such low prices, asking how long the deal would last. With a giggle, the keeper admitted the sale ended tonight and begged Hee-soo to enjoy the spoils. Walking away with bags in hand, Hee-soo felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She regretted not being firmer, feeling that even cheap gifts were becoming a heavy emotional burden. While Byomtae seemed happy to spend, she worried he'd eventually wake up and regret the splurge. Seeing his bright smile only made her more uneasy, reminding her how temporary their bond really was. The fear that he'd resent her one day loomed large, so she vowed to pay him back. She promised a return gift once her next paycheck cleared, but Byomtae quickly dismissed the idea. Hee-soo dug her heels in, refusing to just be a taker, and told him to mark his calendar. After a tense beat, Byomtae finally gave in, watching her walk ahead with a heavy gaze. He wondered why she couldn't just accept his kindness without making it a debt to be paid. Some questions had no easy answers, so he simply caught up as they strolled together. He reached out his hand, brushing hers while Hee-soo asked what was next on the agenda. She wondered what he truly wanted to do, and Byomtae confessed his list was far too long. Hee-soo offered a soft smile, suggesting they save the rest of his plans for their next date. Byomtae paused, his heart sinking at the thought of next time never being enough. The hunger for more of her time was becoming a dull ache he couldn't quite ignore. Suddenly, he pulled her into a warm back hug, catching Hee-soo completely off guard. Confused, she promised she'd always make time for him no matter how busy life got. He held her tight, lost in the moment, until Hee-soo softly asked him to take the lead. He felt like an anxious kid, terrified she'd toss away his cheap 2001 gifts. They kept moving, eventually ducking into a small shop for some quick snacks and cold drinks. After wandering through an aquarium, the long day finally started to drain Hee-soo's energy. She chalked it up to the age gap, marveling at how much stamina the younger Byomtae had. Asking him to stay put, she slipped away to find a restroom and catch her breath. He gave a quick nod, but as soon as she vanished, a group of girls approached him. One girl's eyes lit up with recognition, claiming she'd definitely seen his face somewhere before. She pressed him to remember her, and by the time Hee-soo returned, Byomtae was already smiling. Seeing him vibing with a stranger sent a cold shiver of insecurity down Hee-soo's spine. She watched from afar as the girls crowded around him, their giggles echoing in the air. When she finally stepped in, he casually asked if she was ready, leaving her reeling with questions. Byomtae claimed she was just a random stranger, but the doubt had already taken root. Na-hae-soo couldn't shake the stinging realization that she wasn't the only one drawn to his magnetic charm. After all, his appeal was universal. It would be a total anomaly if women weren't constantly falling at his feet. A wave of insecurity crashed over her. Amidst the crowd of stunning faces, his cold distance made her feel utterly invisible. But then Byomtae's fingers intertwined with hers. The sudden contact sent her mind racing. Did he actually feel something? He played it off, but she couldn't stop spiraling. Was she being delusional by overthinking a simple gesture? She questioned if she even had the right to be curious, given their strictly physical, no-strings-attached arrangement. Closing the distance, Byomtae smirked, claiming she had a natural gift for reading people's fates. Hee-soo was baffled. Why drop a bombshell about face reading in the middle of the street? It was completely out of left field. He reminded her of her own words, that his life was a train wreck destined for nothing but misery and bad luck. That he'd live a wretched life and die young. As Hee-soo's eyes filled with pity, he dropped a sudden twist. He claimed his luck might flip if he found the right woman, specifically one about a decade older than him. A woman with the surname Na, whose name ended in Soo. Hee-soo's heart skipped, embarrassed that she'd actually listened. She tried to shrug it off, acting annoyed to hide her blushing face. "You're not even good at teasing," she muttered. But Byomtae didn't flinch. He looked her dead in the eye and swore he was telling the absolute truth. Frustration bubbled up inside her. Feeling played, she snapped at him to just get lost and leave her alone. "Fine, buy your own ramen," she huffed. Byomtae joked back, asking if she was really just going to ghost him now. Hee-soo winced, glancing around nervously. What would people think if they heard him talking like they were in a drama? To ease the tension, Byumtae observed that Haesoo lived in slow motion, always clinging to things that were already fading. She was a slow burn, someone who avoided the spotlight and lived in the shadows, fearing the heat. For the first time in years, she felt a flicker of warmth and wondered if she was finally ready to let someone in. Byumtae promised to be patient, urging her to keep testing him until all her doubts finally vanished. He pulled her into a protective embrace. Suddenly, the scene shifted to Jae, being confronted by a mysterious girl. She was heated, demanding to know why he'd been ghosting her texts. Jae played it cool, claiming he was busy. He explained he was on call 24/7 for a young master, and this was his first real break. The girl assumed his boss was a tyrant, but Jae corrected her. The guy wasn't just strict, he was completely unhinged. Jae couldn't even begin to wrap his head around Byumtae's latest stunt. Even the local shopkeepers were left speechless. They were used to scammers, but they'd never seen a guy like this before. Who the hell begs a store to lower their prices for just one single day? Jae just laughed, convinced that Byumtae had officially lost his mind for the sake of a girl. The truly terrifying part, Byumtae knew exactly how crazy he was being, and he did it anyway. The girl's curiosity was piqued, but Jae shut her down instantly. He wasn't looking for trouble. Revealing the young master's identity was a one-way ticket to being buried alive in the mountains. He insisted that knowing the truth would absolutely blow her mind, so he was keeping his mouth shut. She scoffed, amused by the drama. She reminded him life would be effortless if he just accepted her money. Why get tangled up with dangerous elites when he knew it would only end in a world of hurt? Jae calm stood his ground. A simple allowance would never satisfy someone with his level of ambition. The girl pulled him close, whispering about how much she loved his greed, before leaning in for a kiss. Back with the main pair, Byumtae and Haesoo finally secured their ramen and stepped out into the night. Haesoo broke the silence, her voice soft as she asked him what else he had planned for their day. Byumtae sighed, admitting his bucket list was so long he didn't even know where to begin. "Just give me one or two," she insisted, wanting to know his real desires. He paused to think. He kept it simple. He wanted to go grocery shopping together and cook a warm homemade meal at home. He also confessed he wanted to try something cliché, like getting a tarot reading or checking their love compatibility. Haesoo stared at him, realized that beneath the young master persona, he was surprisingly innocent when it came to romance. It wasn't just about fortunes. It was clear he'd never actually shared these simple, heart-fluttering moments with anyone before. His roster of ex-girlfriends could easily hit 7 figures. Haesoo just turned away, dismissing the rumors as total fiction. She argued the gossip was pure cap. Hyuntae just smirked, asking if she'd actually tested that theory herself. Haesoo admitted she had back in the day. She vividly recalled a shaman piercing Min-chul with a chilling glare. The shaman barked at him to treat her right. Pointing a finger, she insisted he cherished the girl by his side. Hyuntae played it cool, claiming he was a gentleman, and she nodded, but the shaman wasn't finished yet. She warned him to stay loyal now, so his future self wouldn't have to live in total shame. Apparently, his future self was thriving. Peeking at Min-chul, Haesoo teased that she was the older, wiser one. Min-chul corrected her instantly. He was actually born first. The shaman smirked, sensing something totally off. She was dead certain the man was meant to be younger. Scoffing, Min-chul grabbed Haesoo's hand to leave. He complained they were just wasting time with a fraud. As they retreated, the shaman's bell rang out sharply. She screamed a warning about treacherous men and a void-like darkness clinging to Min-chul's soul. It was a force meant to pick her bones clean. Min-chul quickly stepped away, shielding Haesoo's ears from the curse. Back in reality, Haesoo realized that wasn't some cute tarot reading or a typical love fortune. Something about it felt deeply cursed. Meanwhile, Byumtae noted the vibes were peak as the sun began to dip. He asked if she felt the magic. Gazing at the glowing horizon, Haesoo felt completely swept away by the view. She confessed the Han River ramen was just a front, and gave Byumtae her most sincere thanks. The moment was breathtaking. She finally understood that even a love that feels like destiny can still end. It can finish with a cold shiver of dread. Every breakup leaves nothing behind but painful, jagged fragments. A scarred heart just can't survive that cycle twice. Byumtae sensed the wall Haesoo had built up. She wasn't some naive girl chasing a fairy tale first love. Then Byumtae leaned in and asked for her attention. As Haesoo turned, the world blurred. He pulled her close and crashed his lips against hers in a sudden kiss. In that heartbeat, Haesoo knew he was being real. But she was already counting down the days until their end. She felt the guilt of anticipating their inevitable goodbye. Exactly 1 hour before this moment, the market was about to lock up. Haesoo and Byumtae were vibing while browsing the aisles together. She was low-key obsessed with the clearance tags. Haesoo dashed toward the discounts like her life depended on it. She feared the crowd would swarm the place soon. She warned Hyuntae to stay within her sight. She told him to stick close while she plotted out their breakfast menu for the next morning. Byumtae stood there replaying her words. She said they were just physical, but this felt like married life. The scene cuts to the parking lot. Min-chul waited as Ari slipped into the passenger seat. She let out a sigh, announcing the shift was finally over. The job was officially done. Minchul told her to buckle up. Ari, sounding completely drained, complained she didn't have the energy. She begged him to do it. As Minchul leaned over, the sudden proximity made Ari's heart race. She whispered his name before casually suggesting they might need a more high-end ride. Minchul shrugged, saying the car worked perfectly. He couldn't grasp why she wanted to switch it. Ri admitted she wanted him in something cooler since he'd been the one behind the wheel lately. He thought car swapping wasn't a game, then bluntly asked if she even had the cash for it. He noted their paychecks weren't exactly baller status. Ri laughed, joking about just wrecking the current one. If she crashed it, her dad would just buy a new one. Minchul looked away, questioning her logic. He asked if she'd really surrendered to that spoiled mindset. Yet he was always drawn to people like her. He loved how differently she lived. Her rich girl confidence and safety net were strangely refreshing to him. Her parents would always catch her fall. It was pure innocence, but sometimes it felt like he was suffocating. Ari started pleading, begging Minchul for a real date, instead of just going straight home. She was losing it in this repetitive work grind, but Minchul shut it down, claiming he was beat. He promised a date on their next day off. Ari scoffed, teasing that he was always acting exhausted. She joked that he had the energy of a grandpa. After a beat, Minchul admitted he really was one. Ari tried to play it cool, but the word marriage slipped out. Mitchell froze, looking totally lost. She wasn't joking. Ari wanted a ring, but Mitchell's face dropped with pure worry. Mitchell told her to grow up, but a hurt. Ari snapped back. She'd been agonizing over this forever. He shut it down, arguing she was way too young for lifelong vows. Ari gave a hollow laugh. Since when was 26 considered a childhood age? Everything was perfect, until she mentioned forever, and suddenly he was getting cold feet. She felt like a temporary placeholder. Panicked by her tears, Mitchell yanked her into his arms. A deep, passionate kiss followed. He swore he saw her as a woman, calming her racing heart. Still, Ari huffed. He always used charm to dodge the big talk, knowing she'd cave every time. She teased that his good looks were unfair, before finally promising she'd be patient for now. Her heart was set on a wedding, but Mitchell's mind was wandering somewhere much darker. He was getting bored of her. Elsewhere, Byung-tae urged Na-hae-soo to get inside out of the cold. He thanked her for the date, genuinely happy, but Hee-soo just gave a humble smile. She insisted the pleasure was hers, worried that she was too boring for someone like him. As he turned to leave, she reached out. A strange, lingering loneliness suddenly washed over her. She reminded him there was still one unchecked item left on his bucket list. Finish it before you go, she teased. Byung-tae blinked, looking completely clueless. She brought up the groceries and that amazing meal he'd whipped up for her before. She offered to cook breakfast tomorrow, basically asking him to stay the night. She turned away blushing. Byung-tae leaned in, whispering that he'd been warned never to trust dangerous older women. He joked about getting into trouble, but Hee-soo tried to keep her poker face on. Forget it then, she muttered, reaching for the door handle to end the awkwardness. His foot slammed against the door. He hadn't said no. Hee-soo gasped. Was he actually staying? Can you behave yourself? He countered. Startled, she promised she wouldn't try anything funny. Who do you think I am? She scoffed. Byung-tae just grinned, saying he trusted her. It was freezing out, so they ducked inside and locked the world away. Hee-soo scanned her room. Seeing the mess, she started folding laundry, marveling at how her luck had finally turned. Usually, life was a struggle, but a random trip to a store had changed everything. A massive sale meant she'd scored enough outfits to last her an entire year. She remembered Pojang's words, keep pushing, even when the days feel heavy and endless. Sunshine always follows the rain. Hee-soo smiled, realizing life wasn't so bad after all. Suddenly, Byung-tae walked in, catching her humming happily. What are you up to? He asked. Hee-soo nearly jumped out of her skin. Just chores, she stammered, making him chuckle. Let's do it together, he offered. Hee-soo tried to stop him. He was the guest of honor. He wouldn't take no for an answer, claiming he actually found folding clothes oddly satisfying. He was a mystery. No matter what they said, his face remained like an unreadable stone. But his ears, they were total snitches. They'd perk up when happy and droop when sad. She stifled a laugh. He wasn't a puppy, but he was just as easy to read. Watching him so closely, she found herself drifting into his personal space. Were they finally clicking? That cool exterior, mixed with his awkward fumbling. Honestly, it was pretty adorable. On an impulse, she leaned in and playfully nipped his ear. Then reality hit. Hee-soo recoiled instantly, shouting that absolutely nothing happened. Her heart was pounding. Byung-tae cornered her. Pinning her hands high, his fingers slid beneath the hem of her shirt. What's an auntie like you plotting? He whispered, making her face flush crimson. As his touch grew bolder, Hee-soo's mind went blank with sheer electric embarrassment. She whispered about the bite on her ear. When Byung-tae pressed for an answer, she could only murmur that she didn't know. Admitting her confusion, she felt him draw closer. Byung-tae hovered over her neck, warning that her ignorance would lead to serious trouble. He traced her skin with his tongue to fluster her. Na-soo gasped, trying to play it off as a mere tickle. Suddenly, she realized he was targeting the exact same spot. The faint bruises from yesterday hadn't even started to fade yet. Again, she asked, wondering if he'd ever stop. Instead of answering, Beomte pulled her closer, his grip tightening around her. She cursed him, calling him a dog as heat flooded her face. Despite the insult, she realized he was becoming a literal beast. Even the slightest brush of his muscular frame sent tremors through her. It felt like she was being completely consumed by him. She panted as he continued his teasing assault. His intense, unyielding gaze suddenly dragged old, vivid memories back to the surface. She tried to stay stoic, but her body betrayed her. That familiar deep ache was already radiating through her entire being. He crashed his lips against hers, stealing her breath. Before she could react, he flipped her over and began stripping her. She begged him to kill the lights. He complied briefly, only to pin her firmly against the cold, hard wall. As she struggled against the undressing, he didn't falter. Beomte's hands slithered beneath her shirt, claiming more of her skin. She bit down on the fabric to stifle her cries. Despite his own mounting embarrassment, he buried his face against her chest. Naesu jolted from the raw sensation. As Beomte's touch wandered down to her thighs, her entire body locked up in anticipation. Overwhelmed by the intensity, she reached out and caught his hand. She pleaded with him to finally give her a break. Beomte refused, accusing her of trying to escape again. Cupping his face, she countered that his previous intensity was simply too much. It had been exhausting. She shoved him back onto the bed and whispered for him to just remain still for once. Vowing to take the lead, Naesu finished undressing herself before reaching for the zipper of his pants with trembling hands. As she straddled him, a violent shiver raced down her spine. The overwhelming heat radiating from him made her flinch instantly. Despite her bold words, she couldn't actually make a move. Her body was vibrating with nerves until Beomte finally reached up. He asked what her plan was, his voice a low rumble. He whispered that everything was already more than ready for them. Crimson flooded her cheeks as she clung to him. Giving up on her bravado, she collapsed into his embrace, shivering uncontrollably. She felt like she'd reached her limit, yet Beomte was just getting started. There was still so much more to endure. Naesu gasped that it was too much to handle. Beomte noted that she seemed to have finally moved past her shyness. She'd tried to act like the one in charge, but adjusting to his overwhelming presence was taking much longer than expected. He decided to take his time savoring the moment. Suddenly, Naesu reached out and pulled him back into her space. She initiated a kiss, finding a steady rhythm. "Stop looking," she whispered, lifting her hands to shield her from his gaze. His piercing stare made her feel completely exposed. As the tension reached a fever pitch, Beomte pulled her into a tight embrace. Violent tremors racked her frame. By the time the wave finally passed, she felt completely spent her energy, entirely drained away. Beomte groaned at the tight friction, asking if she'd already reached her peak. At his words, Naesu suddenly froze in place. He let out a frustrated breath, wondering how he was supposed to hold back when things had already gone this far. He hadn't even truly begun his assault yet. Sensing this, Naesu wrapped herself around him, refusing to let him go. Beomte leaned in, his mind racing. He was at a complete loss on how to handle her in this vulnerable state. Naesu tried to pull away her hands, searching for purchase. Before she could escape, Beomte seized her firmly from behind. She tried to shift her weight through the tremors. Deep down, she had to admit that her plan had backfired spectacularly. Despite her efforts to hold back, this new angle felt dangerously deep. She could only pant as he pushed further in. A sudden intense fullness overwhelmed her senses. Her body continued to vibrate as she breathed a soft plea into his ear. She demanded to know why he wouldn't just let her lead. Beomte only responded with a calm, teasing tone of voice. He claimed he wasn't moving at all, suggesting she was the one slipping. He then smirked, asking if he should quit. Naesu froze, her face burning with pure humiliation. Turning away, she took a shaky breath to try and compose herself. Still trembling, she commanded him to just finish it. "Hurry up," she urged as his grip tightened around her waist again. He pulled her down with him surging forward. Naesu's breath hitched with every deliberate movement he made against her body. As Beomte leaned over her, she caught that predatory glint in his eyes, a look she'd only seen in brief flashes before. Now his intensity completely overwhelmed her. She couldn't hide her body's honest reactions whenever their eyes met in the heat of the moment. She wondered why his face was even more captivating than his physique. Looking at him had become almost too much to bear. Beomte nipped her chin, sparking a sharp gasp. "Why the hide and seek?" he teased. Nahisu only shuddered harder. Was she drowning in embarrassment from her own bold request, or did she simply loathe looking at his face? Since this was purely physical, he pulled back. Confusion flickered, as Nahisu whispered, asking why he'd stopped so suddenly. He confessed he actually preferred eye contact. "If you're not feeling it, we can always switch things up." He shifted her around until she was facing away. Before she could process it, Beomte closed the distance from behind. He suggested they try a different view. He surged forward again, sending a violent shiver straight down Nahisu's spine. As she gasped and trembled, Beomte noted this angle felt much better. His own breath came in heavy, ragged hitches. The sensation was overwhelming, a deep, visceral pressure that left Nahisu's mind completely fractured and spinning in circles. She couldn't help but wonder about his expression now that his touch had turned significantly more primal and rough. Byumtae showed no mercy. Suddenly, Nahisu cried out, admitting she had finally hit her absolute breaking point. He tilted her face toward him. The truth was undeniable now. She was utterly lost in the moment. Memories of that night haunted her. As Baiko's lips met hers, Nahisu realized her past doubts had evaporated. She craved this. Trying to find her voice, she begged Baiko to wait as the next wave finally crested. Her composure shattered, body yielding completely. Baiko watched every visceral reaction, while Nahisu struggled to find her words. "Should we stop?" he asked. Breathless Nahisu pleaded for him to stay. He nodded, his gaze softening instantly. Nahisu admitted she was loving every second. That earned a smirk from Baiko, who whispered he liked her too. Elsewhere, Ari tried hanging out with Minchul, but he was glued to his phone, totally checked out of reality. Frustration radiated off him. Meanwhile, the focus shifted back to Baiko, who was silently observing Nahisu with intensity. A sudden ringtone pierced the silence. Minchul glared at the screen, thinking Nahisu was becoming a massive headache. She used to be so clingy calling, despite his warnings. Now, she had ghosted him, vanishing without a single trace. He had no clue if she was even okay. She'd ignored every demand to just give up and return. Minchul wondered if this silent treatment was some kind of twisted protest. While typing out a message, he admitted that her stubborn pride was actually quite entertaining to witness from afar. To say he didn't hate it was an understatement. It was becoming strangely addictive to watch her defy him. Her question about being just family echoed in his mind. Her wounded expression burned vividly into his memory. It bothered him more than he'd admit. He just wanted her to stop sulking and come back where she belonged. Knowing her temper tantrums usually fizzled out within days, Minchul let out a heavy sigh, seeing no point in anger. Craving her homemade ribs and sick of greasy takeout, he banked on getting a reply by tomorrow morning. He'd reached out first, so she should be grateful. Content with that logic, he decided to just go to sleep. The mood shifted. Nahesu's phone suddenly glowed with a new notification. Byumtae's eyes immediately locked onto the screen. A text from an unsaved number. He didn't need a name to know Minchul had finally crawled back into the picture. Just 11 cold digits flashing. Unlike Minchul's persistence, Nahesu had nuked him from her life and blocked him entirely. She was erasing him. Watching the screen, Byumtae suddenly recalled a specific conversation they'd shared about her boundaries. He remembered her questioning why her number was such a big deal, clearly annoyed by his constant pestering. He'd claimed it was just because they were acquaintances. Studying her now, he finally recognized her true behavioral patterns. She'd eventually surrendered her phone for his digits. He remembered having to hide his smug grin from her sight. She'd asked what was so funny, but he'd played it cool. Now he finally opened those desperate messages from Minchul. Minchul was demanding to know what she was doing. A dark, playful smile spread across Byumtae's lips as he pondered. How should he play this? He pulled Nahesu close his hands, claiming her waist in a silent, protective embrace. He felt a strange tension. Part of him wanted to flaunt their illicit passion and reveal every unimaginable detail. Another part wanted to keep this secret forever. Yet the thrill of being caught was starting to feel irresistible. Would this break Minchul? More importantly, would Nahesu panic and abandon him if the truth finally came out? Would she run back to her ex? After blocking Minchul again, Byumtae decided it was time for a little test. He hoped she'd act even worse, forcing his hand and making him even pettier, since she wouldn't give him certainty. With no other choice, the focus shifted to Taehi. A girl nearby whispered, wondering who he was. "That's Taehi." A mysterious girl slid next to Taehi, teasingly asking if he recognized her. He smirked, confirming he did before demanding her name. He threw out random names like Jae or Hyung, but she shot them down. Taehi let out a playful laugh, admitting he was just trolling. Lighting her cigarette, she leaned in with a devious grin, asking if he wanted to hear a juicy secret. Taehi's curiosity piqued. She revealed that earlier, she'd spotted a stranger who looked like his literal twin. He chuckled, calling out to Solji, while bragging that no one on the planet could match his top-tier visuals. Solji giggled at his ego but turned serious, insisting the resemblance from a distance was uncanny, a total carbon copy of Taehi. But up close, the vibe shifted. This stranger was actually even more stunning. Solji caught Taehi's ego bruising in real time. She burst out laughing, claiming she was just trolling. The real kicker, the guy was absolutely towering. Standing way over 190 centimeters, he was a giant. As she described him, Taehi snapped, asking why she was so obsessed. Solji shrugged, explaining she only approached him because she legit thought it was Taehi at first. He turned out to be her ultimate type, so she shot her shot for his number, only to get hit with a cold rejection. Even with a polite smile, his walls were sky-high, which honestly just made her want to chase him even harder. Taehi pressed for the rejection line. Solji sighed, saying it was the classic, "I already have a girlfriend" move. She wondered if she wasn't his vibe, but deep down, she felt he wasn't lying about being taken. A girlfriend, Taehee's eyes glinted with an amused spark. Of course, that guy had someone. It all made sense now. Cut to Jae currently locked in a heated moment with a girl who couldn't stop screaming his name in pure ecstasy. Catching her breath afterward, she suddenly dropped a bombshell, asking if he'd heard the tea about the divorce. She grilled Jae for keeping her in the dark, but he was totally clueless. She reminded him that those high used to be an item. Jae dismissed it, saying, "There's no use digging up a toxic past." But the girl smirked, noting that thanks to him, she was now officially the girl hooking up with her old classmate's ex. Jae teased, asking if that would have actually stopped her. Had she known? She claimed it just felt a bit awkward, frustrated that she hadn't connected the dots sooner. Her female intuition usually never misses, especially since he checked every single one of her boxes. From his face to his physique, he was perfect. Jae hovered over her again, whispering that if she still had breath to talk, they might as well go for round 2. She laughed, wondering where he got his stamina, while she was starting to feel her age. Suddenly, a ringtone killed the mood. She complained, telling him it's basic etiquette to kill the phone in the bedroom. Jae reminded her he's on call 24/7. With a heavy sigh, he realized his vacation was officially dead on arrival. Who would call at this insane hour? One look at the screen, and Jae froze in pure terror. It was the chairman. The chairman demanded to know if Jae was with his son, announcing he was dropping by since it'd been too long. The old man was already on his way. Jae forced a professional smile through the phone, trying to maintain his composure. He quickly informed the chairman that the young master was out with a friend and wouldn't be back tonight. Jae suggested a rain check, but the chairman wasn't having it, expressing his frustration as a neglected father. It ate at him that he was a stranger to his own son's life. Their relationship was colder than ice. Since the kid was out, the chairman decided he'd just let himself in to snoop around. The line went dead. Jae cursed under his breath. He was absolutely cooked. Panicking, he scrambled to get dressed and vanish. Questioning why a high-profile guy was in such a dump, Jae turned to a colleague seeking some intel. He asked if there were any red flags he should watch out for. The man gave him one rule: keep your mouth zipped. Jae internally rolled his eyes. Typical. The elites always loved their subordinates to be deaf, dumb, and blind. In his experience, no guy with dark hair could ever resist spilling the tea. It was practically in their DNA. He joked they should have just hired a dog instead. He then asked if every new recruit faced this kind of drama. The man admitted this wasn't the norm, but Jae's new assignment was on a whole different level of dangerous. He dropped the first bombshell. Chairman Baeom actually had 2 sons. Jae had only ever heard whispers about one. Everyone knew the heir apparent, born with a vibranium spoon and shielded from the public eye like a state secret. But in an industry built on secrets, there wasn't a single peep about a second child. His existence was totally classified. That usually meant one thing: an illegitimate heir the family wanted buried. It was a shocker given the chairman's reputation. The man always played the part of a cold, distant monk, but with that much power, secrets were bound to leak. Secret heirs weren't a shock to Jae, but a gut feeling told him something was deeply unsettling. While others flexed their bank accounts, this young master played it low-key. The more Jae watched, the more it didn't add up. 0 red flags. No debt, no playboy vibes, and absolutely no reckless spending. He was a complete ghost in the scene. He ghosted the clubs and dodged women like his life depended on it. Meanwhile, in another corner, Nahaisu dropped a bombshell on Baeom Taeha, admitting she'd crushed on him since high school and desperately wanted his number. Jae questioned if the young master was just burnt out from living a life where everything was handed to him. Even after ruthlessly flexing his power to bury his rivals, he didn't even blink at the woman thirsting for his attention. Jae was spiraling. What kind of tea was the chairman actually looking for in these reports? How do you describe someone so unnervingly pure? The young master was definitely glitching, but he didn't seem like a threat. Wealthy heirs always had their quirks. This wasn't Jae's first time dealing with a rich kid with a special appetite. Chasing an older woman wasn't exactly a scandal. However, as the days passed, Jae's suspicion only hit harder. Maybe this specific obsession was exactly what the chairman meant when he warned about his son's eccentric side. The minor details Jae once ignored were now evolving into something much more raw, intense, and terrifyingly real. It was as if the chairman had scripted this whole drama, knowing his son would fall into this trap at the worst moment. In this high-stakes game of manipulation, Jae flirted with a lethal thought: what if he finally told the truth? Was the chairman staging a calculated coup to purge his bastard son, a twisted scheme to crown the eldest heir? A normal father might hesitate, but Baeom Taeju was a monster. He'd bury his own blood without blinking. Why deal with such tedious drama? As the suffocating stench of roses clouded Jae's mind, he realized he'd missed something. Getting involved was a fatal mistake. Every shred of evidence had to vanish. Nothing could reveal the young master's eccentric habits. Even if these feelings sabotaged the young master's golden throne, the secret had to remain buried, for now. Jae pondered. If the young master were just a shallow playboy, the chairman would have simply nuked his bank account. A petty scandal was barely a scratch. If the old man truly wanted his son's life clean of drama, he'd have forced a marriage or locked him away. Instead, it was clearly Jae was just a pawn. Why go to such extremes? What kind of twisted intel was the chairman really hunting for from his son's shadow? Byung-tae-ju stepped inside, greeted by a hollow, lifeless atmosphere. What could possibly be worth such an intense investigation? Every petal had been scrubbed away. Discovery was inevitable, but today his secret remained safe from prying eyes. He praised Jay's efficiency. That toxic, obsessive first love hadn't burned out yet. Jay was merely buying his son time. Jay dared to ask if the chairman saw it all. Silence. When Jay turned, his heart nearly stopped. A brutal slap echoed as the chairman gripped Jay's hair. "You've gotten far too cozy with my son," he hissed. Jay stammered a pathetic apology. The old man's eyes narrowed. His son was definitely seeing someone in secret. "Why the shock?" he mocked. When a man starts acting like a stranger, there's always a woman behind it. Morning light hit Minchul and Ari, but he woke up with a curse. Exhausted and groggy, he fumbled for the time. It was 7:20. His alarm hadn't even buzzed, but his racing thoughts had already dragged him out of sleep. He smirked, thinking Jesus should be honored. He sacrificed his beauty sleep just to check for her pathetic reply. Adrenaline surged through him. He could almost picture her face when she finally saw that message from him. From the great Kang Min-chul himself. Would she beg for forgiveness and plead to restart their lives together? No, Jesus was too stubborn. She'd probably offer a one-time pardon and order him to return home immediately. It didn't matter. She was likely rotting at home right now, drowning in her own absolute desperation. She'd try to act tough, sure, but at the end of the day, she always folded for Kang Min-chul. But when he checked the chat, the read receipt mocked him. No reply. His smugness turned into pure agony. "What the hell?" he snapped, tossing the phone. This game was getting boring if she wasn't playing along. She was just a nagging housewife whining about bills. She's likely at work, too busy to even check her notifications. She'll crawl back by lunch, and the longer she waits, the longer I'll make her suffer for it. Let her play her games. They both knew he was the one with all the power in this toxic relationship. Cut to Byung-tae's place. He surveyed the room with a dry laugh while patching up Jay's fresh injuries. "Looks like your vacation was a total disaster," he joked. "Who turned you into a human punching bag?" Jay sighed, blaming a messy love affair, pure karma for his sins. Byung-tae just smirked, saying it suited him. Jay looked away, masking his shame. He'd arrived early, betting Byung-tae would need him to cover a shift anyway. But Byung-tae was booked solid today. Jay immediately knew the flower shop obsession was back in full swing. Planning to sell that pretty face on the corner, Jay teased. Or maybe hawk some roses on the side. Or was he heading to the slums? Byung-tae wouldn't stop until he'd scoured every place she might be hiding. He was acting like a dead man walking if that woman was out of sight, even with nowhere to run. "Sorry to burst your bubble," Byung-tae countered. Jay blinked. Were they actually taking things to the next level? Byung-tae confirmed he wasn't stalking Jesus today. Meanwhile, Jesus was spiraling in a wave of pure anxiety. Shame washed over her. She couldn't believe she'd actually passed out right next to Byung-tae like that. Drowning in his intoxicating scent, Byung-tae's touch lingered as he teased her about her wandering hands. She told him to rest, but the second she saw, the time panic set in. She was dead late. She scrambled out, begging him to rest while she rushed to her shift. But Byung-tae whispered, "Can't you stay?" Jesus shook her head. She'd already ditched yesterday. She promised to make it up to him with breakfast later. Embarrassment washed over Nahisu. Inviting him for breakfast only to leave him stunned was a total facepalm moment. She'd skipped the meal and dragged him straight to bed instead. Cringe. She quickly drafted an apology to Byung-tae. She promised a real meal next time. Her thumb hovered over the screen, unable to send that final heavy line. One wrong word, and he'd think she was just thirsting for another round between the sheets. Deep down, she was hooked. Even after calling their heat just physical, she was desperately craving his return. He was invading her reality, turning her quiet nights into a chaotic, overflowing blur of desire. Was this just pure carnal addiction? Not lovers, just two bodies colliding in a repetitive electric cycle. But every time their gazes locked, her resolve crumbled. She wanted him more than she dared admit. She swore they'd never cross that line, but things were spiraling way out of her control. Hooking up before the first date, that's usually how stories end. Maybe he figured they'd already hit the finale. A bond forged in heat, not heart, felt doomed. Beside his youthful fire, she felt like a stale, lukewarm adult. Staying together might just be the express lane to him getting bored of her. Maybe that was Hisu's secret plan all along, to make Byung-tae lose interest and disappear. Him walking away felt like the safest bet. Later, she focused on work, though her anxiety was peaking. She powered through chores, but her eyes kept darting back to her silent phone screen. Still nothing. The silence was deafening. Was he actually that busy, or was something else up? Meanwhile, Min-chul was spiraling too, staring intensely at his phone, dying for a notification from Na-hee-soo. He gripped the device tight as a coworker teased him about being totally glued to the screen. Min-chul's heart raced, but he played it cool, scoffing that it was absolutely nothing important. He snapped at them to back off before hitting the smoking area, where the office gossip was peaking. The guys joked that at their age, chasing the wrong girls was just a massive waste of time. Better to find a suitable match through proper channels. Enter Song Hwan, looking for a lead. He begged for an introduction, calling the chief boss, but got shot down immediately. No luck there. They told him to stop being desperate and look around. The office was crawling with potential dates. What about that girl who visited Minchul? Someone suggested, sparking immediate interest. Minchul had a lethal temper, but his taste in women, top tier. She definitely didn't look like his family. Total smoke show, they whispered, praising her perfect curves, just as Minchul walked right into the middle of it. One guy poked the bear, asking if he remembered that stunning woman from the office. The family one, he clarified. Is she single? I need her info. He wanted to hook her up with Song Hwan, raving about how he couldn't stop staring at her. Seong Hwan laughed, denying the hype, while Minchul's blood began to boil with pure, unadulterated rage. He thought someone as beautiful as her should be living luxury, not being discussed by these losers. Minchul snapped. He hurled his cigarette, snarling about how pathetic and shallow their lives really were. He slammed them for being old, lazy, and drooling over every new girl who walked through the door. Song Hwan lost it, but before he could react, Minchul had him by the collar, eyes full of hate. He slammed him against the wall as managers scrambled to intervene, shouting for Minchul to stand down. "Calm down," they yelled. But Minchul wasn't finished. He dropped a truth bomb that chilled the room. The idiot was thirsting after a married woman. To Minchul, Nahisu was just a pitiful, uncharming soul. He mocked her plain style and dry personality, questioning how anyone could find her attractive. What the hell is there to like about her? He spat the air thick with tension. Song Hwan stammered an apology, but Minchul tossed him aside like trash, leaving him groaning on the floor. "Know your place," Minchul hissed. In his mind, she was loyal to a fault, only seeing her husband. She was a wilting flower trapped in a boring life, unable to even look at another man. "I'm the only one who gets to ruin her," he growled. "Never mention her name again." As he stormed off, Song Hwan cursed him out, calling him a completely unhinged, educated psycho. This guy had zero professional etiquette. Screaming his lungs out, he fumed over a simple introduction. Why the hell was he losing it like that? "Chief, did you see how that punk looked at me?" he barked, demanding his boss acknowledge the blatant disrespect. He begged to take him down since the whole office was exhausted by his ego, but the chief just sighed, telling him to drop it. Turns out King Minchul was a classic parachute hire, a total nepo baby. Seong-won froze, completely caught off guard by the news. Is he the CEO's kid or what? He doesn't look the part, he scoffed. The chief nodded grimly. He'd already dug into the mystery. Minchul denied any family ties, claiming special circumstances instead. Whatever it was, the situation smelled like high-stakes corporate drama. The chief warned Seong-won to steer clear of the guy. Meanwhile, Minchul sat nearby, his jaw tight with suppressed rage. With total silence from Nahesu, we shift to the elite world of Taehi. His bodyguard approached, addressing the young master. Taehi groaned, clutching his stomach while hurling insults. When the guard persisted, the young master finally snapped. Enraged at being woken up at dawn, he was silenced by news of the chairman, while dressing a sinister smirk played on his lips. He knew the old man was finally handing over the keys to the kingdom, but being forced to learn the basics first. Learning the hotel business from scratch was a first. Since he'd never touched management, the clock was officially ticking. The idea of crawling up from the bottom to claim his rightful throne tasted like bitter poison to him. His father was a cold-blooded monster even to his own flesh. He mocked his younger brother's pathetic, rotten luck. Honestly, what did a low-born, illegitimate bastard expect after playing the long game for so many years? This was the harsh reality of their social divide. "Don't sweat it," he sneered, "once I take the crown. Yours is the first head I'm cutting off." He told him to keep his neck ready, but then destiny threw a curveball. A sharp-looking Tae stepped into the elevator alongside a secretary. When the doors opened, Taehi stood there frozen. "Well, look what the cat dragged in," he hissed, demanding to know why Tae was on his turf. Tae stayed ice-cold. "Missing me already," he teased. Enraged, Taehi lost it aggressively, grabbing the secretary's hand in a power move. He demanded the truth. Did the chairman really order this? Was he seriously expected to work alongside this low-life bastard? To learn the ropes, Tae clamped his hand down. "You should have performed better. Clearly the old man doesn't trust you anymore. Because of your failures, I've been invited to the table." Taehi let out a sharp, mocking burst of laughter. It was laughable. This delusional peasant forgot his place, acting like he was some high and mighty figure in this family. "You'll choke on this regret," he roared, as the doors slid shut. Tae simply flashed a radiant, winning smile back. Remembering the intel on Nahesu, a twisted demonic plan formed in Taehi's mind. Meanwhile, we find Nahesu alone and waiting. Back at home, she was drowning in thoughts of Tae. Her phone stayed dead all day. "He's just swamped with work," she lied to herself. But anxiety began to claw at her heart. What if something went wrong? What if he was bleeding out somewhere again? Was he suffering in silence just to protect her? Only one day of radio silence and she was already falling apart. She felt pathetic for being this clingy. Suddenly, the screen lit up. Nahesu bolted upright, praying it was a text from him. She assumed he was making up for their long date yesterday, but her heart sank. It was just a stupid spam notification. The crushing weight of disappointment hit hard. It was back to the same soul-dulling routine she'd endured for years. Yet the loneliness felt sharper today. She remembered Minchul's harsh voice asking why the hell she kept texting him like a stalker. She only wanted to know if he'd eaten. But Minchul had sneered. "Am I a toddler? Do I need a babysitter?" He could feed himself just fine. He told her to back off since they saw each other every single day anyway. "Don't make me hate you more," he'd growled. Now, Nahesu closed her eyes, ashamed of her desperate habit of checking her phone. Expecting a call was a fool's errand. This anxiety shouldn't have been this heavy, but then the silence was shattered. A new message. "Biomte, are you still up? Can you step outside for a second?" Her breath hitched. He was right outside. Nahesu sprinted toward the door, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. She was spiraling for him, even if this path led straight to heartbreak. Throwing the door open, she whispered his name. A strange, intoxicating scent filled the air. Suddenly, strong arms pulled her into the shadows for a deep, breathless kiss. His lips were fire against hers, a soft touch that quickly turned hungry, pulling her into a whirlpool of pure heat. She gasped into his mouth. Biomte pressed closer, his lips drifting down to graze and nip at the sensitive skin of her neck. Claiming her with a faint mark, he seemed desperate. Nahesu realized he was barely holding his composure together on the edge of breaking. "Have you really been that busy?" she breathed, searching his eyes. He gave a single tired nod, confirming his world had been chaos. Her voice faltered, betraying a sudden doubt. Was this connection really just about their professional lives? Those hidden hungers she'd suppressed, the wild need to shatter limits and drown in chaos, clawed at her soul. No matter how she fought to restrain those urges, they kept bleeding through. Finally, her willpower simply snapped. Biomte closed the distance breath, ghosting over her skin. Nahesu hesitated, whispering a question about his comfort. She offered him a quiet invitation inside, suggesting they enjoy breakfast together to prolong this fragile, intimate moment. Surprisingly, he refused, leaving only a vague promise for later. She turned away, masking her sting with indifference. "If you're busy, go," then she murmured, struggling against the suffocating tide of emotion rising in her chest. Was this confusion, or the bitter ache of a breaking heart? That word later felt wrong, colder than tomorrow. This strange uncertainty was new. He had never been this distant or spoke with such robotic detachment before. Even worse, he was never the first to walk away. Before he vanished, she called out his name. She lunged forward, seizing his collar to pull him back, then pressed her lips firmly against his bare neck. She nipped his skin, claiming him with a visible mark. Though stunned, he didn't pull away from her touch. Nahesu exhaled a shaky breath, stepping back to whisper a final goodbye, but she felt the shift between them. On his usually sterile ice-cold white shirt, a new scent lingered, a sophisticated fragrance she didn't recognize at all. Suddenly, Jay's voice cut through the air, questioning the disheveled state of Biomte's usually perfect clothes. Jay joked about a wild kitten attacking him, then asked if they were ready. Biomte merely signaled for rest. Watching him, Jay noticed how untouchable Biomte had become. He seemed like a stranger, wrapped in a cold shell. It was as if every tragedy was hidden beneath the polished veneer of a Keebol heir who'd lost his soul. In this gritty, decaying alley, his refined elegance felt like a glitch, far too clean, far too perfect for reality. Biomte turned to Jay, delivering a cold order. Starting tomorrow, he'd be moving back into field duty. Jay froze in shock, stammering a question about the location. Meanwhile, Nahesu prepared to leave her job behind. Her manager looked heartbroken, admitting Nahesu would be impossible to replace. She was the anchor of the shop. Since she arrived, every problem vanished. Nahesu played it down, but the keeper wouldn't hear of it. He recalled the nightmare shifts, the drunks, and chaos. People used to quit after just one night of madness, yet Nahesu had brought a strange peace. He truly believed her inner goodness had kept the darkness at bay. He offered a warm farewell, hoping their paths would cross again. Nahesu left, hiding a bitter, secret truth. Quitting was a luxury she couldn't afford. One financial stumble and the crushing debt interest would swallow her whole. Despite the weight of her life, she walked away. She didn't leave for logic, but for a selfish hope. She hungered for more time with the old Biomte, the version of him that existed before the world changed. She wanted to guard his fragile light for herself, but he was already drifting further and further away. Even after their intimate encounter, he remained a ghost. His texts were brief, arriving with a cold, slow rhythm. His personality seemed to be evaporating. Days passed in silence. When he finally appeared, that scent was still there. It was a rich, powerful fragrance, something sophisticated that signaled a world far beyond her humble reach or understanding. At her flower shop, a stylish woman entered for a reservation. Suddenly, Nahesu caught a familiar, sharp scent. Her heart stopped. It was the exact same perfume. Trembling, she asked the woman what fragrance she was wearing. She tried to sound casual, praising the scent. The woman laughed, saying it was seductive enough to catch anyone. Dabbing a bit onto Nahesu's hand, she explained it was a new unisex release, a favorite among elite men. Nahisu wondered if Byumtae simply had a new cologne. A wave of disappointment hit. She missed his old smell. She tried to suppress her paranoia, telling herself she'd just ask him later. But dark thoughts began to spiral. Was he bored? Had their fire turned to ash? Was there another woman hidden in the shadows of his life? She loathed her own insecurity. After all, she was the one who claimed she wanted a fresh start. So why did this jealousy feel so paralyzing? Elsewhere, Mitchell and Ari were locked in a heated, quiet argument. Doubts gnawed at her soul. Was he finally bored of her? Had the spark between them vanished, or was there another woman in the picture? She despised her own hypocrisy. She was the one who had initially suggested they both see other people. So, why this sudden wave of insecurity? Meanwhile, a tense silence hung between Mitchell and Ari during their private dispute. Mitchell nudged Ari toward the stairs, warning that the thick smoke would irritate her sensitive lungs. Ari just shrugged him off stubbornly, claiming she'd stick by his side until every last task was finished. She shut down any more suggestions. Nearby, Jay watched the exchange, his mind flashing back to Byumtae. Jay snickered to himself. Minchul was supposed to be over her, so why was he still playing house? Why waste energy on a total gold digger? Minchul had dumped his debts on his ex and cut all ties. He had no reason to return, but Byumtae didn't buy it. He knew the man would come crawling back. Once Byumtae claimed something, he never let go. He turned to Jay with a chillingly simple command. Never let Minchul escape. Meanwhile, Ari shifted the mood by asking what was for dinner. She scrolled through options, wondering if he craved sushi, or maybe a quick delivery order. Minchul didn't hesitate, he wanted braised short ribs. When Ari questioned the choice, he gave a resolute nod. Ari promised to find a local hotspot, but Minchul stopped her. He wasn't in the mood for a restaurant. He craved the warmth of a home-cooked meal, healthy and MSG-free. He suggested they go grocery shopping together. Ari blinked in surprise before finally nodding. Her heart began to race as a wild thought crossed her mind. Was this a hint? Was he finally thinking about marriage? The domestic vibe sent a thrill through her. Later, Ari's voice drifted from the kitchen, begging Minchul to come taste her attempt at the ribs. Minchul just told her to wing it. It wasn't like they were on a cooking show. Ari froze, flustered. She insisted that a complex dish like this required precision. Minchul let out a long, weary sigh. She was making such a scene. His ex Nahesu used to whip these up without breaking a sweat. His mind wandered back to Hisu. Why hadn't she replied to his texts? Had something gone wrong? He figured she'd probably just smashed her phone again. It was a classic Hisu move, always breaking things. She was a total klutz, leaving her poor husband to starve while she lived in her own little world. Miles away, Nahisu stood in a grocery aisle, staring intensely at the braised short ribs. She checked the price per kilogram, wincing at how much more expensive they were compared to last season. She grabbed a large portion anyway, remembering how much Byumtae had devoured the last time they ate. Was she just wasting her time? He'd likely vanish again the moment things got real. He had a new corporate gig now. She pictured him in that sharp suit, likely buried under mountains of work. Was he the office heartthrob? Her mind spun with questions. What did his daily routine even look like? Where did he disappear to every morning? She was dying to know every detail of his secret life. But she stayed silent. He'd promised to see her soon, but maybe he was just being polite. What if she'd been too cold? Had he finally lost interest in her complicated life? Or maybe it was that night. Those ragged old undergarments had probably killed the entire mood. Minchul's cruel insults echoed in her head. He'd called her pathetic and shabby. He claimed no man could stay interested in a woman who looked so worn out. Heisu bit her lip. He was only human after all. She should have tried harder to look desirable for him. She felt the end coming. She should have just let him go without making a desperate scene. She couldn't eat all this alone, yet she bought it anyway. It was her only way of hoping. Unanswered questions burned in her throat as she stepped out into the cool evening air. Suddenly, Byumtae was there waiting. He asked if she'd finished her grocery run. She stammered that she just needed soup ingredients. Byumtae noted the heavy bags with a curious look. Was she hosting a party? Hisu quickly denied it, insisting all this food was just for herself. He let out a soft laugh, making her defensive. She glared at him, trying to stay serious. He was wearing that same suit again. A faint, unfamiliar scent clung to him, swirling in the air. Should she ask about it? No. She didn't want to come off as some obsessive, clingy girl. She wasn't anyone special to him anyway. She forced herself to look away, burying her curiosity. But deep down, she was terrified. Was that another woman's perfume or just a new cologne? She hoped he was just busy. Her mind was spinning with doubt. Swallowing her nerves, she finally blurted out the question, asking if he'd switched his cologne. Byumtae brushed it off with a cold denial. Hisu went silent, her heart sinking at the icy, unwavering edge in his voice. It felt like a warning. That scent wasn't his, it was a lingering trace of someone else entirely. Byumtae demanded to know why she even brought it up. She played it off, reaching out to snatch the bags from his grasp. She urged him to move, but Byumtae caught the shift. He realized she'd finally taken the bait. He'd planted the seed without knowing where it would lead, but her reaction was even more perfect than he'd imagined. Seeing that devastated look on her face stung, yet it ignited a dark flame deep inside him. A twisted side of his soul was awakening, one he never knew existed. He thought he'd already hit rock bottom. Now he wanted her to fall into the abyss with him. Meanwhile, Ari beamed, flaunting the short ribs like a trophy. She begged for a compliment, wondering if her cooking would finally make Minchul move in. "Hurry, taste it," she chirped. She bragged about his luck, claiming she'd never cooked for anyone else. Minchul just stared at the plate, feeling hollow. He remembered how Hisu used to meticulously pick out the carrots for him. A sudden flashback hit him hard. Hisu had once asked, trembling with nerves, if the dish was okay. She was terrified he'd want to spit it out. She feared it would make him sick. Minchul had paused for a long moment before flashing a grin, praising her cooking. Hisu had cried out in pure relief, admitting how much he'd scared her, and they laughed. Suddenly, Ari shattered the memory. She snapped at him for not eating. Minchul claimed he wasn't hungry, leaving Ari fuming with frustration. Since he was the one who requested the meal, she demanded he at least fake some appreciation for her hard work. Minchul stood up, done with the meal. Ari screamed, pointing out he'd only taken a single bite before giving up. Minchul let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Ari demanded to know if he was mad. He denied it, shaking his head. He was just sorry. He muttered an apology and headed for the door with Ari chasing after him, scoffing at his words. She screamed that they weren't finished dogging his every step and demanding to know where he was going. While Jay watched the drama unfold from the shadows, Hisu was busy lecturing Byumtae about skipping his meals. She warned him that his busy schedule was no excuse for being unhealthy. Byumtae simply nodded, playing along. She told him to stop pulling all-nighters, and he obeyed instantly. She was stunned by how compliant he was being. Byumtae let out a low, soft chuckle. She asked if he was leaving, then mentioned a potential future invitation. She promised to cook him ribs next time if he dropped by. Looking at him, she could tell his mind was elsewhere. A text from Jay about Minchul and Ari's messy brawl flashed on his phone. Byumtae smirked faintly. He wondered who Minchul was truly desperate for now. Byumtae's own dark thoughts mirrored that same question. Who was he hoping would answer his silent plea? Byumtae knew that nobody would pick up that call now. "I'll eat before I go," Byumtae declared. Hisu blinked in shock, asking if he meant right now. He nodded firmly. He chose to stay. To him, this felt like the first real gift he'd received in a very long time. He whispered that time was running out, and he was dying to see the finale. He leaned into her ear. He'd restrained his desires for so long, but this story was clearly destined to end in a beautiful tragedy. He asked to sleep over. Hisu froze, her face heating up in a wave of pure, chaotic embarrassment. Byumtae closed the distance, challenging her. "Don't want me here," Hisu stammered frantically, trying to explain herself. "It's that day," she squeaked, her face turning crimson. Byumtae suddenly burst into a fit of uncontrollable laughter. Hisu stared at him, baffled by his reaction. But Byumtae couldn't stop the laughter bubbling over. He was doubling over. Hisu gave him a playful shove, insisting she was serious. Then his tone shifted. He simply wanted to spend some real time with her. He reached out, pulling her into a gentle, protective embrace. He wouldn't lie. He definitely had inappropriate thoughts. "I even brought a change of clothes," he teased. He'd even cleared his schedule for the next day. "Let me in," he whispered, sending shivers down her spine. Hisu turned beet red. Somewhere else, Minchul was spamming her phone, cursing under his breath when no one answered. The silence was driving him insane. It had been days since his last message, and still nothing but static. He was being ghosted. He racked his brain, desperate to figure out what was stopping her from replying. Had the loan sharks found her while he was away? He toyed with the fear before quickly brushing it aside. Clearing the principal felt like a pipe dream, but the interest was paid like clockwork. Still, the world had shifted. Trouble with loan sharks was a ghost of the past. Minchul wondered if she was falling ill, but it seemed impossible. Hisu was a literal force of nature, juggling multiple grinds for years without ever showing a single crack. Yet, the doubt gnawed at him. She wasn't the type to break. Unless this time something was truly wrong. He shook the thought off. The Hisu he knew was a survivor, not someone who'd go down without a fight. His mind drifted to a core memory, back when he'd ruthlessly tease her for catching a simple cold. He'd poke her cheek, roasting her about her runny nose and wondering why her hands felt like blocks of ice. Joking she wasn't a snowman, Hisu would just blame the brutal winter. Minchul, being his typical self, claimed he was helping her, telling her to press her hands against his bare chest. He'd strip his shirt off, yanking her cold hands onto his skin just to hear her shocked scream. He'd just laugh, teasing her for being shy, especially since he knew his physique was top tier. Hisu would just mumble she was too sick to even deal with him. She always hated the cold. That hellish, freezing semi-basement apartment they once called home would turn into an icebox in the winter. Anyone would crumble there. Her hands were always raw, red, and shivering. She was constantly battling the flu. That was the version of Hisu etched into his heart. Born into those brutal conditions, she learned early on how to just endure the pain. Minchul once asked how they even survived those winters. Her grandmother would just give. They had narrowly survived the ordeal. Minchul teased her, asking if she possessed some classified winter survival technique. He claimed guys were built tougher while girls were fragile in the cold. Suddenly, her grandmother barked that thermals were mandatory. Justin chimed in, insisting a real husband's duty was to keep his wife warm in a tight embrace. His wife snapped back that thermals were way more reliable than any husband. Shortly after that, Minchul handed a mystery gift to Nahisu. As she eyed it suspiciously, he just smirked and said, "It's just a little something I picked up. Hurry up and open it." As she tore into the wrapping, she pulled out a skin-toned thermal suit. Nahisu froze in shock while Minchul absolutely lost it, howling with laughter. He couldn't stop wheezing, mocking her stunned expression as pure comedy. Nahisu immediately refused to ever wear the hideous thing. "Why not?" he challenged. She argued he'd just use it as fresh ammo to tease her, but Minchul doubled down. He insisted it was better than freezing. He swore they were incredibly cozy and promised to keep his jokes to himself if she put them on. He gave his word, but internally he was struggling to keep a straight face. It was comedy gold. He had to brace himself. He tried conjuring the most tragic thoughts possible to kill his laughter. He even forced himself to imagine losing Nahisu forever. The logic failed instantly. Life without her was a concept he couldn't even process. That dark possibility shattered his humor completely. When Nahisu finally stepped out in the thermal and asked for his opinion, she worried she looked ridiculous. But as she moved to take it off, Minchul's face turned a brilliant shade of crimson. He lunged to stop her. "It's not weird," he stammered, baffled by how she could look so stunning in something so dorky. His cheeks burned as she asked if he was okay. Fighting to keep his cool, he wondered if he was actually losing his mind. Was it a fever or just her days drifted by until Minchul finally cornered Nahisu with a playful yet dangerous warning? He told her to ditch those clothes as even a glimpse failed to ignite any spark. In the silence, he wondered, where did it all go wrong? When did Nahisu stop feeling the winter chill? The scene shifts to her place where Minchul was finished getting dressed. While Nahisu prepared the bedding, she mentioned she'd found a blanket and was about to kill the lights. She urged him to rest first. As they both settled down, Biomte scrutinized her outfit, wondering why she hadn't changed. He figured those clothes had to be uncomfortable. Nahisu brushed it off insistently, claiming she was perfectly fine. She explained she was out of pajamas. Biomte questioned her about her usual pair, and Nahisu reluctantly agreed. Still, her answer felt empty. Biomte remembered how being too trusting in the past had blown up in his face. It felt like she was pushing him away again. She confessed. Those pajamas felt tacky, making her feel like a frumpy auntie. She didn't want him seeing her like that. Surprised, Biomte leaned over and placed a tender kiss on her forehead, leaving him speechless. He couldn't decide whether to be relieved by her lack of self-awareness or deeply concerned. He realized he'd been suppressing his own needs so much that he hadn't even noticed how emotionally bankrupt he'd become. His hand slid down to her waist as he whispered that her current outfit was testing his self-control. He admitted it was making things hard for him, though he wasn't complaining. "Go change for bed," he murmured softly. Hasu insisted she could handle it, but Biomte stepped closer, his fingers slowly working through her buttons to help. Biomte's thoughts turned dark. If he was this easily shaken, he never would have started this twisted game. He had crossed the point of no return long ago. A shallow man wouldn't have had the guts to steal her from her world. He was her slave now. Whether she crushed his heart or tormented his soul, he would endure every ounce of pain for her. He just wanted to be the last man standing by her side. Meanwhile, back at the office, Ari was interrogating the staff. She demanded to know where Minchul was. When she heard he was on vacation, she exploded. Why was she the last to know? The employee shrugged, indifferent. Since Minchul wasn't a Kim, he basically treated the office like his personal playground. Jay, stalking Minchul's every move, sent a quiet update to Biomte. Finally, Minchul pulled up to the house. He noticed the trash was gone, but a cold chill hit him as he opened the door and saw a pair of men's shoes in the entryway. Heart pounding, he pushed inside. There stood Biomte wearing a chilling smile, waiting for the curtain to rise on their little drama. Jay watched from the shadows as Minchul veered off his usual route, heading toward a very specific destination. He was making a beeline for his ex-wife's place. Jay wondered if his boss possessed some kind of supernatural sixth sense. Somehow, he knew the guy would crawl back. Even after all the bridges he'd burned, he still had the audacity to return. He was clearly planning something. Jay shot a quick text to Biomte incoming. "Be there in 60 minutes. 1 hour left." Reading the text, Biomte flashed back to the time he'd borrowed a piece of Hasu's lingerie. He opened the drawer and deliberately staged her garment, making sure it looked like it had been recently tossed aside. He ripped open a package, left it in plain sight, and then tossed his shirt aside, lying down to wait for the storm to hit. Minchul cursed those damn stairs. Coming back only reminded him how much he hated this steep, miserable climb. As he huffed his way up, he felt Hasu slipping through his fingers. Her silence on the phone finally made sense. She was probably bedridden, too stubborn to seek help, and letting her sickness spiral out of control. "That stubborn woman. I can't leave her alone for a second," he muttered, but then his eyes locked onto the trash. Minchul gasped, his jaw dropping. Unbelievable. She actually went through with it. She really lost her mind this time. She'd left his belongings out like bait, hoping for a shred of pity. It triggered his rage, yet the image of her, broken and desperate, trashing his gear just to hurt him back, it made his resolve crumble, because it looked like a silent scream for him to return. Minchul stepped inside only to find a man's shoe. He froze, paralyzed. He spat out a curse. Those shoes definitely didn't belong there. A total stranger's footwear. Minchul's self-control snapped. Was she so devastated that she'd actually pull a stunt like this? He tried to tell himself she'd bought them, just to ward off intruders, pretending she wasn't living alone. Nahasu had always been a low-key coward, so it made sense. But a sickening dread clung to him, thick as summer humidity, like sticky candy melting on a scorched sidewalk. It was a weight he couldn't shake. As if the universe wanted to remind a cursed guy like him that there's always a deeper rock bottom. Minchul tiptoed inside, stumbling upon a shirtless Byuntae sprawled out. Suddenly, the intruder's eyes snapped open. Spotting the lingerie nearby, Minchul lost it. He roared at the man, demanding to know who the hell he was. Talk, or you're dead. Byuntae just gave him a cold look, casually tossing a packet onto the floor. Seeing red, Minchul lunged at him with a wild punch. Where is she? Where did the girl go? Byuntae caught the strike effortlessly, a dark smirk forming. Who knows, I've hidden her so well that you'll never find a trace. Minchul screamed in agony, desperate to know where Nahasu was. He kept swinging, but Byuntae stayed silent. Suddenly, Byuntae's gaze turned sharp and lethal. He seized Minchul's face, slamming him down. I already gave you a chance. Minchul gasped, confused and terrified. He spat out an insult, but then Jay appeared from behind, pinning him down. If you're gonna scrap, let's take it outside. No need to wreck the apartment. Minchul struggled, barking at the newcomer to identify himself. Jay chuckled, mocking his intense glare. Man, you look like you could kill someone with those eyes. Jay gestured toward the door. Minchul thrashed his voice raw as he begged to know what happened to Hasu. Jay's only mission, leave a brutal souvenir on Byumtaeha's face. He never missed a chance to draw blood. He scoffed at the guy's dramatic performance. Gripping his head, he muttered about how touching this whole act was. After mocking the sob story, they tossed Mitchell out like trash. He scrambled up, demanding to know who these thugs were. Are you thugs, loan sharks? Mitchell barked. Jay shrugged indifferent. Mitchell just wanted one answer. Where was Nahesu? Jay smirked, asking if he was actually there to settle her debt, or if he'd already caused her more trouble. Jay noted he'd need to auction off his organs to cover the balance. Still, they weren't turning down any offers. Mitchell let out a manic laugh, screaming he'd settle the debt. He swore he'd been paying every cent on time. Why this sudden ambush? He roared. He promised the cash, then demanded they bring Nahesu to him immediately. Jay dropped the bombshell she wasn't there. In fact, he'd been working overtime just to track her down himself. Jay noted their boss was a legend at snatching debts, but he never paid back a single favor. He warned Mitchell to stop making demands. If she was truly his wife, he'd better start hunting for her. Before the rivals snatched her away forever, Mitchell froze the realization, hitting him like a physical blow. Inside the shop, Haisu checked her phone. Still no word from Byumtaeha. The silence was deafening. She figured he'd finally crashed. Memories of them sleeping side by side flooded back, making her heart skip a beat. He'd seemed so mature lately, yet watching him sleep like this, he still looked like a vulnerable kid. She watched him closely, certain he was out so cold that even a kidnapping wouldn't wake him up. He wouldn't notice a thing. Watching his peaceful face, a sudden wave of warmth washed over her heart. She brushed her fingers against his jaw, wondering if she'd actually been too hard on the kid. A bloodied Minchul stumbled into a stranger. The person instantly snapped at him, dripping with pure irritation. Watch where you're going. Seeing the stranger's fury, Minchul backed away too shell-shocked to even breathe. Rain drenched the streets as Minchul spat curses at those debt-collecting thugs who'd trashed his home. They'd stormed in like vultures, tearing his life apart, hunting for anything to sell. The place Heisu worked so hard to clean was a ruin. They'd demolished it without a second thought. Images of Byumtaeha cornering Heisu flashed in his mind, making his jaw tighten with rage. The suffocating weight on his chest wouldn't lift. This wasn't just a mess. It was a total violation. An unforgivable shadow hung over him. Mitchell dialed Heisu's number repeatedly. Still nothing but dead air. Please pick up, he begged. He hit redial until his fingers ached, but the line stayed cold. Disconnected. Standing outside her building, Mitchell felt like a ghost who simply didn't belong in her world. He belonged with her back home, but Jay's voice rang in his head. She isn't there anymore. He lied to himself she'd return. She had to, but for now, she was hiding. He needed to find her, but where? Suddenly, a voice sliced through the air, calling out to Minchul. Meanwhile, Byumtaeha remained unconscious inside Heisu's private sanctuary. Jay had watched over him, mocking how he'd stalked someone just to flip meat at a BBQ joint. Now he was playing debt collector. Jay asked if this was all a joke. Taeha fired back. Do I look like I'm having fun? Taeha growled. Jay didn't think so. He wanted the plan. He'd do the job if the price was right, but this mess was getting way too complicated. It was ironic. Taeha held all the aces, but was playing his hand like a total amateur, dragging his feet through this game. To anyone else, Jay noted he just looked like a pathetic loser, drowning in bad luck. Besides, with their age gap, Haesoo should have walked away if she had any heart. She should back off. Even if they try, buried secrets will explode before they can ever find peace. The truth was a loaded gun for their enemies, and it was guaranteed to poison her from within. Their bond was doomed from day one, but Jay knew the worst part: marriage is a cage. Right now, Taeha lay awake, his mind a storm of regret and fear. He thought this road led to paradise, but it was proving to be a brutal, merciless nightmare. One face haunted him. He realized even the deepest love could vanish once the mask fell. The dark thought lingers. He should just end him. Eliminating the threat means crossing the point of no return, leaving Min-chul with nothing to claim. He's tried to hold back for Na-Haesoo's sake, but his self-control is fraying. The craving to unleash his inner demon is becoming unbearable. Doubt creeps in. What if Na-Haesoo still feels something for Min-chul? In Baeom-taeha's eyes, the man deserves far worse. He imagines her typical reaction. She'd probably prioritize his safety over her own, just like always. Ultimately, Haesoo will bear the scars. A sharp pang of agony twists inside Baeom-taeha's chest. Somewhere else, Ari tracks down Min-chul, demanding answers about his sudden vanishing act. She's spiraling, wondering why he ghosted her. She presses him on why he's dodging her calls and staying silent. Trembling with emotion, she begs him to stop freezing her out. Desperate for a response, she suddenly notices the bruises marking his face. She gasps, asking if he was caught in a brutal brawl. Tears stream down her face as she sees the blood. She pleads with him to name the person who dared to hurt him. Min-chul remains a statue. Through Ari's frantic worry, he sees only Haesoo's ghost as the rain drenching them turns icy. Haesoo lingers outside the restaurant. Her shift is over, yet there's still total radio silence from Baeom-taeha. The downpour is suffocating. She fears he's already long gone. In the darkness, memories of another night begin to resurface. She remembers asking him where he was and what his intentions were, whispering questions about whether it was snowing there too. She'd warned him that visiting every day was a bad idea, but Taeha had refused, begging for the chance to stay close. Looking back, Haesoo realizes the current Baeom-taeha is a complete stranger compared to the man she once knew. What transformed him? Panic surges through her veins. Without another thought, she sprints toward her house, her heart hammering. Arriving home, she spots strange footprints circling the yard. Pure terror washes over her as she scans the perimeter for danger. She screams his name, her voice cracking with desperation. Bursting through the door, she's consumed by a paralyzing sense of dread. Min-chul lunges, catching Ari's wrist to keep her there. Fuming, she snaps her hand away, shooting him a look of pure venom. "Get your hands off me," she barks. Her rage is palpable, making it crystal clear she's nowhere near forgiving him. He wasn't getting a pass this time. But before she can say more, Min-chul wordlessly hauls her into his personal space. He crashes his lips onto hers. The kiss is frantic and hungry, fueled by months of bottled-up frustration and desire. His fingers slide downward, tugging at the hem of her shirt. Ari's breath catches her lungs, burning as the tension skyrockets. She gasps out "Appa," whispering that she can't catch her breath. He freezes, pulling back just enough to look at her. Silencing her with a finger to her lips, he commands her to stop calling him that. "Say my name. Say Kang Min-chul." Cheeks burning red, they stare each other down. The silence is electric, and the air thickens with a raw, undeniable hunger. Their gazes are locked, trapped in a web of heavy tension. Then the mood shifts into something even more intense and carnal. Lost in a feverish heat, they lie exposed and intertwined. Ari rolls over, pressing her chest against the sheets. Min-chul looms over her, his weight supported by his elbows as he pins her down, trapping her beneath him. He claims her completely with a fierce, driving rhythm. Their combined moans echo through the room, raw and uninhibited. Cries of pleasure fill the air, but Min-chul's mind begins to fracture. A sudden cold wave of paranoia hits him. A dark shadow of doubt lingers. He desperately tries to tell himself that he's just overthinking things. Haesoo would never turn her back on him. Regardless of the chaos, she always finds her way back to Kang Min-chul. That's the gospel truth in his mind. Ari screams his name, lost in the sensation, completely caught up in the moment. Yet his brain won't shut off. A toxic thought poisons him. What if that lowlife already made a move on her? Did those filthy hands touch her skin? Fueled by a sudden spike of jealousy, he abruptly shifts his weight. He flips Ari over to look her in the eye, but his soul is miles away, still obsessing over Haesoo. She had to have gotten away before things turned south. She's dodged debt collectors plenty of times before, right? They've been on her tail for years, yet she always slips through their fingers. This time won't be any different. But the dread sticks like glue. What if Haesoo finally broke? What if her spirit shattered while he was gone? Traitorous images flash before his eyes. He pictures Haesoo vulnerable and exposed, sharing a private moment with Taeha. Rage burns white-hot within him. Losing all control, he roughly positions Ari on all fours, his eyes clouded with fury. He takes her from behind with a brutal intensity. The pace turns aggressive, leaving Eri shaking and crying out in a daze. But his heart is elsewhere, fixated on the competition. He can't forget the chaos of that trashed room. The debris, the carnage, and the look in Taeha's eyes as if he'd already won her. Then Ari screams again. Amidst heavy breaths, she pleaded for him to finish inside, her voice cracked with desperate longing and fury. Sniffling, she spat out her pure hatred. She warned him against ignoring her notifications ever again. While her body quivered under his weight, she labeled him a complete scumbag. Minchul's head was spinning with dark uncertainty. Gritting his teeth, he tried to regain control, but the invasive thoughts persisted. It is just his overactive imagination, he kept telling himself. Yet a nagging doubt continued to eat at him. Was her mood ruined because he trashed Taeha? Did seeing that loser bleed actually upset her? He let out a frustrated growl. That was plenty. The vibe shifted as Hizu pulled Taeha into a tight, protective embrace. She cradled him like a breakable doll, her mind a mess. Anxiety, tension, and irritation were crashing over her all at once. Her voice wavered, while demanding to know why he would act so recklessly. His logic made absolutely no sense to her. Knowing Minchul's toxic nature, Taeha should have just stayed away, but Taeha's mind was flooded with sheer defiance. How could he run? Minchul was acting like a caged animal obsessed with dragging Hisu back into his world. A collision was inevitable. Hisu's frustration boiled over. Did Taeha even realize that Minchul lived for these violent brawls? Why play the hero without knowing the stakes? He always ended up battered. What could a soft guy like him achieve? Taeha secretly smirked at her words. She really believed his gentle act was the whole truth. She thought he was weak. She had zero clue about the monster hidden inside. Playing the part, he faked a shudder. His shoulders began to quake as he let out a jagged breath, pretending to fight back, a flood of tears. Worry instantly clouded Hisu's face. She whispered, asking if he was crying or if the pain was too much to handle. Hiding a devious grin, Taeha whimpered that it really hurt. Hisu responded by pulling him even closer. Oblivious to his real expression, he muttered that it hurt because Minchul had suddenly started screaming at him. The sheer hostility had terrified him. Hearing this, Hisu was drowned in guilt. She blamed herself and swore to protect him. She promised this nightmare would never repeat. Now her only focus was his wounds. She offered to fetch some first aid. As she moved, Taeha snatched her wrist, pulling her back into his space. He whispered for her to ignore the medicine. Dragging her closer, he leaned in and planted a lingering kiss on her neck. She gasped, insisting that without care, the gash might leave a permanent mark. Her voice was a mix of irritation and shock, even while being lectured. Taeha still had the nerve to tease her. With a playful smirk, she called him worse than a stray dog. Taeha gripped her hands and shoved her down. Hovering above her, his voice turned low and heavy. He claimed being a dog was a relief. The pain lingered. His lips were torn and his mouth was cut up. He moved closer, asking her to lick the blood away. Hizu began licking the cut on Taeha's lip while he gripped her hip tightly. When she paused, he asked if she was finished. Keeping her hand on her hip, she told him to keep going. Fast forward, and the clothes were finally off. Lost in intimacy, their moans filled the room. Hizu desperately wanted to erase that other name and focus only on him. Meanwhile, Minchul sat isolated in his room, rotting in despair. Back with the lovers, their heated session finally concluded. Still naked and tangled together, Hisu sat on Taeha's lap for a final hug. Soon the morning sun arrived. Hisu mentioned she only managed to apply the ointment once it was morning. She begged him not to let it scar. Reminding him of his work schedule, she told him to get dressed so they could leave together. Taeha joked about staying right there. Hisu scoffed, asking if he thought she was some creep for watching him change. Taeha teased that she seemed to enjoy the view, which she denied. But Taeha knew better. Old memories flickered by. He finally agreed to wait outside. Smirking, Taeha threw on his dress shirt but fumbled with the tie. Hisu approached, checking if he was ready. Taeha claimed he was almost done, but played up his clumsy act, asking for her assistance. Hisu wondered if a simple tie was really that difficult, curious how he had managed before. Taeha revealed he always had someone do it for him. Hisu wondered who that person could possibly be, assuming it was someone incredibly close. Stepping up to help, she told him to lean down a bit. Since his height made it a struggle, Taeha leaned in while Hisu worked. He teased that they looked like newlyweds. Hisu blinked in confusion. Taeha repeated the married couple line. Flustered, she told him to cut it out. But Taeha kept chanting married couple. Then he asked her to tighten the knot. Hisu claimed marriage was just cold reality. She told him that once he found the right person, they would be a real couple. She even promised to cheer him on. Taeha knew she was bluffing. Last night she was licking his wounds, but this morning her words were breaking hearts. Taeyang found the situation irritatingly charming. Later back at the office, his assistant briefed him on the upcoming schedule. He gave a curt nod, but his assistant's gaze lingered. To her, everything about him felt slightly off, as if he belonged to a different world. Keeping a poker face, she spotted the injury that had the entire office buzzing with frantic whispers since clocking in. Oddly enough, traces of a smile played on his lips, even as he maintained an icy, unreachable distance. Suddenly, from the shadows, his brother approached the assistant teasingly, asking why she was staring a hole through him. A sudden good morning sent a jolt through her. He noted the secretary was competent, but her perfume was suffocating. He couldn't help but wonder who she was trying to seduce with that scent. By drenching herself in it, dropping a hand on Taeha's shoulder, he smugly asked if he didn't have a special someone who'd be pissed seeing him in such a wrecked state. Taeha offered zero response, simply turning his back and walking away. His brother scoffed at the cold shoulder. Seeing the normally untouchable Taeha looking so battered was a shocking sight to behold. It was honestly a lot to process. Could his perfect brother actually be tangled up in some messy love triangle? Turning his back on a married woman, he barked an order to his contact he needed to track someone down immediately. "Who's the target?" the man asked. "My brother's little secret, his girlfriend," he smirked. The man froze, completely caught off guard. He ignored the man's shocked reaction. After all, nobody ever expected the perfect second young master to be hiding a lover. It felt impossible. The man nodded in disbelief, but seeing the dark intensity in Taeha's eyes made his skin crawl with pure disgust. Recently, it felt like his precious little brother was treating him more like a stray dog than an actual family member. He made up his mind he'd find this girl at any cost. He had to uncover exactly who she was behind the curtain, no matter the consequences. Then Taeyoung finally broke his silence. He imagined her tucked away in some secret hideout, bound and isolated, kept like a prize for him to savor in private. Deep in his thoughts, he planned his first move, where to start digging to find the leverage he desperately needed. The one thing that would expose the truth. His associate wavered, visibly shaken, wondering if going this far was truly necessary. He suggested a softer approach, maybe just keeping a low-key eye on young Master Tae would be enough for now. A dark, amused chuckle escaped his lips as his gaze sharpened. He told the man he had absolutely no clue who they were dealing with. Underneath that flawless gentleman facade his brother wore for the public lay a deeply disturbed and dangerous soul. Strip away the suit and you'd find a man paralyzed by suspicion and chaos. He realized that maybe years of constant brown-nosing had forged him into this, a creature with instincts more animalistic than any human. He dropped a chilling warning. Anyone stupid enough to get caught tailing his brother would pay a price he couldn't stop, a fate he wouldn't lift a finger to change. With a dry laugh, Tae abruptly pivoted the entire conversation. Real intel required surgical precision. It had to be pulled from the shadows, far from his brother's watchful eyes. For the moment, the move was simple. Watch every step he takes, and let his own actions reveal the answers. Connecting the dots one by one, the scene shifts to the office, where a woman in glasses sits in heavy silence. Her gaze was locked on him, burning with a silent intensity. Though this was Jihee's territory, the newcomer didn't seem to care. She couldn't tear her eyes away from Taeha, lost in her own trance. Suddenly, another woman crept up behind her. She jumped, heart racing, admitting she'd been scared half to death. The newcomer just laughed playfully, teasing her. "Staring a bit too hard there, aren't we?" she teased. The woman in glasses sighed, admitting that, even from afar, just observing him gave her a strange thrill. But being in the same room, that was a terrifyingly beautiful impossibility. A man like Taeha felt like a dream. She wondered if a mere career could really be this intoxicatingly addictive. Her head was spinning, her cool composure completely shattered. Now, her only focus was to dive into the work immediately and get things moving. Her friend chuckled at the enthusiasm, but as she looked back, her thoughts took a darker turn. Was this once-in-a-lifetime chance a blessing from above? The forbidden thought of a secret affair suddenly flashed in her mind. It was scandalous, sure, but she couldn't shake it. Honestly, that danger was probably exactly why she was so obsessed. She knew the truth: real romance was a myth in the world of high-society chaebols. These fairy tale romances usually ended in hollow hearts crushed by the suffocating weight of family expectations. A guy like Taeha would play the field with endless women only to settle down with some pre-selected heiress to secure a corporate alliance. Their hushed conversation then drifted toward the chairman's powerful wife. "You mean the director of Beck," she whispered. Her friend gave a chilly laugh, noting that the truth was scarier than any rumor. A glimpse of the chairman's wife flashes by as they gossip about Director Bach. Despite her power, she's basically a nightmare mother-in-law. The woman in glasses sighs, dreaming of a love of the century. She's desperate for that legendary once-in-a-lifetime passion. She admits her life hasn't hit those dramatic heights yet, but she tells her friend to just imagine the possibilities. Women would literally trip over themselves for a guy like Taeya. He's got the god-tier visuals and a massive family fortune. Life must be a breeze for him. With that much pride, a man like Taeya would never dream of bowing his head. She's certain of one thing: any girl who ends up with him is destined for a world of absolute suffering. But away from the gossip, Taeya shows a totally different vulnerable side whenever he reaches out to Hisu. He spams her with cute crying stickers, whining about how much he misses her. She just says she's busy working. Taeya tries to play it cool but admits he's too distracted to even look at his work. Hisu just keeps him grounded. She tells him to stay focused and earn his paycheck without slacking. Suddenly, those words spark a sharp memory for Taeya. He remembers her coldly telling him to find the right girl and get married, even offering her fake congratulations. Her blunt, detached words still haunt him, yet instead of walking away, he feels an insane, desperate urge to cling to her. He wants to hold her so tightly it's suffocating, an aching, obsessive need that consumes his entire soul. He just craves her validation. Overcome with emotion, he texts her a promise, "I'm coming to see you tomorrow." She tells him he better keep his word. As night falls, Taya is left alone with one absolute, undeniable truth. In this entire world, he only wants her. Meanwhile, at a quiet flower shop, Hisu's co-worker is finishing her shift. She stands outside, clutching a bouquet, shivering. Even with spring approaching, there's still a lingering icy chill in the air. She can't help but wonder what the changing season will bring for their tangled lives.